Chapter 1187. Who is it? The barbarian emperor roared and his aura burst out. He soared into the sky and punched at the huge hand. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Then, the barbarian emperor's body shook. He was no match for the attack and fell down. However, the huge hand did not stop there. It continued to grab at Lu Ming. After being enveloped by the huge hand, Lu Ming felt that the space around him was locked down. Lu Ming's body was pressed down by a boundless gravity, making it hard for him to move. "D-E-E," Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming was very familiar with the aura of the huge hand. It was Martial Monarch D.E. Lu Ming had not expected Martial Monarch D.E. to make a move at this moment. Previously, Lu Ming had thought that D might make a move. However, there was a Martial Monarch in the Demon God Valley. Lu Ming thought that D.E. would be afraid. Boom, boom, boom. 8 strands of dragon energy instantly burst out in Lu Ming's body. At the same time, his third bloodline appeared and a strong energy poured into Lu Ming's body. "Break for me! Break!" Lu Ming roared in his heart. He erupted with all his strength, trying to break the space around him. However, the space around him was extremely firm. Even with Lu Ming's current strength, he could not move it at all. "Who is it? You're courting death." There was a loud roar. In another direction of the Demon God Valley, a shocking demonic light shot up. A vast demonic saber slashed at the huge hand. Boom! First, it was the barbaric emperor's punch. Then, it was the saber. The gigantic hand finally collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. The pressure on Lu Ming also disappeared. Lu Ming's body felt light, and he regained his freedom. Shwa! There was a flash of demonic light, and Chu Luo appeared beside Lu Ming. The barbarian emperor also arrived beside Lu Ming. A metal rod floated above the barbarian emperor's head. It gave off a terrifying aura. It was a martial monarch spirit weapon. The two looked at the sky with grave expressions. There was a flash of golden light in the sky, and a figure stepped out of a spatial crack. Martial Emperor D.E. It was Martial Emperor D.E. D.E. of the Eastern Wasteland. What are you trying to do by attacking my Demon God Valley? Are you trying to start a war with us? Chu Luo shouted coldly. There were only so many sovereigns in the Divine Wilderness continent, so they naturally knew each other. I'm only here to take Lu Ming away. It has nothing to do with you. Di's whole body was shining with golden light. He stood high in the sky like a high and mighty emperor, overlooking the world. Take General Lu away? What a joke. D.E. Today, not only can you take no one away, you can't even leave. The barbarian emperor's eyes flickered with malevolence. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, air-piercing sounds could be heard from all over the Demon God Valley. Many figures were flying over. The commotion just now had startled the entire Demon God Valley. Stop! Don't come any closer! Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing everyone to stop in the distance. When a ruler made a move, no one else could help at all. 2 people did not stop and flew over directly. They were Xianxia and Yan Kuang-tu. Lu Ming. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming's hand and looked at D.E. in the sky with a worried expression. D.E. Yan Kuang-tu licked his lips. The emperor's spiritual pagoda floated above his head, revealing a strong fighting spirit. If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself. D's cold voice rang out. He clenched his fist in the void, and a golden battle sword appeared. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden battle sword emitted endless golden light. A sword ray, as large as a mountain, bloomed with a vast pressure and violently slashed toward the barbarian emperor and the others. Attack! The barbarian emperor shouted and rushed into the sky. He held the iron rod in his hand, and it rapidly grew into a giant rod that was tens of thousands of meters long. He swept it toward Di's sword ray. At the same time, Chu Luo's body surged with demonic chi. He slashed out a huge saber ray that also slashed toward the sword ray. Above Yan Kuang-tu's head, the emperor's spiritual pagoda grew rapidly and blasted toward the sword ray in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive terrifying roars rang out. First was the barbarian emperor. He held the giant rod and slammed it against the sword ray. His body shook violently as if he was facing an invincible force. His body fell like a cannonball. Then, Chu Luo's demonic saber was defeated by the sword ray and finally collided with Yin Kuang-tu's Emperor's spiritual pagoda. Bang! 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 The barbarian emperor, Chu Luo, and Yin Kuang-tu were sent flying one after another. They retreated several hundred miles in the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Kuang-tu was the most injured. His face was pale and bloodless. Di had injured 2 sovereigns and Yin Kuang-tu with one move. He had displayed a terrifying combat strength. How can he be so strong? Chu Luo shouted in disbelief. The barbarian emperor and Yin Kuang-tu were shocked. The 3 of them had joined forces to block Di's sword, but the result was that all of them were injured. It was unbelievable. They had all dealt with Di before, but they had never expected Di's combat strength to be so strong. I want to take Lu Ming away. No one can stop me. Di said coldly. He stretched out his hand, and a big golden hand formed out of thin air. It exuded a vast pressure and grabbed at Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Yin Kuang-tu, the barbarian emperor, and Chu Luo shouted. They exploded with all their strength and blasted out their strongest moves to stop Di. However, Di took a step forward and 3 golden sword rays condensed out of thin air. They attacked the 3 of them and repelled them again. The big golden hand did not stop and continued to grab at Lu Ming. Boom! At this moment, the space in front of Lu Ming cracked. A black fist ray blasted out and collided with the big golden hand. The 2 disappeared. Then a tall figure stepped out. Demon Ancestor, Chu Luo, was overjoyed to see this person. Xiaowan. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Xiaowan stood in front of Lu Ming and looked at Di. He said, "It's rare to have an expert like you among the younger generation. However, with me here, you can't take Lu Ming away. Emperor Wan, you have been suppressed for 30,000 years and are no longer the same. Do you really think you can fight with me?" Di said. Even in the face of Emperor Wan, he was still full of confidence. "Whether I can fight or not, we'll know after we try. Let's go up and fight," Xiaowan said. He took a step forward and rushed up to the sky. Di glanced at Lu Ming and took a step forward. He rushed up to the sky with Xiaowan. Boom! At an unknown height, there was a sudden roar. It was extremely terrifying. A round of light shone out, like a sun exploding in the sky. It could be seen even millions of miles away. Boom! 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 Then there was a continuous roar in the sky. Round after round of light shone. It was like a sun exploding at the same time. The scene was extremely shocking. Lu Ming and the others looked up to the sky. However, they could only see the dazzling light. They could not see the figures of Martial Emperor Di and Xiaowan. So powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was shocked. The fluctuations and aura produced by the battle between Xiaowan and Di were obviously much stronger than ordinary martial emperors. What realm had they reached? My eyes! Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1188. There were hundreds of explosions in the sky, as if hundreds of suns had exploded. If such power fell on the ground, it could destroy the earth and break through the earth's crust, causing a terrible disaster. At that moment, the sky suddenly became quiet. All the fluctuations seemed to have disappeared without a trace. What happened? Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure flashed, and Xiaowan appeared. At that moment, Xiaowan's aura was weak, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Chu Luo, the barbarian emperor, and the others found it unbelievable that Xiaowan was injured in the battle with Martial Royal Di. Demon Ancestor, how is Di? Chu Luo asked. Di has retreated, Xiaowan said with a serious look. I didn't expect the Eastern Barren Territory to have such an expert. With my current combat strength, I can't do anything to him. Senior Xia, what realm has Di reached? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, Di's combat strength was beyond his imagination. At first, he thought that Di was just an ordinary ruler. Now, it seemed that he was not. He was much stronger than an ordinary ruler. Xiaowan had recovered and was stronger than a few months ago. However, he was still injured in the battle with De. Lu Ming, Martial Royal Realm, is the same as other realms. There are 9 levels, but the gap between each level is huge. The conditions in the divine region are too poor. It's not suitable for emperors to cultivate. Breaking through to the royal realm is the limit. It's too difficult to go further. Therefore, most of the emperors in the divine region are at LV1 Martial Royal Realm. For example, the barbarian emperor Chu Luo and most of the emperors in the central continent are at LV1 Martial Royal Realm. Xiaowan explained. Chu Luo and the barbarian emperor nodded. Lu Ming's heart jumped. It seemed that the emperors he had seen were at the lowest level of Martial Royal Realm. Xiaowan continued to explain. Once someone is able to break through to the second layer Martial Dominator Realm, their strength will increase tremendously, allowing them to suppress and even kill other Martial Dominators. The difference between the 2 layers is extremely obvious. I'm guessing that there are people at the same level in the royal family and the heaven-suppressing divine army. When I was at my peak, I was a 3rd layer Martial Emperor. Now, I have recovered to the peak of the 2nd layer Martial Emperor. However, it is extremely difficult to recover to the 3rd layer Martial Emperor. Firstly, the conditions in the divine desolate continent are too poor. Secondly, after being suppressed for so many years, my foundation has been damaged. It will be very difficult for me to recover to my peak without a few years. Is De's cultivation also at the peak of the 2nd level of the Martial Royal Realm? Lu Ming asked. That's right. De's cultivation is indeed at the peak of LV2 Martial Royal Realm. He is not far from LV3 Martial Royal Realm. I feel that De can break through to LV3 Martial Royal Realm at any time. At that time, he will be unrivaled in the divine wilderness continent. Xiaowan said with a serious expression. De is actually so strong? Yin Quanta clenched his fists tightly. Lu Ming also had a serious expression in his eyes. He and De were going to fight, but now it seemed that this battle would be much more difficult than he had imagined. I have to improve my strength as soon as possible. Now, my second body has obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint and is making rapid progress. My martial cultivation cannot fall behind. If my second body and my martial cultivation both break through to the Emperor Realm, even if Didi breaks through to the 3rd layer Martial Royal Realm, I will be able to suppress him. Lu Ming's eyes showed strong confidence and fighting spirit. If his main body and second body both broke through to the Emperor Realm and joined forces, their power would be beyond imagination. You can all leave now. Xiaowan waved his hand, and the people below the Emperor Realm dispersed one by one. Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming again and said, Lu Ming, you don't have to worry too much. The conditions of the divine wilderness continent are indeed too poor. It is extremely difficult for a martial artist of the martial monarch realm to break through. It is not that easy for De to break through to the 3rd level of martial monarch realm. He might not be able to break through to the 4th level of martial monarch realm within a few years. Back then, I was stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of martial monarch realm, unable to break through to the 4th level of martial monarch realm. If he can't break through to the 3rd layer Martial Royal Realm, he can't do anything to you. Xiaowan smiled and comforted him. Senior Xia, I'm fine. The stronger De is, the stronger my motivation will be. I will kill De with my own hands soon. That day won't be too far away. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Good, huh? Xiaowan patted Lu Ming's shoulder and laughed. At this moment, Xiaowan suddenly looked at the sky in the north. The others were stunned. What had Xiaowan discovered? Could it be that De had returned? However, they soon discovered something. In the sky in the north, a huge warship broke through the void and flew rapidly. Rumble. As the warship sailed past, it let out a deafening roar. It was like a divine sword that split the space in half. Everyone's faces changed. Was it coming for them? Who in the divine region would have the guts to do so? Moreover, it was coming from the north. Soon, they realized that they were overthinking. The warship wasn't coming for them. but flew past the Demon God Valley. From afar, the warship was engraved with beautiful patterns, and there was a misty light flowing on it. "Look, there's someone on the warship," Chu Luo shouted. Everyone saw a middle-aged man at the front of the warship. He was wearing a black robe and stood with his hands behind his back. Although he was standing there casually, he seemed to have a domineering aura. At this moment, the middle-aged man seemed to have felt Lu Ming and the others' gazes. He looked over. With just a glance, Lu Ming felt his heart pounding. It was as if he was in the vast starry sky, and he felt extremely small. Xianxia, who was beside him, grabbed Lu Ming's hand and suddenly tightened his grip. His face turned pale. However, that person only gave them a glance before turning his head away and not looking at them again. "He's so powerful. It's hard to predict his strength," the barbaric emperor said. Lu Ming turned his head and was shocked. At this moment, the barbaric emperor's forehead was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with shock. "Third level martial royal realm." Xiaowan frowned and muttered to himself. Everyone was shocked. How is that possible? Third level martial royal realm? How could there be a third level martial royal realm cultivator in the divine region? Chu Luo exclaimed in disbelief. "Who said that they're from the divine region? I saw the patterns on the warship 30,000 years ago. If I'm not wrong, they're from the divine region." Xiaowan said. "Divine region? Why would they suddenly come to the divine region?" the barbaric emperor said in surprise. On the other hand, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Yin Quangta looked puzzled. Divine region? Where was that? Chapter 1189. The continent of Divine Ruins is a much more powerful continent than the Divine Wilderness continent. There are many experts there. Why are they here today? Lu Ming, do you want to go and take a look? Xiaowan looked at Lu Ming and asked. "All right, let's go and take a look." Lu Ming was also very curious about the reason why the continent of Divine Ruins had suddenly descended. "The two of you stay here just in case. Lu Ming and I will go and take a look." Xiaowan instructed Chu Luo and the barbaric emperor. The two of them nodded. "Little Qing, big brother Yin, wait for me here. Senior Xia and I will be back soon," Lu Ming said to Xianxia and Yin Quangtu. "Lu Ming, you have to be careful," Xia and Yinqing warned. Lu Ming nodded. "Let's go," Xiaowan shouted softly. Demonic light swept Lu Ming, and he stepped into the air. He flew out and followed far behind the warship of the Continent of God. The warship of the Continent of Divine Ruins kept flying south at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it flew out of the northern plains and arrived at the central continent. The people of the Continent of Divine Ruins seemed to be flying towards the place where the Imperial family and the Divine Army are fighting. Xiaowan said softly, "Could it be that they are helpers that one of the two sides has invited?" Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, the situation of the Divine Wilderness continent would change drastically. The warship broke through space and flew at an extremely fast speed, quickly approaching the central continent. "There are people fighting up ahead." Xiaowan looked into the distance and said. Lu Ming's expression was a little serious because there was a terrifying pressure coming from the south. Lu Ming sensed it carefully and could feel the space fluctuating slightly. There were definitely terrifying people fighting there because they were sure that the place of the battle was very far away. The warship of the Continent of Divine Ruins suddenly stopped here. The black-robed middle-aged man, standing at the front of the warship, looked into the distance, then stepped out and headed south. "Let's go." Xiaowan and Lu Ming went around the warship and headed south. Boom! Boom! Not long after, he heard a terrifying fluctuation in the distant sky. Even though he was very far away, Lu Ming could vaguely see two figures fighting in the sky. His aura was so strong that it actually surpassed that of an ordinary ruler. So strong, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The two people who were fighting had terrifying combat abilities. They were above Barbarian Emperor and Chu Luo. Although they were not as terrifying as the battle between Xiaowan and De, they were not far off. They should be at the same level as Xiaowan and De. Below the battle, there was a huge lake. On both sides of the lake, there were many experts. Earth's core lake where the imperial family and the Heaven Suppression Army were fighting. The black-robed, middle-aged man from the Godly Ruins continent appeared not far away. He looked at the battle in front of him and did not participate in it. Xianxia, you're already so old. You're no match for me. In the midst of the great battle, a voice rang out. Lu Ming's expression changed. He had heard from Xianxia that the previous sacred emperor was called Xianxia. He was the grandfather of the current sacred emperor, Xianxia. He had stepped down from the position of sacred emperor 6,000 years ago and had been cultivating in seclusion. The outside world thought that Xianxia had passed away after so many years. However, some people said that Xianxia was still alive, but it had never been confirmed. Now, it was proven that Xianxia was indeed still alive. The other side is Baijian Martial Emperor. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly as he looked into the distance. The person who was fighting with Xianxia was the Heaven Suppression Army's top expert, Baijian Martial Emperor, who had won every battle. Both of them were the leaders of their respective sides. Their cultivations had reached LV2 Martial Emperor, and they were fighting fiercely. Whether I am your match or not, no one can tell until the end. Baijian, I advise you to hand over the Heavenly King badge. It is the inheritance of the imperial family. It is not something you can take away. Xianxia said. His voice was very old, but it was like thunder. It rumbled between heaven and earth, and no one knew how far it had traveled. Xianxia, you're already so old. Don't think about the Heavenly King badge. Baijian Martial Emperor burst out laughing. The battle between the two became even more intense. In the distance, the middle-aged man raised his eyebrows when he heard the words Heavenly King badge. He mumbled, I didn't expect the Heavenly King badge of the Godly Desolation continent to still be here. It seems like my trip here has not been in vain. After saying this, he flung his sleeves and took a step forward, rapidly approaching the battle between Xianxia and Baijian Martial Emperor. Who's there? Who's there? Xianxia and Baijian Martial Emperor sensed the middle-aged man's presence as he approached. They yelled and separated from each other, staring at the middle-aged man. They had only noticed the middle-aged man when he was so close to them, which gave them a great shock. They scanned the black-clothed, middle-aged man with their spiritual senses and found that they couldn't see through him. The two of them were even more shocked. At the sight of this, Lu Ming and Xiao Wan were a little surprised. It seemed that the people from the mainland of Divine Ruins were not helpers of either the royal family or Xiao Wan. Otherwise, Xianxia and Baijian Wu Huang would not be so surprised. You have the Heavenly King badge? The middle-aged man glanced at the Baijian Martial Emperor. Who are you? The Baijian Martial Emperor asked with a frown. That's not what I'm asking. I'll ask you again, do you have the Heavenly King badge? The black-robed middle-aged man's voice turned cold. There was a hint of impatience in his tone, and it sounded like he was giving orders. The Baijian Martial Emperor's face darkened upon hearing this. No one in the Godly Desolation continent would dare to speak to him in such a tone. I do have the Heavenly King badge, so what? The Baijian Martial Emperor said. Oh, it's good that you have it. Hand it over. Give me the Heavenly King badge. The middle-aged man said. Ha ha ha. The Baijian Martial Emperor burst out laughing and said, You're so funny, appearing out of nowhere and asking me to hand over the Heavenly King badge. Aren't you being too confident? I wonder if you have the ability to do so. The Baijian Martial Emperor's eyes flickered coldly. So you're not handing it over? Then I'll take it myself. The middle-aged man took a step forward as soon as he finished his words. Bang! Following this step, the sky and the ground began to vibrate vigorously. Below him, the earth-core lake began to churn violently. Suppress, the middle-aged man said calmly as he lashed out with his palm, causing chi to gather in the sky, forming a towering ancient tree that suppressed the Baijian Martial Emperor. The Baijian Martial Emperor straightened his face as soon as the attack was executed. 100 battle godly fist. The Baijian Martial Emperor immediately lashed out 100 punches. Each of the punches contained a tremendous force that could penetrate the ground and destroy mountains and rivers. 100 punches gathered in the air and combined into a single punch, increasing its power by 100 times. Bang! The punch landed on the towering ancient tree, resulting in a deafening explosion. Suppress. The middle-aged man uttered another word as he pressed down with his palm, causing the ancient tree to expand and emit a green glow. Bang! Chapter 1190. The Baijian martial emperor's expression changed drastically as he tried his best to counterattack. However, his attacks were all useless as they were destroyed by the ancient tree. In the end, the ancient tree landed heavily on the Baijian martial emperor's body. The Baijian martial emperor screamed as his body fell into the Earth's core lake. Boom! The Baijian martial emperor's body fell into the Earth's core lake. Instantly, the Earth's core lake rippled with waves from the place where the Baijian martial emperor fell into. In just a breath's time, the water in the Earth's core lake was blown away and turned into steam. With the Baijian martial emperor as the center, there was not a single drop of water in the area. The crowd could only see the Baijian martial emperor lying in the Earth's core lake, coughing up blood. The imperial family, Xie family, and the divine troop all widened their eyes in shock. The Baijian martial emperor was severely injured by the middle-aged man with a single attack. How was that possible? The Baijian martial emperor was the leader of the divine troop, the most powerful expert in the divine wilderness continent. He had never lost a battle. That was how the Baijian martial emperor got his name. But now, he had been defeated by a single attack. That was unbelievable. Xianxia was also shocked. The Baijian martial emperor was not weaker than him, but he had been defeated so miserably. Xianxia was terrified. So powerful. In the distance, Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The middle-aged man was indeed a rank 3 martial emperor. You overestimate yourself. The middle-aged man looked down at the Baijian martial emperor and said, "Now, are you going to hand it over or not? If you don't hand it over, I'll take it myself." His voice was filled with a hint of killing intent. His meaning was clear. If the Baijian martial emperor did not hand it over, he would kill him and take it himself. The Baijian martial emperor's face turned ugly, and he was not willing to give up. However, he was helpless against such an undefeatable opponent. In the end, he let out a long sigh and threw a badge at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man caught the badge and glanced at it. His face was filled with joy as he said, "It's the Heavenly King badge." Although the deity ruins mainland was much stronger than the divine wilderness mainland, it was still a speck of dust compared to the Yuan continent. It was extremely difficult to join the major forces of the Yuan continent. The Heavenly King's badge was also a supreme treasure to him. "Sir, you're not from the divine wilderness continent, right?" Xianxia looked at the black-robed, middle-aged man with unwillingness in his eyes. Now that the Heavenly King token had fallen into the hands of the black-robed, middle-aged man, the royal family no longer had a chance. Both the imperial family and the Heaven Suppression Army were shocked when they heard this. If they were not from the divine wilderness continent, could they be from overseas? That's right. I'm from the Godly Ruins continent, Southern God Palace. You've lived for so long, so you should have heard of it, right? The black-robed middle-aged man put away the Heavenly King token and explained in a good mood. "What? Are you from the Gate of God?" Xianxia seemed to be very surprised. His expression changed, and then he became very respectful. He cupped his fist and said to the middle-aged man in black, "So it's a master from God's Gate. Sorry for not going out to meet you. Forgive me." At the scene, the sovereigns had similar expressions as Xianxia. Other than being shocked, there was also a hint of respect. When the Baijian martial emperor heard this, the unwillingness in his eyes finally disappeared. Instead, it was filled with helplessness. Those below the sovereigns were at a loss. "He's really from God's Gate," Xiao muttered. "Senior, is God's Gate very strong?" Lu Ming asked curiously. "Of course. The Yuan realm is vast and boundless. Of course, most of the territory is the sea. The sea is endless, and there are countless continents in the boundless sea. Some of the continents are not far from each other. They are gathered in a region and are called the continent group. Just like the islands in the sea, some of the islands are gathered together and are called the archipelago. It's the same for continents, Xiaowan explained. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Outside the divine wilderness continent, there was no end to it. It was beautiful and colorful. The sea where the divine wilderness mainland is located is called the continent group of divine ruins. It's made up of dozens of large continents. Just from a name, you can tell that the continent group of divine ruins is the leader. The continent group of divine ruins is at least 10 times bigger than the divine wilderness mainland. There are many experts and outstanding people. The number of sovereigns is also much more than the divine wilderness mainland. The continent group of divine ruins is completely ruled by one force. That force is God's Gate. Xiaowan continued to explain. Lu Ming finally knew how strong God's Gate was. The continent group of divine ruins was at least 10 times bigger than the divine wilderness mainland and was completely ruled by one force. That was God's Gate. The so-called overlords of the divine wilderness mainland were as weak as babies in front of God's Gate. The black-robed, middle-aged man, or rather the warship, was from God's Gate. May I know why the esteemed guest from God's Gate has come to the divine wilderness? The Baijian martial emperor flew into the sky and cupped his fists respectfully. The heavenly king token had been taken away by the God's Gate expert, and he could only choose to forget about it. I'm here to bring opportunities to the divine wilderness mainland, the black-robed, middle-aged man said. Bring opportunities? Xianxia, the Baijian martial emperor, and the rest looked at each other in confusion. Rumble, 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 rumble. The warship sailed over, and a few figures appeared in front of the warship. There were young and old people, and all of them had powerful auras. That's right, opportunities. Great opportunities. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he raised his voice. A few months ago, God's Gate suddenly received news from Yuanlu. The heavenly god sect of Yuanlu wants to select young talents from the continent group of divine ruins and recruit them as disciples. The God's Gate has asked them to gather all the geniuses from the continent group of divine ruins and head to the continent group of divine ruins together. When the time comes, a messenger from the heavenly god sect will arrive to select disciples. The black-robed, middle-aged man's voice spread far and wide, and it caused a huge commotion. What? The great sect of Yuanlu wants to select disciples from the continent group of divine ruins? Gosh, is there such a thing? Since ancient times, the great sect of Yuanlu has rarely selected disciples from the continent group of divine ruins. Opportunities. This is great opportunities. Even the sovereigns could no longer stay calm. They were discussing excitedly. It was understandable. A heavenly king token could only allow one person to join the heavenly king hall of Yuanlu's great sect. It had already caused chaos in the central continent and caused the imperial family to fight against the heaven-guarding divine army. It could be seen how difficult and precious it was to enter the great sect of Yuanlu to cultivate. But now, there was no need for a heavenly king hall of Yuanlu to recruit disciples directly. This was great opportunities. Once one was recruited as a disciple by the great sect of Yuanlu, one would have a bright future. The cultivation environment in the great sect of Yuanlu was incomparable to the divine wilderness mainland. It was countless times better. Chapter 1191. Yuanlu Great Sect is coming to the godly ruins continent to recruit disciples. Even Xiaowan's mind was shaken, extremely shocked. However, many of the sovereigns sighed. This time, it was only for the younger generation. The older ones had no hope. However, some of the younger generation's eyes were burning with passion. May I ask, when will it start? Xianxia asked. 10 days later. We'll wait here for 10 days. 10 days later, the geniuses of the godly ruins continent who want to participate will gather here. However, I have to say that Yuanlu Great Sect's recruitment criteria is very strict. Only the top geniuses can be selected. Therefore, 10 days later, I will conduct a test. Those who pass can follow me to the godly ruins continent to participate in the selection of the divine sect. The black-clothed man said. Of course. Xianxia nodded. All right, spread the news. The black-clothed man waved his hand and boarded the warship. The people on the warship also disappeared. The warship quietly floated in the air. The battle between the imperial family and the divine army naturally came to a stop. The news about the arrival of the Divine Gate and the recruitment of disciples by the Yuanlu Great Sect spread like wildfire across the Divine Wilderness continent. Lu Ming and Xiaowan also returned to the Demon God Valley. Xiaowan, Lu Ming, Chu Luo, and the others gathered in a large hall in the Demon God Valley. When Chu Luo and the others knew the purpose of the Godly Ruins continent, they were all shocked. Lu Ming, I think this is your chance, a great chance. Xiaowan was the first to speak. Senior Xia, you want me to participate in the selection? Lu Ming said, That's right. Your talent is rare in the Godly Ruins continent. There's a great chance that you'll be selected by the Divine Sect and become a disciple of Yuanlu Great Sect. Miss Nianqing also has chance. Xiaowan said. Lu Ming frowned slightly and fell in a deep thought. To be honest, he was also very tempted. This was a great opportunity. Now, the Martial Emperor realm was no longer Lu Ming's goal. His goal was to climb to a higher realm. However, once one attained the Monarch realm on Divine Wasteland continent, it would be very difficult for one to advance any further. So, one had to leave Divine Wasteland continent if one wanted to continue advancing. However, when he became an emperor, he would have to leave for Yuanlu alone. Not only would the journey be long, but it would also not be easy for him to join a great sect. Now, it was undoubtedly a very good opportunity. However, he was still worried about Martial Monarch DE. If he did not deal with Martial Monarch DE, he would not be able to leave in peace and head to Yuanlu to cultivate. Lu Ming, are you worried about DE? As if seeing through Lu Ming's thoughts, Xiaowan asked. That's right. If I don't get rid of this person, I won't be at ease. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming, you are too short-sighted. Think about it. Even if you're chosen by the Celestial Divine Sect, you might not have to head to the Yuanlu to cultivate immediately. It is most likely possible for you to wait for a while before going. Even if you can't, once you're selected by the Divine Sect, which is a great sect in Yuanlu, there are many experts there. Any one of them can kill DE. Then, you can ask an expert to kill DE. Everything will be solved. Xiaowan said. His words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. That's right. If he really joined the Divine Sect and became their disciple, it would not be too difficult to ask the Divine Sect to send someone to kill DE. As long as he could get rid of DE, he would not have to worry about the Divine Region anymore. He could head to Yuanlu to cultivate in peace. All right, I will participate in the selection of the Divine Sect. Lu Ming thought for a while and nodded his head. Xiaoqing, what about you? Lu Ming asked Xianxia. I will go wherever you go, Xianxia said with a smile. All right, we will depart in a few days. Lu Ming nodded his head. When the news of Yuanlu's great sect recruiting disciples spread, the Divine Region was in an uproar. All the overlords stopped fighting with each other. Many young geniuses started to make their way to Earth's core lake. Geniuses from Eastern Wilderness, Southern Underworld, Western Desert, and other places gathered at Earth's core lake. Soon, the 10 days were almost up. Xiaowan brought Lu Ming, Xianxia, Tuoba Shi, and other geniuses from the northern plains to Earth's core lake. The warship from the Divine Ruins mainland was still hovering above Earth's core lake. The warship was surrounded by people. They were all experts from various factions who had brought their respective geniuses over. Of course, there were also many who were there to watch the show. It was a gathering of experts. The crowd waited quietly. Soon, the warship shone. A group of people appeared at the bow of the warship. The one leading them was the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black stepped out and flew down from the warship. Behind him were two young men. They were obviously from the younger generation. One of the two young men had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. The other had a cold and arrogant expression. He looked at the people from the Divine Region with a hint of disdain. Younger generation, come forward. The voice of the middle-aged man in black was heard. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One by one, the figures flew forward and stopped in front of the middle-aged man in black. There were more than 1,000 of them. The middle-aged man in black frowned and said coldly, those below the spiritual god realm leave. You want to participate in the selection of Yuan Lu's sex? Most of the young men looked helpless and could only step back. Suddenly, there were only a few dozen people left on the battlefield. Lu Ming looked around and realized that almost all the geniuses from the Divine Region mainland were here. Long Chun, Xian Yinjuan, Yang Patian, Lion Do, and the others. The underworld child from the Southern Sea region, the Cerberus, and the others. Other than the heartless monk and the Bodhisattva from the Western Desert, there were 5 more young geniuses from the Western Desert. It was a shocking sight. Besides, Lu Ming only saw Di Shun from the Eastern Wilderness. Obviously, other than Di Shun, the others had not stepped into the spiritual god realm. Some of them looked at Lu Ming coldly. For example, Lion Do, Wu Changkong, Di Shun, and the others. Di Shun. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the Emperor God, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He still wanted to take him down. If there was a chance, Lu Ming would kill Di Shun and collect some interest. The 2 young men behind the middle-aged man in black also sized up Lu Ming and the others. The young man with a smile still had a smile on his face. However, there was a burning flame in the eyes of the arrogant young man. He glanced at Xian Yinjuan, Xian Yinqing, Sandalwood Fairy, Jing Kongling, and the others. The flame in his eyes burned even brighter. I didn't expect there to be so many beautiful women in the Divine Region mainland. The corner of the arrogant young man's mouth curled up. His heart was burning. All right, all of you have reached the spiritual god realm. However, I still have to choose. Unless you are a top genius, ordinary geniuses will only embarrass yourselves. Now all of you stand still. I will test your bloodline. The middle-aged man in black glanced at Lu Ming and the others. Then, a disc array appeared in his hand. The disc array glowed and flew into the sky. It expanded rapidly. Chapter 1192. After being enveloped by the light pillar, Lu Ming realized that golden rings had appeared on the bodies of the others. Those were chakras. Xian Yinqing had 9 golden chakras, while Lu Ming had 8 golden chakras. The black-robed middle-aged man glanced at them and said, "All right, those with level 8 divine level bloodlines may leave. Only those with level 9 divine level bloodlines are qualified to participate in the celestial sex selection. Follow me." What? Those with level 8 divine level bloodlines are not qualified? Only those with level 9 divine level are qualified? Everyone was shocked by his words. This condition was a little too high, wasn't it? How many level 9 divine level prodigies were there in the entire divine region? A bunch of frogs in a well. Do you think level 9 divine level prodigies are great? Level 9 divine level prodigies may be the top in the small divine region. But what kind of place is the Yuan continent? The core of the Yuan realm, the celestial sect, is a major sect in the Yuan continent. The minimum requirement for recruiting disciples is level 9 divine level bloodlines. You want to join the celestial sect when you can't even meet the basic requirements. The icily arrogant young man sneered, revealing a mocking expression. His voice carried a haughty attitude. His words made many level 8 divine level prodigies pale, but they did not dare to refute him. All right, level 8 divine level prodigies leave, the black-robed middle-aged man said again. The prodigies were helpless. Di Shun, Wu Changkong, Jing Kongling, and the others all left. Looks like I don't have a chance. Lu Ming smiled helplessly at Xian Yinqing. It doesn't matter. If you don't go, I won't go either. Let's go. Xian Yinqing also smiled. Lu Ming nodded and flew out with Xian Yinqing. Wait. At that moment, a cold shout was heard. Lu Ming and Xian Yinqing turned around and saw the arrogant youth staring at Xian Yinqing. He did not hide the fiery light in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned and his eyes turned cold. You're a level 9 divine level prodigy. Why are you leaving? You don't want the creation anymore? The arrogant young man said to Xian Yinqing. If he can't meet the requirements, I'll go with him. If he can't go, I won't go either. Xian Yinqing looked at Lu Ming and said, Him? The arrogant young man looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with disdain. He's just a piece of trash at level 8 of the divine level. He doesn't even meet the requirements. Why does he have to participate? You, on the other hand, have pretty good talent. Why waste your future for a piece of trash? Come with us. These words caused Xianxia's expression to turn cold. He said coldly, "Watch your words. Let me tell you, if he's not going, I'm not going either. Also, he's not trash. Lu Ming, let's go." Xianxia pulled Lu Ming and was about to fly back. Humph! A cold snort was heard. The arrogant young man moved and appeared in front of Lu Ming and Xianxia, blocking their way. He said, "You've met the requirements and must go. This is not only related to your future, but also to our holy gate." Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, "Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost. A toad lusting after a swan's meat. Do you think you're worthy of this lady?" Lu Ming's expression turned completely cold. That person had looked at Xianxia with malicious intent from the very start, and now he was calling him trash again and again. Did he really think that he was that noble? Where did this wild dog come from? Why are you barking here? Get lost. Lu Ming's cold and disdainful voice was heard. The commotion here naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes were focused on this place. At this moment, Lu Ming's words shocked many people. This Lu Ming is really bold. How dare he scold a genius of the godly ruins continent? It's over. Lu Ming is in trouble. He's courting death. He's too arrogant. I think he's used to being arrogant in the godly wilderness continent. Some people sighed, some sneered and gloated. Kid, what did you say? As expected, the arrogant young man's eyes turned completely cold and murderous. He was a famous existence even in the godly ruins continent, where geniuses were as common as clouds. Not many people in the godly ruins continent dared to speak to him like that. Now, there was someone in the godly wilderness continent who dared to speak to him like that and call him a wild dog. He was courting death. Looks like your ears aren't working well. Wild dog, get lost. Lu Ming scolded again. Kid, you're courting death. I'll cripple you. The arrogant young man was furious. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. His aura kept rising. 2nd level spirit god, 3rd level spirit god, 4th level spirit god. Finally, it rose to the peak of the 4th level spirit god before stopping. Peak of the 4th level spirit god. Many people were shocked and looked at the arrogant young man in shock. The arrogant young man was obviously young and belonged to the younger generation. His cultivation had already reached the 4th level spirit god. It was unbelievable. Now, the top geniuses of the godly wilderness continent, such as the Underworld Child and Yang Patian, were only at the peak of the 3rd level spirit god. The only one who could be sure to be at the 4th level spirit god was Long Chun. But this young man was at the peak of the 4th level spirit god. Swoosh! The arrogant young man slapped his palm toward Lu Ming. His palm was covered in a layer of green light, and it smashed the space into pieces. Get lost. Lu Ming scolded and slapped out with his palm as well. Boom! The two palms collided, and the palm force swept out like a landslide. Then a figure staggered back 100 meters in the air with a pale face. It was the arrogant young man. He was repelled by Lu Ming with a single palm. The others were tongue-tied as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. After not seeing him for a while, Lu Ming had obviously become stronger. He could actually repel the arrogant young man with a single palm. Only Tuoba sure sneered. He knew how terrifying Lu Ming's battle strength was. You're courting death. I want you dead. The arrogant young man roared in anger. He was repelled with a single palm, and the one who repelled him was someone from the godly wilderness continent, someone he regarded as trash. He couldn't bear it. Boom! A green tree appeared above his head. There are 9 golden chakras on it, shining brightly. This person had awakened a 9th level divine realm bloodline. He was a giant genius. This made Yang Patian, the Underworld Child, and the rest look extremely solemn. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level spirit god realm, and his bloodline was also at the 9th level divine realm. His battle strength had already surpassed them. Was there really such a genius in the godly wilderness continent? Or was this person already one of the top geniuses in the godly wilderness continent? While all kinds of thoughts flashed through everyone's mind, the arrogant young man had already used bloodline fusion and turned into a green tree. The green tree was as tall as the sky and as big as a mountain. A terrifying aura bloomed, and green light shot toward Lu Ming to suppress him. So strong, really so strong. With this kind of battle strength, an ordinary 6th-level spirit god would die for sure, and a 7th-level spirit god would be heavily injured. Let's see how Lu Ming blocks it. The arrogant young man's strength shocked many people. Even Emperor Realm experts were moved. Chapter 1193. Shatter. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 8 streams of dragon force erupted from his body as he threw a punch at the greenwood. Boom! Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on the greenwood. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the greenwood exploded and turned into green energy that dissipated into the air. The figure of the arrogant youth appeared in the green light. At this moment, there was no longer any arrogance on his face. There was only disbelief, shock, and disbelief. He found it hard to believe that the strongest attack he had unleashed after using bloodline fusion was defeated by Lu Ming in one move. He found it hard to believe that there was such a strong person in the divine wilderness continent. Moreover, Lu Ming's bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine realm. Not only him, but everyone else present was also shocked. Gosh, Lu Ming's combat strength has become even more terrifying. A peak level 4 spirit god was defeated by him in one move. With such combat strength, could it be that he can compete with Long Chen? Who knows? Many people were discussing. Even some of the sovereigns were shocked. Among the crowd, Long Chen's expression was solemn. He stared at Lu Ming, but he quickly regained his composure and calmness. Damn it! In Lion City, Underworld Child was someone who had a grudge against Lu Ming. While he was shocked, he also secretly gritted his teeth. Lu Ming had become stronger. They wanted to take revenge and defeat Lu Ming, but their hopes were even slimmer. Behind the black-robed middle-aged man, the smile on the youth's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Interesting. The black-robed middle-aged man was also surprised. Lu Ming looked at the arrogant youth indifferently and said, "This is your strength? This is the reason you're so arrogant? You can't even take one move from me. What a joke. You keep calling me trash. Then what are you?" His voice was indifferent and full of disdain. "Kid, you're dead." The arrogant youth's face turned red, and he roared furiously. He stared coldly at Lu Ming, wishing he could cut Lu Ming into pieces. Whoosh! Lu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the arrogant young man, like a flickering light and passing shadow. Then he slapped out. The arrogant youth was shocked. He didn't expect Lu Ming to still dare to attack. In a hurry, he tried his best to block, but how could he block? He was sent flying by Lu Ming's slap. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming flew up and used the 9 Dragons' heaven-stomping steps, taking 7 steps in a row. Each step was aimed at the arrogant young man's face. Bang! Bang! The 7 consecutive steps landed accurately on the arrogant young man's face, leaving a row of footprints on his face. The arrogant young man's body was like a meteorite crashing into the Earth's core lake. With a loud boom, the body of the arrogant young man fell into the Earth's core lake, causing thousands of ripples. His entire body could no longer be seen. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Ming really had guts. He couldn't have killed all the geniuses of the godly ruins continent, right? In the next moment, there was a fluctuation in the Earth's core lake, and the arrogant young man rushed out. At this moment, he was in an extremely sorry state. His hair was disheveled, and his body was in tatters, especially his face, which had a row of footprints on it. It was extremely clear. The corner of his mouth, the corner of his eyes, and his nostrils were constantly bleeding. It was a terrible sight to behold. Arg! Arg! Bastard! I want you dead. Men! Men! Kill him for me. Kill him. The arrogant young man screamed hysterically. Enough! A cold shout was heard. It was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man spoke, causing the arrogant young man to stop. He said, "Elder, this person is too audacious. Hurry up and kill him." I said, "That's enough." The black-robed, middle-aged man frowned, and his voice turned cold. The arrogant young man's body turned cold, and he didn't dare to say another word. He has already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. Why are you still yelling? Don't you find it embarrassing? Back off. The black-robed, middle-aged man berated. The arrogant young man's face was extremely ugly. He glared at Lu Ming coldly and backed off hatefully. "What's your name?" The black-robed, middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming replied in a tone that was neither humble nor arrogant. "Lu Ming. Very well. With your cultivation and combat strength, you are qualified to participate in the Heavenly Divinity Sect's disciple selection. You can go to the Godly Ruins continent with us." The black-robed, middle-aged man said, "Elder, but his bloodline is only at level 8 Divine Realm," the arrogant young man said again. "Shut up." The black-robed, middle-aged man berated, causing the arrogant young man to shut up. Bloodline is very important to the major sects in Yuanlu. However, it isn't the only criterion to determine one's talent. Other aspects are also very important. The black-robed, middle-aged man said, "Elder, I'm sorry. I don't want to go." Lu Ming cupped his fists at the black-robed, middle-aged man and said, These words caused everyone to be stunned. Lu Ming had the opportunity to participate in the selection of the major sects in Yuanlu. However, he didn't want to go now. Even the black-robed, middle-aged man was stunned. He found it hard to believe that someone would reject such an opportunity. "Why don't you want to go?" the black-robed, middle-aged man asked. Lu Ming glanced at the arrogant young man and said, "If the Godly Ruins continent is filled with trash like you, then I don't want to go." "Huh." The black-robed, middle-aged man smiled. He understood that Lu Ming was unhappy about it. Lu Ming, the Heavenly Divinity Sect, seems to place great importance in this election. Once you are selected, you will be put in an important position. Our Divine Sect also places great importance in this election. As long as you are selected by the Heavenly Divinity Sect, the Divine Sect will reward you handsomely. The black-robed, middle-aged man looked at Lu Ming and said with a gentle smile. He was indeed stunned by Lu Ming's combat strength. It was indeed rare for a level 8 Divine Realm bloodline to have such combat strength. Besides, the black-robed, middle-aged man looked at the arrogant young man and said, "Move phone. Apologize to Lu Ming." "What? Elder, you want me to apologize to him?" "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The arrogant young man screamed. "Is that so?" The black-robed, middle-aged man looked at Mu Feng with sharp eyes. Mu Feng's face changed drastically. He gritted his teeth, and his expression changed. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stepped out. He cupped his fists at Lu Ming and said, "Lu Ming, I was wrong just now." Having said that, he turned around and walked to the side. Lu Ming smiled faintly and was too lazy to be bothered by it. "Lu Ming, what do you think?" the black-robed, middle-aged man asked. "Senior is so sincere. How can I reject it?" Lu Ming said. He had rejected the black-robed, middle-aged man because he was unhappy. However, he did not want to miss such an opportunity. "All right, the 12 of you will board the ship with us and head to the Divine Ruins mainland," the black-robed, middle-aged man announced. "Senior, please wait for a moment. I still have something to do. 10 minutes will suffice." At this moment, Lu Ming spoke again. The black-robed, middle-aged man was taken aback and said, "All right, it's fine. Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned around to look at someone. Dishun. Swoosh. Kill. Chapter 1194. The Emperor God's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Lu Ming to attack him on such an occasion. Shocked, the Emperor God activated the space will and used the instantaneous step to retreat. However, Lu Ming's palm pierced through the space. A terrifying force rushed toward the Emperor God. "Block it!" The Emperor God was shocked. He roared in his heart and used all his strength to block it. At the same time, he activated the space will to the extreme. Boom! A terrifying force gushed out. The Emperor God's body flew 1,000 meters away. He spat out blood, and his face was pale. Kill! Lu Ming stepped forward and continued to attack the Emperor God. Lu Ming. There was a long howl between heaven and earth. A dazzling golden light bloomed. A shocking sword chi appeared in the sky and slashed toward Lu Ming. It was Di. Today, all the emperors had gathered. Naturally, he was also present. However, Lu Ming's sudden attack on the Emperor God was also beyond his expectations. At this moment, his murderous intent was piercingly cold. Di, why are you interfering in the affairs of the younger generation? If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Demonic chi soared into the sky. A vast demonic light defeated Di's sword chi. Xiaowan appeared in front of Di. Xiaowan, get lost. Di shouted and attacked Xiaowan. Don't you know how to respect your seniors? Xiaowan smiled faintly and fought with Di. Lu Ming did not stop. He used his extreme speed and quickly approached the Emperor God. The Emperor God frantically activated the space will to escape. Seal, Lu Ming said indifferently. He used the 9 seals of the God's Gate. 2 doors of seals appeared on the left and right sides of the Emperor God. They emitted a dazzling light and suppressed the Emperor God. The Emperor God suddenly felt that the space around him was like a swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Space chaos. The Emperor God's eyes turned red. He roared crazily and used a self-harming method to escape from behind. However, he was in despair. At this moment, another door of seals appeared behind him and enveloped him. 3 sealing gates. After this period of cultivation, Lu Ming of Divine Gate 9 seals had also made a breakthrough, allowing him to condense 3 sealing gates. No! Di Shun screamed in horror. He could not escape. Lu Ming slowly walked up and punched the Dantian of the Monarch God. A terrifying power surged into the Monarch God's Dantian and penetrated it, causing the Monarch God to vomit blood. Stop! Di Shun's angry voice came from above. Stop? Ha! Why didn't you stop when you want to kill me? Lu Ming laughed and swung his hand down like a blade, cutting the Monarch God's head into 2 halves. Di Shun, who stood at the top of the younger generation in the Eastern Wilderness and ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents, was dead. Boom! In the sky, there was a huge explosion. Di and Xiaowan had exchanged a blow. The 2 of them retreated far away and did not continue fighting. Di's gaze was very cold as he looked at Lu Ming. His murderous intent was so thick that it could not dissipate. Lu Ming sneered and looked at Di. Didn't Di rely on his high cultivation to take him down and rob him of the 9 dragons bloodline? Then he would kill his strongest descendant now and collect some interest. Haha, Lu Ming, good job killing him. That's how a man should be. Take revenge. Xiaowan laughed, making the Imperial CF family members' faces turn ugly. Di, I'll kill Di Shun today. I'll kill you in the future. Lu Ming said. His voice spread out like a storm. The people of the Divine Region were shocked. Just now, Xiaowan and Di had fought for a short time. The combat strength displayed was amazing, far exceeding that of an ordinary emperor. However, Lu Ming's courage was even more amazing. He said that he would kill Di in the future. Di was so powerful. How could Lu Ming be so confident? I'll be waiting, Di said coldly. He glanced at Xiaowan and the people of the Divine Region. Then he turned around and disappeared with a step. Interesting. The middle-aged man in black whispered. He was even more interested. Senior, I'm done with my business. Lu Ming came to the middle-aged man in black and cupped his fists. The middle-aged man in black nodded. Senior, I have a question. At that moment, a voice was heard. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Long Chun. What's the matter? Ask away. The middle-aged man in black said, Senior, if I'm selected by the Yuanlu sect and recruited as a disciple, do I have to go to Yuanlu immediately? If I want to return to the Divine Region to settle some personal matters, I need some time. Do you allow me to do so? Long Chen asked. The others had the same expression, including Lu Ming. That was the question he wanted to ask. Ha, you're dreaming. Who do you think you are? The Yuanlu sect will select you? I'm just giving you a chance to go. However, the chances are slim. Don't overestimate yourself. Before the middle-aged man in black could answer, Mu Feng sneered and looked at Long Chen disdainfully. Long Chen glanced at Mu Feng indifferently. Then, he ignored him and continued to look at the middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man in black frowned. Apparently, he did not like Mu Feng's temper. He glanced at Mu Feng coldly, and Mu Feng's expression changed again. He shut his mouth obediently. The Yuan Lu sect is naturally reasonable. They will definitely allow you to do so. After all, you have to settle your personal matters before going to Yuan Lu. Then, you can focus on your cultivation. The middle-aged man in black said and gave a definite answer. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Even if he was selected by the Yuan Lu sect, he would have to return to settle some matters. First of all, he would not be at ease if he did not settle the E. In addition, his second body was still cultivating in the Sacred Mansion Secret Land. When he went to Yuan Lu in the future, he would have to bring his second body along. Do you have any other questions? Ask all at once, so that you won't have any doubts. The middle-aged man in black said. Everyone shook their heads to show that they did not have any more questions. All right, since you don't have any more questions, get on the ship, the middle-aged man in black said. Then, he turned around and flew onto the warship. Lu Ming and the rest of the 12 people also flew onto the warship. The warship was huge and extremely wide. The deck was a few thousand meters long and wide. Behind the deck, there was a large door. Inside the door were some houses. Mu Feng glanced coldly at Lu Ming and the rest, especially at Xianxia and Xianxia. He snorted coldly and took the lead to walk into the door. Brother Lu, I'm Yichuan. At that moment, a young man came before Lu Ming and cupped his fists. Lu Ming recognized him. He was one of the two young men behind the middle-aged man in black. He had a smile on his face and looked very gentle. Brother Yi, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. Haha, it's nothing serious. I admire Brother Lu's combat strength, so I want to make friends with you. Yichuan said with a smile. Brother Yi, you're too polite. How can my insignificant skills be compared with the supreme talents of the Divine Ruins continent? Lu Ming said politely. Chapter 1195. Oh, thank you for your reminder, Brother Yi. Lu Ming clasped his fists. Haha, you're welcome. Brother Lu and Miss, this way please. This ship is not small. There's something else inside. Let me show you around. Yichuan said with a smile. Since Yichuan was so enthusiastic, Lu Ming could not refuse. He and Xianxia followed Yichuan through the door. Of course, Tuoba sure had been following behind Lu Ming. Now that the 100 Beast tribe had surrendered to Lu Ming and Tuoba sure had been defeated by Lu Ming in one move, he admired Lu Ming very much. Thus, he became Lu Ming's subordinate and stayed by Lu Ming's side. The warship was really big. It had everything, including living rooms, cultivation rooms, alchemy rooms, and weapon forging rooms. There was even a restaurant where they could order food and drinks. However, they had to pay with origin stones. Yichuan brought Lu Ming and the others around, which was an eye-opener for Lu Ming and the others. In the end, Lu Ming and the others randomly chose a room to stay in. Although the speed of the ship was extremely fast, the distance between the Divine Wilderness continent and the Divine Ruins continent was too far. Even with the ship, it would take a month to fly. Therefore, they would have to spend the time on the ship. Rumble. The hull of the ship shook slightly. The ship started and flew towards the north at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared above the Earth's core lake. After the ship started flying, it completely stabilized as if it was on flat ground. Lu Ming walked into the room and closed his eyes to rest. Half a day later, Lu Ming and Xianxia went to the restaurant to eat. When they arrived at the restaurant, they saw a few familiar faces. Lion Capital and Kong Lin were sitting at a table. When they saw Lu Ming, their eyes flashed with deep fear. Previously, Lu Ming had defeated Mu Feng in one move. His combat strength had shocked them. In addition, Lu Ming also saw Long Chen sitting alone at a table, slowly drinking wine. At another table, Lu Ming saw two bald heads. It was Moonless and Monk Wuliang. At this moment, Moonless was slowly sipping his tea, while Monk Wuliang picked up a large piece of demonic beast meat and chewed on it. His mouth was filled with oil. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia, Monk Wuliang called out, "Almsgiver Lu, Monsieur, come. This way, please, my treat." "Grandmaster, please go ahead. I won't disturb you any further." Lu Ming smiled and walked to the side with Xianxia. On the other side of the table, a beautiful woman in white sat alone. She was Xianxia. Seeing Lu Ming and Xianxia, Xianxia's cold eyes landed on Xianxia. He coldly said, "When we return to the divine wilderness continent, I will personally capture you and suppress you in the 9 underworlds. You? Don't worry. There's no need to return to the divine wilderness. In the divine ruins, I will trample you under my feet." Xianxia spoke, tit for tat. With that, she pulled Lu Ming and walked to a table at the side, ignoring Xianxia. At the entrance of the passage, Mu Feng saw this scene. So these two beautiful women who look almost the same are not in the same group. It seems like they have a grudge. Then I'll take down the white-clothed woman first. As for Lu Ming and the black-clothed woman, when we return to the divine ruins continent, humph. Mu Feng coldly snorted. Xianxia and Xianxia, this pair of sisters, were peerless beauties. However, their temperaments were different. It really moved Mu Feng's heart and made his heart burn. Originally, when he saw Xianxia and Lu Ming walking so close, he thought that Xianxia was also in the same group as Lu Ming. He was afraid of Lu Ming and did not dare to make a move. However, now that he saw that Xianxia and Lu Ming were not in the same group, his heart immediately became active. Revealing a smile that he thought was charming, Mu Feng walked towards Xianxia. He came to Xianxia's table and said, "Miss, may I sit here?" Xianxia coldly glanced at Mu Feng, but did not say anything. Mu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he sat down and said, "My name is Mu Feng. I believe that Miss should have heard of me before. There are many things that Miss needs to pay attention to when you go to the Divine Ruins continent. This is because the Divine Ruins is not like the Divine Wilderness. The Divine Wilderness is a small place, but there are many experts and geniuses in the Divine Ruins." Mu Feng's tone revealed a trace of arrogance. It was as if he was saying, "You people from a small place have to pay more attention when you go to a big place. But it doesn't matter. I can give you some advice." In Mu Feng's heart, the fact that he could tell Xianxia these things already showed that he was taking care of her. Scram! A cold voice came out of Xianxia's mouth and spread throughout the restaurant. Mu Feng's words came to an abrupt end. Then, a cold light burst out from his eyes as he said, "Miss, what are you talking about?" "Scram! Can't you hear me?" Xianxia said coldly. There was a trace of disgust in her eyes as she looked at Mu Feng. "How dare you, you bitch! I kindly reminded you, but you don't know how to appreciate my kindness. You dared to insult me. Now kneel down and apologize." Mu Feng's face was incomparably gloomy as he coldly berated. His heart was filled with anger. In the beginning, it was Lu Ming who dared to injure him. His stomach was filled with anger. Now, even a Xianxia dared to berate him. Who did she think he was? Xianxia glanced at Mu Feng with disdain, then stood up and turned to leave. Since Mu Feng shamelessly refused to leave, she could only leave. "Bitch, if you want to leave, kneel down and admit your mistake. Be my servant for 3 years." Mu Feng coldly shouted as he sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. Xianxia turned around and sent out a palm strike. Bang! When the two palms collided, Xianxia's body trembled, and she took 5 steps back. However, Mu Feng also took 3 steps back. 4th level Spirit God. You have some ability. However, you just broke through to the 4th level Spirit God. It's still too early for you to fight me. Mu Feng's face changed at first. Clearly, he didn't expect that an expert like Lu Ming would appear in a mere divine wilderness continent. Now, this woman's cultivation was actually so profound, reaching the 4th level Spirit God. But immediately, Mu Feng's face turned colder and the fiery light in his eyes blazed even more. Whoosh! Whoosh! Mu Feng's palm strike continuously enveloped Xianxia. Whoosh! At this moment, A wine cup broke through the void and flew towards Mu Feng's face. The wine cup carried a terrifying gale that disrupted Mu Feng's palm strike. "Who is it? You're courting death." Mu Feng smashed the wine cup with a palm strike. His cold gaze swept across the scene and finally landed on Long Chen. The wine cup had just flown out from Long Chen's hand. "Kid, it's you." Mu Feng stared coldly at Long Chen. "Let her go," Long Chen said calmly. "Aha, kid, who do you think you are? You're overestimating yourself. I'll cripple you right now and see what you're capable of." Mu Feng coldly shouted. Rage soared in his heart. These trash from the divine wilderness continent actually didn't put him in their eyes. They were simply hateful and deserved to die. Did they really think he was a pushover? First it was Lu Ming, then it was Xian Yinjuan, and now it was Long Chen. Chapter 1196. With his talent, although he was also a genius in the Divine Ruins continent, he was not considered the top. His status was very awkward, so he applied to come to the Divine Wilderness continent. He originally thought that he could be awe-inspiring in the Divine Wilderness continent and suppress all the so-called geniuses under his feet. In his imagination, wouldn't the country bumpkins of the Divine Wilderness continent try to curry favor with him? Some of them would even throw themselves at him. However, the reality was far from what he had imagined. In the beginning, he was beaten up badly by Lu Ming. However, the elder seemed to value Lu Ming's talent and asked him to apologize. Now, Xian Yinjuan and Long Chen were the same. He wanted to make a move. He wanted to cripple Long Chen as an example, so that the others in the Divine Wilderness continent would be afraid of him and Xian Yinjuan would obediently throw herself at him. He strode towards Long Chen. On the side, Lu Ming, Xian Yinxing, and scrupulous monk, Lion Do, and the others watched with interest. Long Chen was now engaged to Xian Yinlin, and Xian Yinjuan was Xian Yinlin's sister. If Xian Yinjuan was in trouble, Long Chen would naturally not sit idly by. They were curious that Mu Feng wanted to fight Long Chen. They did not know if Mu Feng could test Long Chen's strength. Swoosh! Mu Feng was very direct. He directly attacked Long Chen with his palm. The wind from his palm whistled, and the energy surged in the restaurant. Nonetheless, this was the interior of the cross-sea spaceship. The entire spaceship was made of an extremely hard metal, and its entire body was engraved with inscriptions. Even a ruler would not be able to easily destroy it, so it could naturally block the force. "Get lost!" Long Chen sat still and slapped out with his palm. Bang! When the palms collided, Mu Feng's body was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. As for Long Chen, he was still sitting there, motionless. "Damn it!" Mu Feng roared, his face flushed red. The aura on his body became more violent, and the bloodline on his head appeared. He shouted and attacked Long Chen again. Apart from the fact that he didn't use bloodline fusion, this was his strongest move. He did not believe it. He did not believe that the people of the Divine Wilderness continent were so strong. Long Chen stood up. One of his arms suddenly became thicker. It was twice as thick as usual. He threw a punch. This punch smashed through all of Mu Feng's attacks and landed on Mu Feng's palm. Gotcha! Mu Feng's palm was completely deformed. He screamed as his body flew far away like a kite with its string cut. He slammed heavily into the wall and coughed up blood. At the side, Monk Wuliang, Shurdo, and the others narrowed their eyes and looked at Long Chen with solemn eyes. Long Chen's combat strength has become stronger again. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was the same move that Xianxia had used to defeat Tuoba Sherbak in the Holy City, and now he had defeated Mu Feng with a single move. Other than the people from the Divine Wilderness continent, the people from the Divine Ruins continent were even more shocked. Looks like the Divine Wilderness continent has produced a few outstanding geniuses. Some people from the Godly Ruins continent side. Scram! Long Chen's gaze landed on Mu Feng. Mu Feng struggled to get up. His eyes were about to spit fire. He was aggrieved. He originally thought that he could show off in the Divine Wilderness continent, but he did not expect to be beaten up again and again. You guys wait for me." Mu Feng left behind a ruthless sentence and retreated dejectedly. Long Chen continued to sit down and drink. The scene returned to calm. "Lu Ming, if you go against Long Chen, Are you confident? Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. I don't know. Lu Ming shook his head and said, I know too little about Long Chun. I don't know what his bloodline is. I don't even know his specific cultivation. It's difficult to measure it. Looks like you have an opponent, Xianxia said with a smile. Don't worry. In the future, I will suppress all my enemies. The man you like will be invincible, Lu Ming said with a smile. He was full of confidence. How could he be so confident? When his 9 dragons bloodline and the prison-suppressing steel bloodline both reached level 9 of the divine realm, his combat strength would increase greatly. He would be invincible against those of the same level. Shameless. Xianxia blushed slightly and rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. However, his eyes were filled with a happy smile. After eating and drinking for a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia paid the bill and left. After walking around the ship for a while, they came to the deck. Outside, the wind was howling. With the speed of the cross-sea ship, the wind formed by breaking through space was terrifyingly powerful. As long as anyone below the spirit god realm came to the deck, they would be crushed into pieces by the storm. Lu Ming and Xianxia emitted their true essence to block the storm. They looked around. What entered their eyes was an endless ocean. On the ocean, the wind howled. Under the ocean, the waves were thousands of layers and tens of thousands of meters high. The scene was spectacular. Lu Ming and Xianxia held hands and looked at this spectacular scene together. A month's time was very short for cultivators. It passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, they arrived at the Godly Ruins continent and entered the territory of the Godly Ruins continent. The geniuses of the Godly Wilderness continent gathered on the deck and looked at the magnificent mountains and rivers below. What rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. The spiritual chi is mixed with rich origin chi. Tuoba sure took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. Not bad. This cultivation environment is much better than the Godly Wilderness continent. Even if an emperor cultivates here, it would be easier for him to break through. The conditions are much better than the Godly Wilderness continent. Lu Ming sensed carefully. The Godly Ruins continent not only had rich spiritual chi and origin chi, but it also seemed to be easier to comprehend the concept of heaven and earth. Cultivating in such an environment would naturally be faster, and there would be more experts. It's said that the Godly Ruins continent is still worlds apart from the Yuanlu. I wonder what the cultivation environment of a Yuanlu is like. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. The warship flew quickly in the air, and endless mountains and rivers passed by below. After another 2 days, a vast ancient city appeared in front of them. Everyone, that ancient city is where the South God Palace of the God Sect is located. You will be staying in the South God Palace for the next 3 months, the black-robed middle-aged man said. For the Celestial God Sect selection of disciples, I will briefly explain the process and the situation of the Godly Ruins continent. The God Sect reigns supreme in the Godly Ruins continent. The God Sect is divided into the North, South, East, and West God Palaces. However, the 4 great God Palaces each govern a region and have been governed separately for countless years. Therefore, although the 4 great God Palaces belong to the God Sect, they can be considered as 4 forces. They compete with each other and even fight. The Godly Ruins continent has a total of 42 continents called the Godly Ruins Continent Group. The 4 great God Palaces are in charge of one direction. The Godly Wilderness continent is in the south of the Godly Ruins continent and belongs to the South God Palace. There are a total of 9 continents. When the geniuses of the 9 continents gather, we will head to the ancient city of the Godly Ruins in 3 months. Chapter 1197. Everyone nodded. So that was how it was. As for the geniuses of the Divine Wilderness continent, they were secretly shocked. There were actually a total of 42 continents around the Divine Wilderness continent. The vast Divine Wilderness continent was actually just one of them. It was truly shocking. It was said that there were many such continents in the entire Yuan realm. It was simply impossible to count. No one knew how big the Yuan realm was. All right, I'll tell you all this first. As for the details of the celestial sect's election of disciples, I'll tell you all when the 9 continents gather. Now, we need to fly into the southern divine palace. After the black-robed man finished speaking, he stepped out and flew out of the sea-crossing ship. Mu Feng, Yi Chuan, and some other people from the divine wilderness continent, including Lu Ming and the rest, flew out to look at the sea-crossing ship. Then, the sea-crossing ship turned around and flew in another direction. They stepped into the air and flew towards the southern divine palace. The ancient city in front of them belonged to the southern divine palace. It was very vast, and there were countless people living inside. When the powerhouses guarding the ancient city saw the black-robed man, they bowed respectfully. They entered the ancient city without any obstructions. The ancient city was really huge. It was like a small world inside with mountains and lakes. Soon, everyone landed on a square. Wait here for a while. Soon, someone will arrange your accommodations. The black-robed man said, then rose into the air and disappeared. Beside him, Mu Feng's face was cold. He took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent a message. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Soon, 2 middle-aged, burly men flew over and landed in front of Lu Ming and the rest. You must be the prodigies from the divine wilderness continent. Come with us. We'll arrange your accommodations. After saying that, they rose into the air. Lu Ming and the rest followed. Not far from a square, there were 2 mountain peaks. The 2 mountain peaks were connected. There were 2 peaks, one tall and one short. They were like brothers. From afar, one could see that there were courtyards built on both mountain peaks. The 2 burly men led them and flew towards the tall mountain peak. Soon, they landed on the mountain peak. The mountain peak was filled with rich spiritual chi and origin chi. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and there were spiritual beasts running around. The environment was very good. Some courtyards were built in the forest. This mountain is called the General's Peak, and that short mountain is called the Soldier's Peak. It's as if the soldiers are paying their respects to the general. A muscular man casually introduced. Lu Ming and the others looked over. Indeed, that short mountain peak was like a soldier greeting a general. From their side, they could overlook the Soldier Peak. You can choose any courtyard to stay in here. All right, we've brought you the location. Let's go. A brawny man said. Then, the 2 brawny men left the place. My hair, this little monk will choose this courtyard. Junior sister Wuxia, do you want to stay with me? Monk Wuyang chanted the name of Buddha and walked towards a courtyard. Before he left, he glanced at Moonless and asked. Moonless ignored Monk Wuyang and found another courtyard to enter. There were many courtyards here, and they could choose as they pleased. Lu Ming and Xianxia strolled around for a while. They chose a courtyard near the cliff and walked in. The courtyard was elegant, and there were several rooms that could accommodate several people. Moreover, the environment was elegant, so the 2 of them were quite satisfied. Time passed quickly, and it had been 3 days since Lu Ming and the others arrived at Southern God Palace. On this day, another spaceship arrived outside the ancient city. A group of people flew out of it. Is this the Southern God Palace of the Godly Ruins continent? Among the crowd, there were more than a dozen youths. Their eyes lit up as they looked at the ancient city in front of them excitedly. After that, they flew into the ancient city like Lu Ming and the others and landed on the square. Soon, a young man and a brawny man flew over. That young man was Mu Feng. Friends from the Godly Crocodile continent, your accommodations have been arranged. Follow us. Mu Feng said. The sky prides of the Godly Crocodile continent nodded. There were a total of 15 of them. They followed Mu Feng and the brawny man and flew in a direction. They were heading towards the direction where Lu Ming and the others were staying. However, they did not arrive at the General's Peak, but at the Soldier's Peak. They landed on the Soldier's Peak. Brother Mu, I think the scenery on that peak is better. Can we stay on that peak? A young man from the Godly Crocodile continent looked up at the General's Peak and asked, Brother Crocodile, I'm sorry. That peak is already occupied by a continent. Mu Feng said with a smile. Occupied by a continent? Which continent? Not only that young man, but the other young men from the godly crocodile continent were also shocked. The soldier's peak was obviously shorter than the general's peak. They had to look up, and it made them uncomfortable. It's the people from the godly wilderness continent. The peak where the people from the godly wilderness continent live is called the general's peak. This peak is called the soldier's peak. Mu Feng explained. General's peak? Soldier's peak? Ridiculous. Why should the people from the godly wilderness continent live on the general's peak and we live on the soldier's peak? What right does the godly wilderness continent have to live on the general's peak? I've heard of the godly wilderness continent. Legend has it that in ancient times, the godly wilderness continent was ranked far behind our godly crocodile continent. What right do they have to live there? Mu Feng's words made the sky prides of the godly crocodile continent furious. The general's peak and the soldier's peak were obvious. Didn't that mean that the godly crocodile continent were the soldiers and the godly wilderness continent were the generals? How preposterous! Everyone, this is the arrangement of the elder of Southern God Palace. Maybe the elder thinks that the sky prides from the godly wilderness continent are stronger? However, in Southern God Palace, everything is based on strength. Those who are stronger will naturally be able to live in a better place. All right, everyone, you can stay here. I'll take my leave first. After Mu Feng finished speaking, he turned and flew away with the middle-aged man. Mu Feng's lips curled into a smug smile. Godly wilderness continent, aren't you very powerful? Then I'll let you have a taste of the power of the godly crocodile continent's sky prides. Mu Feng sneered. That's right. Mu Feng had arranged the accommodations through his connections. It wasn't too difficult to arrange the accommodations. He had purposely arranged for the godly wilderness continent to live on the general's peak and the godly crocodile continent, a relatively strong continent, to live on the soldier's peak. It was to provoke the conflict between the two continents. If the godly wilderness continent didn't let him off, he wouldn't let them off either. After Mu Feng left, the sky prides of the godly crocodile continent shouted. Just now, Mu Feng said that in Southern God Palace, everything is based on strength. How dare the godly wilderness continent live on top of our godly crocodile continent? What right do they have? Since it's based on strength, then get the people from the godly wilderness continent down here. The general's peak is ours. Who's going to attack first? I'll go. I alone am enough to deal with the godly wilderness continent. Chapter 1198. For the past 3 days, Lu Ming had been cultivating in seclusion, comprehending the will of heaven and earth, and comprehending martial skills. The cultivation environment of the Divine Ruins continent was indeed better than the Divine Wilderness continent. He felt that it was easier to cultivate here than on the Divine Wilderness continent. Suddenly, a violent roar came from outside. Lu Ming opened his eyes in surprise. There were people fighting outside, but who was fighting here? Lu Ming got up, opened the door, and walked out. When he saw Xianxia walking out of his room, both of them were surprised. When they walked out of the courtyard, they saw that the sky not far away was filled with dazzling light and energy. Some people were watching from the sky. Monk Wuyang, Yang Patian, Underworld Child, Tuoba Shi, and the others were all there. On the other side, there were more than a dozen unknown young men. Lu Ming looked at the battlefield. It was Shi Du fighting with a young man in scaled armor. At this moment, Shi Du had already transformed into his original form. He was a majestic golden lion. His entire body was dazzling with golden flames dancing around him. Shi Du was stronger than when he was in the Holy City. His cultivation had also broken through to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. With a long roar, heaven and earth shook and the mountains trembled. However, Shi Du was completely at a disadvantage at this moment. The young man in scaled armor was obviously much stronger than Shi Du. His punches made Shi Du tumble in the air. What majestic lion! Not bad, quite mighty. What do you think? Be my mount in the future and follow me to eat and drink well. The young man in scaled armor mocked, making Shi Du even more furious. His roar shook the sky. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the distance, a figure flashed and flew towards them. Obviously, they were alarmed by the battle here. Many of them were young men. Lu Ming guessed that they might be geniuses from other continents or Southern God Palace's own geniuses. Hee, they're really fighting. Mu Feng sneered in the crowd. He hadn't gone far when he heard the commotion and rushed back to watch the show. Which two continents are these geniuses from? Someone asked. The Divine Wilderness Continent and the Divine Crocodile Continent. Mu Feng replied. Oh, so it's these two continents. In ancient times, the Divine Alligator Continent's ranking has always been very high. At its peak, it even made it into the top 10. On the other hand, the Divine Wilderness Continent's ranking has always been below average. I wonder how it is now. I heard that the Divine Crocodile Continent is very powerful. Although they might not be able to enter the top 10, they are not too weak. Most of the geniuses of the Divine Barren Continent are no match for them. That lion of the Divine Wilderness Continent is about to be defeated. The surrounding onlookers were discussing animatedly. Toba Shi, what happened? Lu Ming and Xianxia came to Toba Shi's side and asked. General Lu, they are from the godly Crocodile Continent. Originally, they were assigned to the Soldier's Peak. Now, they want to drive us to the Soldier's Peak. They are living in the General's Peak. Toba Shi explained. With just one sentence, Lu Ming understood. The General Peak was high and mighty, overlooking the Soldier Peak. The sky prides of the godly Crocodile Continent were proud and arrogant. How could they be looked down upon by the sky prides of other continents? Boom! In the sky, Shurdo roared madly. However, it was useless. The difference in their combat strength was too great. Shurdo's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Spirit God realm. However, his opponent's cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level of the Spirit God realm. The difference was too great. Moreover, without a doubt, those who were able to participate in the Heavenly God Sect selection must have awakened a 9th level divine bloodline. Bam! After exchanging a few more blows, Shurdo spat out a mouthful of blood and fell heavily on the ground of the General's Peak. You want to participate in the Yuan Lu Sect selection with such strength? You are overestimating yourself. The scaled youth stood in the sky and looked down at Shurdo. Shurdo roared. He was extremely sullen. However, he was not as strong as his opponent. The other people of the Divine Wilderness Continent did not look too good either. After all, they were all from the Divine Wilderness Continent. No matter what kind of conflicts they had on the Divine Wilderness Continent, they were all on the same side in the Divine Ruins Continent. The scaled youth's eyes were cold and arrogant. He continued to stare at Shurdo and said, What do you think? Be my mount. In your dreams, Shurdo roared. Then I will beat you until you become my mount. Haha, there's also a peacock with the 5 elements peacock bloodline. It is not bad. I will take it as my mount too. This trip is not bad. After saying that, the scaled youth glanced at Kong Lin and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. Then, he continued to attack Shurdo. Shurdo, I will help you. Kong Lin's expression was unsightly. He let out a long cry and turned into a 5-colored peacock. He pounced at the scaled youth. Shurdo saw the opportunity and cooperated with Kong Lin. The two of them fought against the scaled youth. Hee, what's the use of working together? The scaled youth sneered. A huge crocodile appeared above his head. 9 golden chakras shone around the crocodile. Divine Beast, Overlord Crocodile. The scaled youth performed bloodline fusion and turned into a huge Overlord Crocodile. You will be defeated. The Overlord Crocodile roared. Its tail swept out like a divine whip and hit Kong Lin. The 5 elements divine light on Kong Lin's body was shattered. He wailed and 5-colored feathers flew. His body was sent flying. At the same time, the Overlord Crocodile's palm hit Shurdo and sent him flying. Shurdo and Kong Lin were no match for the scaled youth. Trash! You can barely be my mounts. How dare you resist? The Overlord Crocodile glanced at them and said disdainfully. Then it looked at Lu Ming, Underworld Child, Yang Patian, and the rest. I will say it again. The Divine Crocodile Continent wants General Peak. If you know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, I will fight you one by one. How arrogant! Toba Shi licked his lips. He wanted to fight, But his cultivation had not broken through to the 4th-level spirit god realm. He knew that he was no match for the scaled youth. My hair. Heartless monk chanted Buddha's name and squinted his eyes. However, it was obvious that no one would leave this place easily. You don't want to get lost? Then I will fight you one by one. An ominous glint flashed in the giant crocodile's eyes as it swept its gaze over the crowd. In the end, it landed on the underworld child and said, "The next one is you. Just now, you revealed killing intent towards me. Don't think I didn't sense it. Kneel." The Overlord Crocodile was very domineering. As soon as it finished speaking, a beam of light shot out from its eyes and blasted towards Underworld Child. Underworld Child's eyes turned cold. Endless underworld chi erupted. Within the underworld chi, there were waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was extremely horrifying. A saber appeared in his hand. It was a black curved saber. Evil spirits appeared on it. They were extremely lifelike, as if they were about to crawl out. Whoosh! Underworld Child held the curved saber in his hand and slashed out, shattering the beam of light shot out by the Overlord Crocodile. At the same time, Underworld Child rose into the air and stood in front of the Overlord Crocodile. A powerful aura erupted. 4th-level spirit god realm. Obviously, Underworld Child had also made a breakthrough during this period and stepped into the 4th-level spirit god realm. "If you want to fight, I will accompany you." A cold voice came from Underworld Child's mouth. 4th-level spirit god realm. The divine wilderness continent finally has a decent figure. However, you have just broken through to the 4th-level spirit god realm. You want to fight me? You are still far from it. Chapter 1199. Bang, bang, bang. The Emperor Crocodile's 4 limbs stepped into the air, releasing rumbling sounds as it crawled towards Underworld Child. Its entire body's scales shone, and it opened its mouth to roar, appearing extremely sinister. Whoosh! A huge claw slammed down at the Underworld Child. The nether energy around the Underworld Child grew thicker as the bloodline of the Grim Reaper appeared above his head. He didn't hide anything. Facing such a powerful enemy, Underworld Child used his bloodline fusion to transform into a death god. The death god scythe swung towards the giant crocodile. Clang! The death god's scythe struck the Overlord Crocodile's claws, emitting the sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew in all directions. The death god, transformed from the Underworld Child, stepped on the void and retreated continuously. However, the giant crocodile's body trembled, and it didn't immediately give chase, so it can attack the soul directly. Unfortunately, it's not powerful enough to do anything to me. Kill! The Overlord Crocodile was a bit surprised. Its body began to glow, and it let out a furious roar as it charged toward the Underworld Child. Underworld Child's expression changed drastically. The Grim Reaper's body began to split apart. In the end, it turned into 12 Grim Reapers and surrounded the giant crocodile. The Nether Child's 12 Citadel battle formation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 Death God avatars and 12 Death God scythes slashed at the giant crocodile. Petty tricks. The great Emperor Crocodile's voice rang out. Its tail swept out, shattering space. 7 or 8 Death Gods were sent flying. The remaining Death Gods were also sent flying by the Overlord Crocodile's claws. As for the Overlord Crocodile, its body merely trembled a few times, and light spread out as if it was blocking the Death God's soul attacks. Then, as if nothing had happened, he continued to attack the Nether Child. Bang! With a flick of his tail, a Death God exploded. Next, the Overlord Crocodile opened its mouth and spat out a beam of light, destroying a Death God. In the end, the Underworld Child was no match for his opponent. After exchanging over 10 moves, he was completely suppressed. His 12 clones were being defeated one after another. Soon after, of the 12 Death Gods, only one was left. It was grabbed by the great crocodile's 2 claws and directly ripped apart. Underworld Child's true body appeared, and he frantically retreated while coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. Underworld Child was defeated, similarly not a match. He can't even withstand a single blow. It looks like the strongest in the divine wilderness is only at this level. The giant crocodile's eyes swept over Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions didn't change, but the rest of the people didn't look too good. Even Underworld Child had been defeated. The remaining ones, such as Monk Wuliang and Yang Patian, were not confident at all. Their combat strength might not be comparable to Underworld Child's. Looks like the Divine Wilderness continent is bound to lose. There aren't any outstanding geniuses. That's right. I wonder what the rank of the person who did it is in the Divine Crocodile continent. Peak LV4 Spirit God. I think his ranking in the Godly Crocodile continent wouldn't be low. The Godly Crocodile continent isn't stupid. Of course, they will send out experts. The surrounding people were discussing. Who's going to attack next? The giant crocodile continued to speak. It seemed like it really wanted to fight them one by one. Heartless Monk, Yang Patian, and the others' expressions changed, but they didn't say anything. What a bunch of trash. How about this? All of you come at me together, and I'll take care of all of you together. I'll let all of you roll off the general's peak willingly. The Emperor Crocodile opened its mouth, extremely arrogant. It actually wanted the people of the divine desolate continent to attack together. Damn it! Tabashir gritted his teeth, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that he knew he couldn't win, he would have charged forward. What's with that look? Are you not convinced? Then I'll start with you. The Emperor Crocodile glanced at Tabashir, and a cold glint flashed across its eyes. A tail covered with scales whipped towards Tabashir. Chi-chi. As the tail whipped past, the space shattered like paper. The tail carried a terrifying spatial storm as it whipped towards Tabashir. Tabashir's expression changed drastically. His cultivation was only at the peak LV3 Spirit God realm, which was one level lower than his opponent. He was no match for his opponent at all. He gritted his teeth and was about to use his full strength to resist the attack when a voice sounded. Let me do it. Bang. Lu Ming stepped forward and appeared in front of Tabashir. The dragon force in his body roared, and his true yuan boiled. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and grabbed the Emperor Crocodile's tail. How dare you grab my tail with your bare hands? Break your arms. The Emperor Crocodile's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence. However, in the next moment, its eyes flashed with astonishment. Its tail whipped heavily on Lu Ming's palm. However, Lu Ming's palm did not move an inch, and neither did his body. Instead, its tail was grabbed by Lu Ming. Huh! Lu Ming exhaled and grabbed the Emperor Crocodile's tail with both hands. It was as if he was swinging a big hammer. He swung the Emperor Crocodile's huge body up and smashed it heavily towards the mountain peak. Bang! The Emperor Crocodile's huge body smashed heavily on General Peak, causing the entire mountain to shake violently. Countless inscriptions appeared on the surface of General Peak and neutralized the terrifying force. If it was not for the protection of the inscription array, the entire General Peak would have exploded and not a single stone would be left. The remaining people from the Divine Crocodile continent were stunned. The onlookers in the distance were also stunned. They had never expected that there would be a fierce person in the Divine Wilderness continent who could swing the Emperor Crocodile's huge body like a big hammer. It's not over yet. It's coming again. Someone shouted. Sure enough, Lu Ming was not done yet. He swung the Emperor Crocodile's body and smashed it down again. Kid, let go of me. The Emperor Crocodile roared and struggled violently. However, it was useless. At that moment, Lu Ming had unleashed 8 dragons. His divine strength was invincible, and the Emperor Crocodile could not struggle at all. Boom! The Emperor Crocodile's huge body smashed down again, causing the mountain to shake nonstop. Boom! 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 Following that, loud explosions could be heard from the mountain peak. The Emperor Crocodile was repeatedly smashed on the mountain peak and let out a blood-curdling scream. The sky prides of the Divine Wilderness continent, such as the Underworld Child and Yang Patian, gasped. Especially Lion Do, who broke out in cold sweat. Lu Ming was getting stronger and stronger. How violent! They silently mourned for the Emperor Crocodile. However, they felt extremely comfortable in their hearts. Wasn't the Emperor Crocodile arrogant? Now, it's going to be a dead dog. Boom. After being smashed more than 10 times, the Emperor Crocodile could no longer maintain its bloodline fusion state and reverted back to its human form. Lu Ming kicked the Emperor Crocodile's face and sent it flying far away. A young man from the divine crocodile continent flew out and caught the Emperor Crocodile. Otherwise, no one knew where the Emperor Crocodile would have flown to. I didn't expect the divine wilderness continent to have such an expert. I really didn't expect it. Interesting. It's the divine crocodile continent's turn to have a headache. Some people were discussing in the distance. To them, no matter which side won, it had nothing to do with them. They were just there to watch the show. That kid does have some strength. However, the real experts of the divine crocodile continent have not appeared yet. Mu Feng snorted and said, Lu Ming's combat strength was within his expectations. Since Lu Ming could easily defeat him, it was normal for him to defeat a peak level 4 spirit god from the divine crocodile continent. Chapter 1200. As far as I know, there are at least 2 or 3 level 5 spiritual gods in the divine crocodile continent. Mu Feng explained with a smirk. There are at least 2 or 3 level 5 spiritual gods. Someone sucked in a cold breath. That's right. This is just the beginning. Mu Feng sneered as the sharpness in his eyes intensified. A level 5 spiritual god was much stronger than a level 4 spiritual god. At that moment, the elites of the divine crocodile continent had ugly looks on their faces. Among them, a burly young man in golden armor stepped out. His eyes were golden as he stared at Lu Ming, releasing a powerful aura. I didn't expect that there would be a decent expert in the divine region. Not bad. The young man in golden armor said coldly. If you want to fight, then do it. Cut the crap. Lu Ming said flatly. Ha ha, you're arrogant. But the young man in golden armor started to laugh, but his eyes were cold. His eyes swept past Lu Ming and landed on a courtyard in the forest. Pretending to be calm in front of the elites of the divine crocodile continent makes me uncomfortable. So, I'll take care of this guy first, then I'll take care of you. Having said that, the young man in golden armor stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. A giant golden claw formed above the courtyard and grabbed at it. He's attacking Long Chun. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and smirked. He had already noticed that Long Chun was living in the courtyard. From the very beginning, Long Chun had not appeared. He had only been cultivating in that courtyard. Obviously, the young man in golden armor had also noticed that Long Chun was cultivating in the courtyard. He was unhappy and wanted to take down Long Chun before dealing with Lu Ming. Looks like I don't have to do anything. Lu Ming muttered as he retreated to Xianxia's side. He was happy to be free. Get lost. When the giant golden claw was about to grab Long Chun, a cold shout came from the courtyard. A fist radiance flew out and smashed the giant golden claw. Swoosh! A figure stepped out from the courtyard and appeared in the air. It was Long Chun. Were you the one who attacked? Long Chun stared at the golden-armored youth. Not bad. I didn't expect your cultivation base to be whoosh. Before the golden-armored young man could finish his sentence, Long Chun's figure had already approached the golden-armored young man at an extremely fast speed. Long Chun threw a punch at him. The pressure of this punch caused the golden-armored young man's expression to change drastically. He hurriedly punched out as well. When the two fists collided, the golden-armored young man's face immediately turned the color of pig liver. With a loud bang, his body was sent flying backward. His arm was trembling nonstop, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. How dare you sneak attack me? Despicable. The young man in golden armor roared, and a giant crocodile appeared above his head. Unlike the previous person, this giant crocodile was golden, as if it was made of gold. Both of them possessed a 9th-rank divine bloodline. The golden-armored man unleashed bloodline fusion, and his aura surged violently. This person's cultivation was at the mid-fifth level of the spirit god realm, and he was slightly stronger than the scaled young man from before. The golden-armored youth transformed into a giant crocodile and charged towards Long Chun. Boom! Long Chen's aura skyrocketed, and his arms became thicker. They were twice as thick as before. That's dragon scales? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He saw scales that looked like dragon scales on Long Chen's thick arms. Could it be that Long Chen's bloodline is a type of true dragon? Lu Ming guessed. Boom! Boom! Long Chen continuously punched out with both hands. The first punch sent the golden-armored young man's tail flying. The second punch landed on the giant crocodile's head. With a loud bang, the giant crocodile's body was sent flying backward. Whoosh! Long Chen took a step forward and closed in on the giant crocodile. He raised his huge fists and continuously punched down. The fist energy broke through everything, and the giant crocodile couldn't resist. The golden-armored young man let out a miserable cry. Damn, another monster has appeared in the divine wilderness continent. He's so strong that even a fifth-level spirit god realm expert isn't his match? It seems like this person is the strongest person in the divine wilderness continent. Long Chen's battle strength made the onlookers tremble. Oof. Mu Feng's face was cold as he snorted. However, there was shock in his eyes. Long Chen was someone that he had to deal with. However, Long Chen's battle strength had exceeded his expectations. Bam! Bam! After a few punches, the golden-armored young man wailed in pain. Stop! A young man from the divine crocodile continent shouted as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight together. Don't disturb my cultivation, Long Chen scolded. Damn it, he's too arrogant. He's too arrogant. I suggest that we fight together to suppress this person. That's right, let's fight together. Long Chen's disdainful attitude made the young men from the divine crocodile continent roar in anger. They were all peerless geniuses and stood at the peak of the divine crocodile continent. Even the sovereigns didn't dare to look down on them. When had they ever been looked down upon? All of them roared and wanted to fight together. Boom! Boom! At least 7 or 8 young men from the divine crocodile continent had bloodlines above their heads. All of them had level 9 divine grade bloodlines and were giant crocodiles. Most of the people from the divine crocodile continent had inherited the bloodlines of the ancient divine crocodile, overlord crocodile, and giant crocodile. A total of 7 young men had merged their bloodlines and turned into giant crocodiles. 2 of them had powerful auras. One is a late-level 5 spiritual god, and the other is a peak-level 5 spiritual god. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw the cultivation of the young men from the divine crocodile continent. Other than them, the rest were level 4 spiritual gods. As for those with lower cultivation, they didn't fight. The 7 experts turned into giant crocodiles and pounced towards Long Chun. This time, they should be able to force Long Chun to show his strength. The other young men from the divine region, including Lu Ming, were curious as they wanted to see Long Chen's true strength. Long Chen's eyes revealed a rare trace of fighting spirit. Roar! An earth-shattering roar resounded as a giant creature appeared above Long Chen's head. It was a giant elephant that was even bigger than a mountain. However, this giant elephant was different from an ordinary elephant as it was covered with scales like a dragon's armor. There were also 9 golden chakras around the giant elephant. However, the aura emitted by the giant elephant was much stronger than the aura emitted by other level 9 god-level bloodlines. This is the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Someone has awakened the bloodline of the immemorial dragonesque elephant. A surprised voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. It was Dandan. Dandan seemed to have sensed the aura of Long Chen's bloodline as he appeared from the mountain river diagram. Immemorial dragonesque elephant? Is it a hybrid of a true dragon and a divine elephant? Lu Ming was stunned. No, the immemorial dragonesque elephant is a separate race that has nothing to do with the true dragon. It is even stronger than the true dragon because it is as famous as the 9 dragons. It is one of the top 10 battle beasts with me. Dandan explained. The immemorial dragonesque elephant is one of the top 10 battle beasts. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 1201. The strength of the bloodlines of the top 10 beasts could be seen from the Nine Dragons bloodline. The Nine Dragons bloodline was only a level 8 divine grade bloodline, but it contained 8 dragon forces. Coupled with the devouring power, its combat strength was already shocking. Moreover, the Nine Dragons bloodline's strongest point was its devouring power. It could refine all kinds of energy, even wills, to quickly increase one's cultivation and upgrade one's bloodline. The Nine Dragons bloodline played an important role in Lu Ming's current achievements. One could imagine how terrifying the primordial dragonesque elephant bloodline, which was on par with the Nine Dragons bloodline, was. The immemorial dragonesque elephant is famous for its combat strength among the top 10 beasts. It's so powerful that it can penetrate the world and suppress everything. It's amazing that this guy could awaken the immemorial dragonesque elephant bloodline. Dandon exclaimed. Roar! The dragonesque elephant roared and its aura spread out, causing the divine crocodile continent's sky prides to turn pale. Boom! Long Chun transformed into a dragonesque elephant and stepped out, stomping heavily on the golden-armored youth's giant crocodile body. The golden giant crocodile exploded, and the golden-armored youth's figure appeared. He was bleeding profusely, and blood gushed out of his mouth as he fell to the ground. Apparently, Long Chun had shown mercy and did not kill him. However, he was still severely injured. Roar! Then, the immemorial dragonesque elephant roared and swept its trunk. 3 level 4 spirit gods sky prides bloodlines collapsed, and their bodies were sent flying as they screamed in pain. Let's work together. The strongest person in the divine crocodile continent was a level 5 spirit god. He shouted and whipped his tail at the immemorial dragonesque elephant. Bang! Bang! The immemorial dragonesque elephant was actually very agile. It took 2 steps forward, and a terrifying energy burst out, blocking the opponent. At the same time, its 2 tusks glowed, and 2 rays of light shot out like 2 heavenly blades flying out. A few more heaven's favorites had their blood and bodies destroyed, and they were sent flying away while screaming in pain. Only 2 level 5 spirit gods sky prides from the divine crocodile continent were left in the sky. The immemorial dragonesque elephant stepped out, causing the sky to shake. Although the 2 sky pride from the divine crocodile continent tried their best, they could not withstand it and were completely crushed. In just a few moves, the 2 of them screamed in pain. Their bloodline power dissipated and they reverted to their human forms, and blood gushed out of their mouths as they looked at the dragonesque elephant in the sky in fear. Whoosh! The Archean dragonesque elephant shrunk, and Long Chin's body reappeared. He glanced at the geniuses of the godly crocodile continent and said coldly, "Get lost." The sky prides of the divine crocodile continent had ugly expressions on their faces. However, they did not dare to stay any longer. They brought those injured people and retreated back to the Soldier's Peak. So powerful. Who is this person? He's so powerful that even a peerless genius at the 5th level of the spirit god realm couldn't withstand a single blow. He's indeed too strong. To think that a mere divine wilderness continent would have such a person. Such fighting strength can only be found in the top 10 continents. How shocking. We have another strong opponent in the heavenly god-sect selection of disciples this time. In the distance, the geniuses from the other continents and the godly ruins continent looked at Long Chun with solemn expressions. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? Mufeng gritted his teeth and his face turned ugly. Initially, he wanted the people of the divine crocodile continent to torture the divine wilderness continent. Unexpectedly, the result was the complete opposite. Long Chin's expression was calm. He didn't say a word and directly returned to his courtyard to continue cultivating. What a weirdo. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled. How is it? Are you confident? Xianxia blinked his big eyes and looked at Lu Ming. What he meant was Lu Ming confident in defeating Long Chun? The peak of the 5th level of the spirit god realm and the ancient dragonesque elephant bloodline is indeed abnormally strong. However, when have I ever lost in a battle of the same level? Lu Ming smiled confidently. He had a rough idea of Long Chen's strength. Shameless. Xianxia curled his lips, but there was a smile on his face. The two chatted as they returned to their courtyard and continued cultivating. There were less than 3 months before the Heavenly God sex election. Everyone wanted to seize the time to cultivate and increase their strength. The stronger they were, the higher their chances of being selected. Time passed quickly, and half a month had passed. Lu Ming cultivated diligently every day and made great progress. His various intents had improved by quite a bit. However, his earth intent was still at the peak of the 4th level for the time being and had yet to reach the 4th level of the greater mastery. On the other hand, Lu Ming had actually reached the 8th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. The 8th step was equivalent to the prowess of a superior grade, divine-level martial technique. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level, he could not unleash its full prowess. However, once he executed it, its prowess would undoubtedly be stronger and Lu Ming's combat prowess would be enhanced. On this day, Lu Ming and Xianxia went out together. It had been more than half a month since they came to the Southern Divine Palace in the Godly Ruins continent. The two of them planned to walk around and experience the local customs of the Godly Ruins continent. Then, they would see if there were any treasures, spiritual herbs, or materials that they could buy, especially the materials for the Nirvana pill. Some of them were already very difficult to find in the Godly Ruins continent. However, that might not be the case in the Godly Ruins continent. Perhaps they could find some. The two of them flew out of the General's Peak and toward a bustling street. "Brother Lu, Miss Xia, what a coincidence!" A voice came from the side. "Brother Yi." Lu Ming turned and saw that it was Yichuan. "Are the two of you planning to go shopping?" Yichuan asked. "That's right. We've been here for more than half a month, and we haven't gone shopping." Lu Ming said with a smile. "Do the two of you have a place to go?" Yichuan asked. "No, we're just looking around to see if we can buy some materials and spiritual herbs." Lu Ming said, "If it's ordinary spiritual herbs and materials, you can find them in the ordinary market. If it's some rare materials and spiritual herbs, it's hard to find them in the ordinary market. I know a place where you can find some very rare materials and spiritual herbs." Yichuan said, "Oh, where is it?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Treasure Exchange Pavilion." Treasure Exchange Pavilion? Lu Ming was puzzled. As the name suggests, the Treasure Exchange Pavilion is a place where you can exchange for treasures. As long as you enter, you can take out treasures that you don't need and exchange them for treasures that you need. If someone needs them, they will naturally take them out to exchange. That way, you can get some rare treasures. Yichuan explained. "There's such a place. Let's go take a look." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. "Haha, I was going to the Treasure Exchange Pavilion anyway. Let me lead the way," Yichuan said straightforwardly. Yichuan led the way and the three of them landed on a street. They walked along the street and took a detour before arriving in front of a huge building. It was a pavilion that was incomparably spacious and occupied a large area. It had 7 floors and towered into the sky. It stood out among the other buildings. Chapter 1202. The Treasure Exchange Tower used to be a place for the older generation of experts to exchange for treasures. But recently, prodigies from all over the continent have gathered here. I heard that Xianxia has reserved this place for the younger generation of prodigies to exchange for treasures. Yichuan explained. Xianxia, Lu Ming, and Xianxia were slightly taken aback. "Haha, Xianxia is one of the 3 strongest prodigies in our Southern God Palace. She's a peerless beauty. Perhaps she's on the highest floor today. If there's a chance, we might be able to meet her." Yichuan's eyes lit up when he mentioned Xianxia. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and the 3 of them walked towards the Treasure Exchange Tower. There were 7 floors in total, and one had to pay a fee to enter. The first floor was 1,000 ores per person, and the higher the floor, the higher the price. The 3 of them paid the fee and stepped into a door made of light. Yes, The door of the treasure exchange tower was not an ordinary door. It was a portal, and entering it was a portal. After the three of them stepped into the portal, they appeared on the side of a large hall in the next moment. The hall was extremely spacious, and there were rows of tables and chairs around the hall. At this moment, there were many people sitting at the tables and chairs. There was a large empty space between the tables and chairs, and a young man was standing there with a treasure in his hand. A piece of Xianxia iron. It's a top-level 7 refining material. I'll exchange it for 3 wind god pills. Whoever has 3 wind god pills can have this piece of Xianxia iron. The young man looked around, and his voice echoed throughout the hall. I happen to have 3 wind god pills. I'll exchange it with you. After a long while, a young lady stood up, took out a jade bottle, and handed it over to the young man. The young man opened the jade bottle and looked inside. His face lit up with joy as he said, "It's really the wind god pellet. Many thanks. This piece of star iron is yours." The young man handed the Xianxia iron to the young woman, and the two of them sat down happily. The first floor is filled with people with low cultivation. It's rare to see high-quality items here. Let's go up. Yichuan said. Lu Ming nodded. He scanned with his spiritual sense and found that most of the young men on this floor were below the spiritual god realm. The three of them walked towards another door of light. The passageway between each floor required a teleportation gate. There are also people guarding the portal. The three of them handed over the oars and stepped into the portal. The layout of the second floor was exactly the same as that of the first floor. The only difference was that there were fewer people on the second floor, but their cultivation was higher than that of the first floor. In the first few floors, the three of them did not stop. Soon, they arrived at the 5th floor. Brother Yi, do you still want to continue upwards? I'll see if there's anything I need on this floor. Yichuan said, Brother Yi, please go ahead. We'll go up and take a look. Lu Ming said, the materials needed to concoct the Nirvana pill were all extremely rare. The higher the level, the higher the cultivation of the geniuses, the more likely it was to appear. Lu Ming planned to continue upwards. All right, then I wish the two of you good luck in exchanging for what you need. Yichuan cupped his fists and walked toward the hall. He sat down on a chair. Lu Ming and Xianxia continued to walk towards another door of light and arrived at the 6th floor. There were fewer people on the 6th floor. At a glance, there were only about 50 people. Each of them was a young man with a strong aura. They had the potential to be dragons and phoenixes. Obviously, they were all geniuses from different continents. After arriving at this floor, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not continue upwards. Instead, they walked towards the tables and chairs at the side of the hall. At this moment, Lu Ming noticed a few cold gazes sweeping towards them. So, they're from the almighty crocodile continent. Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He ignored the gazes of the geniuses from the almighty crocodile continent and sat down at a table. At this moment, a young man was holding a treasure in the middle of the hall. He wanted to exchange for the treasure that he needed with someone else. However, the young man asked a few times, but no one answered him. Obviously, no one had the treasure that he needed. In the end, the young man sighed and left helplessly. After the young man left, another young man stepped forward. A milky white horn appeared in his hand. This is the horn of the Holy Light Tiger. It's a level 8 material. It can be exchanged for a lower divine martial arts movement technique. Anyone who has it can have it. The young man introduced. The treasures on the 6th floor are indeed of a higher level than the ones on the lower floors. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. However, the horn of the Holy Light Tiger was not something that he and Xianxia needed. Naturally, they did not say anything. I'll exchange a movement technique with you. A young man stood up and took out a secret manual. The two of them exchanged happily. Next, the young men and women stepped forward one by one. They took out their treasures and said what they needed. Of course, not everyone could exchange for the treasures that they needed. Some people would settle for the next best thing. If someone could offer a good price, they would sell it to get some origin stones. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked around for half an hour. Unfortunately, they did not find the treasures that they needed. It seems that we have to go to the 7th floor to take a look. Lu Ming smiled bitterly at Xianxia. I have a piece of sky thunderwood. I'll exchange it for a purple smoke fruit. At this moment, a voice sounded, shocking Lu Ming. Sky thunderwood. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The sky thunderwood actually had powerful lightning energy. It was very effective in comprehending the concept of lightning. Lu Ming had comprehended the concept of lightning. If he used the sky thunderwood to comprehend the concept of lightning, he could save a lot of time. However, Lu Ming did not have a purple smoke fruit. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Fortunately, some of the people present were also tempted. However, no one said anything. Obviously, there were no purple smoke fruits. No purple smoke fruits? The young man who took out the sky thunderwood asked with a disappointed expression. Brother, can I buy it with origin stones? Someone asked. The young man who took out the sky thunderwood pondered for a while and said, Since there are no purple smoke fruits, let's buy it with origin stones. You guys bid, and the highest bidder will get it. I bid 500,000 origin stones. Immediately, someone made a bid. I bid 600,000. I bid 650,000. Soon, the price rose steadily and was called to 800,000 origin stones. The concept of lightning was one of the 9 common concepts. Naturally, there were many people who comprehended it. Therefore, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to bid. Soon, the price rose to 1 million origin stones. I bid 2 million origin stones. At this moment, a voice sounded and doubled the price. It's him, the genius of the divine crocodile continent. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He recognized the young man who suddenly increased the price. This person was the strongest person on the divine crocodile continent. He was at the peak of the 5th level spirit god realm. Half a month ago, he was easily defeated by Long Chun. At this moment, he was staring at the sky thunder wood with a burning gaze. Chapter 1203. The sudden increase of 1 million showed that the divine crocodile continent's prodigy was determined to get it. Many people chose to give in. However, there were still people who continued to bid. I'll bid 2,100,000. 2,200,000. There were still 2 people who bid, raising the price to 2,200,000. 3 million. The divine crocodile continent's prodigy opened his mouth again. He was determined to get it and raised the price to 3 million. Yiquang, since you want this sky thunderwood so much, I'll give it to you. A young man who originally bid said and withdrew from the competition. Yiquang was the name of the strongest prodigy in the divine crocodile continent. Forget it. 3 million isn't worth it. I'll keep it and buy something else. Another young man shook his head and gave up the competition. Yiquang's face showed a smile. His thunder essence had reached a bottleneck. This sky thunderwood might help him break through the bottleneck. Now that no one competed with him, he was naturally overjoyed. In this case, I'll buy this sky thunderwood. Yiquang laughed. Wait a minute. I'll bid 3,500,000. At this moment, a voice sounded, causing Yiquang to stop mid-sentence. Then, his eyes flashed sharply as he looked at the person who spoke. It's you from the divine wilderness continent. Seeing the person who spoke, the sharpness in Yiquang's eyes intensified. The one who bid was naturally Lu Ming. I'll bid 3,500,000. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, the sky thunder wood is mine. Lu Ming glanced at Yiquang and said lightly, I'll bid 4 million. Yiquang gritted his teeth. 5 million. Lu Ming directly increased the price by 1 million. Right now, Lu Ming's primordial stones were piled up like a mountain in his storage ring. He had plenty of primordial stones. He would not even bat an eyelid at the addition of 1 million primordial stones. Yiquang's face was completely gloomy. 5 million ores had already exceeded his budget. Kid, you're determined to go against me, aren't you? Yiquang stared at Lu Ming with unkind eyes. What a joke. Naturally, everyone wants treasures. You're not the only one who can use the heavenly lightning wood. I can use it too, so I naturally want it too. What does it have to do with you? If you want it, then add the raw stones. If you don't have any raw stones, then shut up. Lu Ming said calmly. Brat, don't think that just because Long Chun has appeared in the divine wilderness continent, You trash can do whatever you want. Let me tell you, if Long Chun isn't here, I can suppress you with a flip of my hand. Yi Kuang yelled angrily and completely turned hostile. During this time, Long Chen's name had also spread, so Yi Kuang knew about it. Idiot! Lu Ming pursed his lips. Everyone, there's no rule against fighting in the treasure exchange pavilion, right? Yi Kuang's voice sounded, asking others. No, there's indeed no rule against fighting in the treasure conversion pavilion. Someone spoke with the mentality of watching a good show. Well, this person deliberately provoked me and raised the price with me. I can only teach him a lesson and let him know that everyone's actions and words have to be linked to his strength. Without strength, some actions can't be done and some words can't be said. Yi Kuang got up, stepped out, and closed in on Lu Ming. His eyes were cold. Hee, it seems that Yi Kuang is furious. That brat is most likely going to be abused. Someone sneered. Indeed, Long Chun of the Divine Wilderness Continent is indeed powerful, but other than Long Chun, the rest are trash. Yet, they want to use Long Chen's name to do whatever they want. It's normal for them to be abused. Such a person will be killed sooner or later. There was a burst of discussion all around. These discussions were all heard by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was speechless. What did he use Long Chen's name to do whatever he wanted? Could it be that when he wanted to buy something at high price, it became borrowing Long Chen's name? These people were too imaginative. In fact, it was no wonder. In the past, the Divine Wilderness Continent wasn't considered strong among the continents. This time, there was an existence like Long Chun with amazing combat strength. In the eyes of others, Long Chun was a special case. The rest of the Divine Wilderness Continent were still trash. Now that a trash was so arrogant, they naturally thought that Lu Ming was borrowing Long Chen's name to do whatever he wanted. Brat, get out of here now. Give up bidding with me, and I will let you go, Yi Kuang said. After all, he was still a little afraid of Long Chun. They lived in Soldier Peak and General Peak, which were next to each other. If Long Chun found trouble with him later, he was also afraid. Lu Ming shook his head and said, Little Qing, such trash also came to participate in the Celestial Divine Sex selection. Why do I feel that our chances of winning have greatly increased? I think so too. Hey, look, this person's face has become darker than a pig's liver. Xianxia squinted his eyes and muttered along with Lu Ming. The two of them talked back and forth, directly making Yi Kuang's face turn into a pig's liver color. Courting death, I will cripple you, Yi Kuang roared. Sharp nails emerged from his claws, and his palms were covered with scales like a crocodile's claws. Moreover, there were traces of lightning on them. Swish! Yi Kuang's claw grabbed at Lu Ming's throat. It was as fast as lightning, unbelievably fast. This claw was terrifyingly powerful. Even an ordinary 7th-level spirit god martial artist would be killed by this claw. Boom! Boom! The 8 dragon forces in Lu Ming's body erupted. His arm muscles bulged, and he blasted out a punch. Boom! A muffled sound of impact rang out. Kacha! Kacha! Immediately, there was a sound of bones breaking. Yi Kuang snorted. His face changed drastically, and his body retreated wildly. In the main hall, dense inscriptions emerged on the ground, removing Yi Kuang's power. This person is so powerful. On the side, the others were shocked and a little aghast. At this moment, Yi Kuang's claws were completely deformed and twisted together. Obviously, Yi Kuang's 5 fingers were broken by Lu Ming's punch. Not only did this punch block Yi Kuang's attack, but it also broke Yi Kuang's fingers. This kind of power was amazing. You're courting death. Yi Kuang was furious. With a roar, the aura of a 5th-level spirit god erupted. At the same time, his bloodline emerged on top of his head. He transformed into a giant crocodile, flashing with lightning. However, because he was in the Treasure Redemption House, his giant crocodile had become much smaller, unlike the mountain-like ones outside. Here, the giant crocodile's body had shrunk to 10 meters long, but its power had not weakened at all. It was still terrifying. Yi Kuang roared and pounced at Lu Ming. Today, I will teach you a lesson. Lu Ming got up, and the third bloodline emerged. His hair turned blood red. Endless murderous intent shrouded Iquan. Whoosh! Chapter 1204. The sword light was like blood, filled with cold, murderous intent as it cut through the void. Pucci, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, the giant crocodile, transformed by Yi Kuang, was directly split into two halves. The giant crocodile's huge body dissipated into energy light. In the light, a figure retreated quickly with blood splattering in the air. It was Yi Kuang. At this time, his face was pale with horror. One of his arms was missing. He controlled his body to stop the bleeding and looked at Lu Ming in shock. At the scene, the other young Sky Prides also showed shock and disbelief. One sword. With just one sword, Lu Ming broke through Yi Kuang's bloodline fusion and severed one of Yi Kuang's arms. Such combat power was really amazing. The Divine Wilderness continent was too frightening. First, there was Long Chun. Now, this young man gave off an even more unfathomable feeling. Originally, they thought that the Divine Wilderness continent only produced a powerful Sky Pride like Long Chun occasionally. The others were still trash, but now they realized that they were wrong. Originally, there was no need for Lu Ming to take action. Long Chun alone was enough to deal with all the people of the Divine Crocodile continent. To borrow your own words, everyone has to pay the price for their words. Consider this an arm as a lesson for you. Now scram. Lu Ming withdrew his third bloodline, and the aura on his body became calm again. He looked at Yi Kuang and said indifferently. Yi Kuang's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to say a word. He turned around and disappeared from the teleportation array. Brother, here are 5 million raw stones to buy your Sky Thunderwood. Lu Ming took out a storage ring and walked to the young man who sold the Sky Thunderwood. Okay. Take the Sky Thunderwood. The young man was shocked and quickly handed the Sky Thunderwood to Lu Ming and kept Lu Ming's storage ring. Feeling the powerful thunder and lightning power in the Sky Thunderwood, Lu Ming smiled and returned to his seat. Little Qing, see if there's anything you need. Buy it together. Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Yes, but I need items that contain demonic aura. They might be rare. Xianxia said. The treasure exchange continued. However, they didn't see anything that Lu Ming and Xianxia needed. After a period of time, Lu Ming walked to the center of the hall, cupped his fists, and said, Everyone, this one is Lu Ming. I need 9-leaf Ganoderma, Emperor's Essence, Emperor's Bloodstone. If anyone has any of these treasures, feel free to name your price. Lu Ming will definitely find a way to achieve it. Lu Ming listed 5 materials in a row, all of which were the main materials for refining the Nirvana pill. The Nirvana pill required a total of 7 main ingredients. Now, he had already collected 2 of them, and he was still short of 5. These 5 are all extremely rare spiritual herbs and treasures. I don't have them on me. Indeed, neither do I. The surrounding young men shook their heads, indicating that they did not. After a while, seeing that everyone was shaking their heads, Lu Ming was somewhat disappointed and returned to his seat. Xiaoqing, shall we go to the top floor to take a look? Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and left with Lu Ming, walking towards the portal. This was the 6th floor, and there was another floor above it, which was the 7th floor. After stepping through the portal, the 2 of them appeared on the 7th floor. There were even fewer people on the 7th floor. There were only about 20 of them sitting around. When Lu Ming and Xianxia made their moves, pairs of eyes immediately looked towards them. However, most of them glanced at Lu Ming and ignored him. Most of them stopped at Xianxia. What a beautiful girl. I wonder which continent she's from. Her appearance is not inferior to Ji Hongqin's. Low murmurs could be heard. It's them, Lu Ming. In the crowd, there was a person with a cold gaze. It was Mu Feng. He was also here. Mu Feng, do you know them? Beside Mu Feng, there was a very handsome young man. He wore a jade crown on his head and a golden robe, looking like a noble young master. At this moment, he looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. I know them. They are the geniuses of the divine wilderness continent. The man is Lu Ming and the woman is Xianxia. Mu Feng said, Divine wilderness continent? I heard that Long Chen's combat strength is not bad. What about these two? What do you think? The noble young master said, Lu Ming's combat strength is slightly stronger than mine. The woman should be average. Mu Feng said, deliberately saying that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. That woman is not bad. I didn't expect there to be such a beauty in the divine wilderness continent. The noble young master stared at Xianxia, his gaze burning even more. If cousin wants her, why don't you accept her? Mu Feng suggested. That's good too. After the treasure auction is over, I'll send someone to bring this girl to my residence. The noble young master said. His words were filled with strong confidence, as if he had made such a decision. The two of them spoke through voice transmission, so Lu Ming could not hear them. However, Lu Ming could still feel their gazes. Mu Feng. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he walked toward the table with Xianxia. At the same time, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the entire hall. There were only 20 or so people on the 7th floor, but all of them were full of essence qi. Their bodies faintly emitted an astonishing aura. Clearly, they were all geniuses among geniuses. Among them, there were a few whose auras made Lu Ming frown, feeling a sense of danger. What caught Lu Ming's attention the most was a woman sitting at the head of the table. She was wearing a fiery red dress, like a blooming flower. She was incomparably beautiful, but there was also a heroic spirit exuding from her. It was a very strange temperament, but on her body, it did not seem abrupt. Instead, it was very harmonious, forming a different kind of beauty. She was indeed beautiful, not inferior to the 5 great beauties of the central continent. What's wrong? You can't take your eyes off of beauty. Are you tempted? Xianxing's voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Lu Ming looked at Xianxing teasingly. I'm not. Xianxing pouted. How can she be as beautiful as you? How could I be tempted? Lu Ming said softly, causing Xianxing's face to turn slightly red, and she gave Lu Ming an expression that said, At least you know what's good for you. The two of them sat to the side. At this moment, a young man took out a treasure and wanted to exchange it with the crowd. As expected of the 7th floor, the treasure that was taken out was different. It was a piece of golden mother iron, which was extremely rare. It was an excellent material for refining spirit weapons, and even Lu Ming was tempted. Unfortunately, he did not have what the other party needed. Very quickly, the young man sighed and put it away. Then his palm lit up and another piece of yellow stone appeared. This is the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Someone asked. That's right. It's the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The young man replied. Everyone knows that the ancient mine of the ruins of God might contain peerless treasures. Right now, I have 3 pieces in my hands. They were all obtained from the ruins of God. Now, I will sell these 3 pieces. The highest bidder will get them. Chapter 1205. The Ancient Mine of the Ruins of God. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he was a little curious. Previously, they had taken the cross-sea flying ship to the continent of God for a month, so they more or less had some understanding of the continent of God. The reason why the continent of God was called the continent of God was because there were several ruins of God on the continent of God. It was very dangerous inside, but it was also filled with endless treasures and mysteries, so it was called the ruins of God. Legend had it that the ruins of God originally did not exist. Countless years ago, the sky split open and countless things fell from the sky, forming the ruins of God. From the ruins of God, one could excavate a type of, or called the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The or might contain supreme treasures. Some people had cut out supreme divine weapons, some had cut out supreme secret manuals, and some had cut out the bones, blood, essence, and so on of supreme experts. They were all supreme treasures. Of course, it was more likely that there was nothing inside. For a moment, no one made a sound. Buying the ancient mine of the ruins of God was like gambling. If one bought it, they might not get anything. The chances of getting treasures from the ancient mine of the ruins of God were too small. Beside Mu Feng, there seemed to be flames dancing in the eyes of the noble young master. His eyes were fixed on one of the ancient mines of the ruins of God, as if he had sensed something. Lu Ming, I suggest you buy it, because there's something good in one of the ancient mines. It might be of some help to you. At this moment, Danden's voice sounded. After this guy entered the treasure exchange tower, he had been lying on Lu Ming's shoulder without making a sound. Now, he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. You can sense the things in the ancient mine of the ruins of God? Lu Ming was stunned. It was said that the layer of yellow or outside the ancient mine of the ruins of God was very strange. It could block the scanning of spiritual senses. If one did not cut open the ancient mine, one would not know in advance whether there was anything in the ancient mine, let alone what it was. Only in very rare cases would one be able to sense something. For example, the noble young master's bloodline was faintly beating. He felt that there was something in the ancient mine that was extremely compatible with his bloodline. That was why there was a slight reaction. This ancient mine is mine. The young master's eyes lit up as he said, I'll bet 100,000 origin stones on my luck. 100,000 primordial stones was not considered high, but it was not low either. If the 3 ancient mines were empty, the 100,000 primordial stones would have been wasted. Haha, Muju, you're rich and overbearing. 100,000 raw stones is just a drop in the ocean for you. I'm not as rich as you, so I won't bet with you. Me too. At the side, the other youths laughed. There were many ancient mines of the godly ruins in other places of the Southern Divine Palace. If they wanted to buy them, they could buy them at any time. Therefore, the others all shook their heads and did not bid. This made the corner of Mu Ju's mouth curl into a smile. If he could buy a primordial stone that contained a treasure with 100,000 primordial stones, then it would be a huge profit. His heart trembled. I bid 200,000 ores. This is the first time I've seen an ancient mine in the ruins of God. It's interesting. I'll try my luck too, Lu Ming said calmly. Lu Ming's words made Mu Ju's eyes turn cold. 300,000, Mu Ju said. Then I'll bid 500,000, Lu Ming said. This made Mu Ju's face turn even uglier. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, you're new here, so you probably don't know the market price of the ancient mines of the godly ruins. Let me tell you, it's rumored that there are peerless treasures in the ancient mines of the godly ruins. However, the chances of that are very small. 99% of the ancient mines are empty. If you buy it, you might lose out. You don't have to worry about that. Also, don't you want to buy it too? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oomph. Mu Ju snorted and continued to bid. 600,000. At this time, the other's eyes flickered. Looking at Mu Ju's expression, he seemed to want it very much. Could it be that he sensed something? Haha, I feel like I'm in luck today. I'll buy it too. I'll bid 700,000. Is that so? I feel the same way. I'll bid 800,000. I'll bid 900,000. The other youths also bid. For sky prides like them, 100,000 primordial stones was nothing. If there were really treasures in the ancient mines of the godly ruins, then they would make a fortune. Soon, the price rose to 1,500,000 primordial stones. This made Mu Ju's face turn even uglier. All of this was because of Lu Ming. If it wasn't for Lu Ming competing with him, he might be able to buy the 3 ancient mines of the godly ruins with just 100,000 primordial stones. Now, he couldn't even buy it with 2 million. Although Mu Ju didn't really care about 1 or 2 million primordial stones, he was very unhappy to have spent so many primordial stones. 2 million primordial stones. Mu Ju gritted his teeth and called out a price. This guy called out such a high price. Could it be that he really sensed something? The other's eyes flickered and continued to bid. Soon, the price rose to 3 million. Lu Ming, forget it. Although there are things in there, the value is at most 3 million. Any higher and you'll lose money, Dandan said. Lu Ming was very surprised. It seemed that Dandan could really sense the specific things inside. Otherwise, how could he even measure the price? At this point, Lu Ming stopped bidding. On the other hand, Mu and the other young men were still bidding. In the end, the price rose to 5 million primordial stones and was bought by Mu. Damn it! Mu looked coldly at Lu Ming. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. On the side, Mu Feng was ecstatic. This Lu Ming is really courting death. How dare he offend Mu? It seems that I don't need to find someone to deal with him. Mu Feng sneered in his heart. After that young man sold the ancient mines of the godly ruins, he went down. Then, another person went up and took out treasures to exchange. Some people succeeded in exchanging treasures, while others returned disappointed. After seeing the treasures taken out by several people, Xianxia and Lu Ming didn't have what they wanted. The two shook their heads in disappointment. It seemed that it wasn't easy to find what they needed. Ladies and gentlemen, I have a fire spiritual root here. I need to exchange it for a sword-shaped stone. I don't know who has a sword-shaped stone, but one is enough. Suddenly, a voice sounded. What? Fire spiritual root. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Fire spiritual root happened to be one of the main ingredients for refining nirvana pills. Finally, he found something he needed. Fire spiritual root. It's the fire spiritual root. Peng Yuan actually took out such a precious treasure. On the side, voices sounded. Fire spiritual root was a level 9 treasure. It was very rare in the world, and many people were tempted. But a sword-shaped stone? Many people frowned. A sword-shaped stone was a treasure of the same level as the fire spiritual root. It was also rare in the world. Who would have it? It's the fire spiritual root. Muju's eyes suddenly lit up, emitting a blazing light. It was incomparably hot and greedy. Chapter 1206. Peng Yuan. Must you exchange it with a sword-shaped stone? I can use other treasures or raw stones to buy it from you. Name your price. Muju stood up and stared at the fire spiritual root in Peng Yuan's hand. No, the fire spiritual root is useful to me, but I need a sword-shaped stone more. If you have one, I'll exchange it with you. If you don't, then forget it. Peng Yuan said. Peng Yuan, the fire spiritual root is useful to me. Can we talk about it? Muju did not give up and said with a fiery gaze, What does it have to do with me if it's useful to you? Peng Yuan sneered. Ew, Muju's face darkened. However, Peng Yuan was a famous sky pride in the South God Palace and had a powerful force behind him. Hence, Muju was wary of Peng Yuan. If it was someone else, he would have taken action. Who has a sword-shaped stone? If you don't, then forget it. Peng Yuan said. I have one. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. It's him. Many people were stunned. The one who spoke was Lu Ming. You have a sword-shaped stone? Peng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Lu Ming stood up and his palm glowed. A small stone sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The stone sword was the size of a palm. It was milky white, and there was a faint sword chi being emitted from it. This was a sword-shaped stone. Lu Ming also felt lucky. This sword-shaped stone was found when Xiao Wan killed the Tianwu sword sex expert, and Lu Ming was sorting through the storage rings of the Tianwu sword sex expert. When Xiao Wan killed so many experts, Lu Ming obtained a lot of good stuff and put them together. Now it came in handy. It's really a sword-shaped stone. Peng Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the stone sword in Lu Ming's hand. The sword-shaped stone was very useful to a sword cultivator. This sword-shaped stone should be enough to repay your fire spiritual root. Lu Ming said. Of course, Peng Yuan said with a smile. Wait. At this moment, Muju said coldly. He took a step forward and stopped in front of Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Kid, sell your sword-shaped stone to me. Sell it to you? I'm sorry, but my sword-shaped stone needs to be exchanged with Brother Peng for the fire spiritual root. I don't have any extra sword-shaped stones. Lu Ming said, If you don't have any extra, sell the one in your hand to me. Hurry up, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Name your price. Muju said impatiently. Lu Ming frowned and said, Don't you understand what I said? I said that I have a use for this stone. Nonsense. I don't care if you're useful or not. Sell him to me now. Do you hear me? Mu Ju coldly scolded. Huh, where did this idiot come from? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming was really speechless. This Mu Ju obviously wanted to use his sword-shaped stone to exchange for the fire's spiritual root with Pang Yuan. He didn't dare to do anything to Pang Yuan, but he dared to bully him. At the side, the others looked on indifferently and didn't say anything. Kid, what did you say? Do you know who I am? I am Mu Ju, the young master of the Mu clan, one of the top 10 clans of the Southern Divine Palace. You dare. Get lost. I don't care who you are. It's none of my business who you are. A good dog doesn't block the way. Before Mu Ju could finish his words, he was coldly scolded by Lu Ming. He forcefully swallowed his words back. You're courting death. A mere trash from the divine wilderness continent dares to be so arrogant. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Mu Ju's face was completely gloomy. His eyes were cold, and the aura on his body became violet. A layer of flame spread out from his body. At the side, the others looked on quietly, and no one stopped him. In this world, treasures could only be obtained and protected if one had the strength to do so. Whoosh! Mu Ju waved his hand, and a long whip condensed from flames lashed towards Lu Ming's face. You really think I'm a pushover? A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. His palm was like a knife as he slashed out. With a puff, the flame whip condensed by Mu Ju was cut into two. You have some ability, but you're still too inexperienced to be arrogant in front of me, Mu Ju said coldly. Boom! The aura on his body became even more violent. A terrifying pressure bloomed in the hall. The pressure was so strong that it surpassed the 5th level of the Spirit God Realm, the 6th level of the Spirit God Realm. Moreover, it was the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit God Realm. Mu Ju's cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit God Realm. He was 1 level stronger than Lu Ming. Is this the strength of the Southern Divine Palace's genius? Lu Ming's eyes moved. The Godly Ruins continent was indeed the strongest continent in the Godly Ruins continent. The Southern Divine Palace could be considered as one of the 4 strongest forces in the Divine Ruins continent. The geniuses of the Southern Divine Palace were naturally extraordinary. In the Divine Wilderness continent, a genius like Long Chun was only at the peak of the 5th level of the Spirit God Realm. The other geniuses like Xie, Nianjuan, and Underworld Child had just broken through to the 4th level of the Spirit God Realm. The difference between them was too great. Kneel down, Mu Ju snorted coldly. He struck out with his palm, condensing a huge palm print that blasted toward Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming with one palm and make him kneel on the spot. So what if you're at the 6th level of the Spirit God Realm? Lu Ming wasn't afraid at all. The dragon force in his body erupted as he threw out a punch. Boom! The terrifying fist energy bombarded the flaming hand and directly pierced through the flaming hand condensed by Mu Ju. Again, Mu Ju's eyes turned colder when he saw that his palm was destroyed by Lu Ming. Come on, it's my turn now. Lu Ming took a step forward. The ground trembled and countless inscriptions appeared. Swoosh! Lu Ming's figure instantly closed in on Lu Ming. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline appeared above his head. A wisp of energy flowed into him, causing his body to emit a bloody light. Boom! Borrowing the power of the 3rd bloodline, Lu Ming's strength surged again as he threw out a punch towards Mu Ju. A cold, murderous intent shrouded Mu Ju as a terrifying force pressed down on him. This made Mu Ju's countenance change slightly. With a roar, flames flared, and he threw a punch at Lu Ming. Boom! The 2 fists collided. Mu Ju's expression changed drastically as his body retreated a few steps. On the other hand, Lu Ming's body only swayed a little. What? Mu Ju was repelled. How is this possible? Mu Ju is at the peak of the 6th level of the Spirit God Realm. How could he be repelled? That Lu Ming is only at the 5th level of the Spirit God Realm. How could this happen? The scene was in an uproar when Mu Ju was repelled with a punch. Many people cried out in shock. Among them, there were a few young men whose eyes flickered with splendor. For example, the beautiful woman in the fiery red dress had a look of astonishment in her eyes. "Damn it, kid, I'm going to kill you." Muju roared furiously after being repelled by Lu Ming's punch. Chapter 12:07. The killing intent on Muju's body was extremely dense. The flames on his body were jumping crazily, and his bloodline emerged above his head. Muju's bloodline was a vine that was filled with flames. There were 9 golden chakras shining on the vine. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a flaming vine. A terrifying aura filled the air. "Die for me." The flaming vines waved like long whips, rolling towards Lu Ming. The blazing flames seemed to be able to burn everything. The other youths around him got up one after another. Their true essence shone on their body. An intent revolved around them to resist the remaining power of the flames. Bang! Lu Ming used the suppressing hell art and struck out a palm. It hit one of the vines and made a dull collision sound. Lu Ming felt a gush of scorching flames spreading toward him. His palms felt slightly numb. To be honest, Muju was very strong. A 9th-level divine ranked bloodline and a peak 6th-level spirit god realm cultivation base. His battle strength was extremely terrifying, much stronger than Iquan. Swish! 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 The flaming vines kept waving and whipping towards Lu Ming. This kind of vine could crack the earth with a single strike. Its power was terrifying. Lu Ming's 5-colored intent enveloped his body. The suppressing hell art's power was getting stronger and stronger. He struck out palm after palm. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's palm kept colliding with the flaming vines. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than a dozen moves. The two of them were evenly matched. This had already shocked the others. So strong. This Lu Ming is so strong. It's unbelievable that he can fight Muju above his level. It's indeed unbelievable. The divine wilderness continent is amazing. The rest of the people exclaimed. Their gazes toward Lu Ming were filled with fear. They had all awakened 9th-level divine, ranked bloodline, and stood at the peak of all the prodigies. Their battle strength was unparalleled, and fighting above their level was as common as eating rice. For prodigies like them, it was almost impossible for others to fight above their level. Among prodigies with 9th-level divine ranked bloodline, who would be weaker than the other? But now, Muju, who had reached the peak 6th-level spirit god realm, was fighting above his level. And the person who fought above his level was from the divine wilderness continent, which wasn't very famous. "Ah, die, die." Muju howled madly. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, but he still couldn't take down Lu Ming. This made him extremely angry. If news of this got out, his reputation would definitely take a huge hit. What was a genius? Geniuses needed to surpass levels to defeat others and not be defeated by others. If one was defeated by others, what kind of genius was that? He was bound to become a joke. He was furious. He wanted nothing more than to grind Lu Ming's bones to dust. He launched an even more violent attack. What are you shouting for? Would shouting louder increase one's combat strength? Peak of the 6th level of the spirit god realm. Just this bit of combat strength is really disappointing. It's time to end this. Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. Roar! The 9 dragons' bloodlines appeared above his head. That's his bloodline. It seems to be the legendary 9 dragons' bloodline, but it's only at level 8 of the divine realm. Only at level 8 of the divine realm. As soon as Lu Ming's bloodline appeared, it caused another uproar. Lu Ming turned into 9 dragons, opened his mouth and roared. His devouring power enveloped Muju, causing the flaming vines to tremble. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons stepped forward and executed the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping step. The violent power bombarded the flaming vines. After a few consecutive explosions, 3 of the flaming vines exploded into pieces. The 9 dragons let out a long roar, and each of their claws grabbed a flaming vine. With a forceful tear, the 9 flaming vines were all torn apart and turned into flames. Bang! The divine dragon swung its tail. The 9 dragons' tails executed the hell-suppressing heavenly art and whipped the main position of the flaming vines. The roots of the flaming vines were directly sent flying and heavily crashed into the wall. Boom! Countless inscriptions flickered on the wall, but it still shook violently. Mu Ju let out a miserable scream. He was completely suppressed, completely crushed. After Lu Ming executed the bloodline fusion, he completely crushed Mu Ju. Swish! The 9 dragons twisted their bodies and instantly appeared in front of Mu Ju. Their dragon claws clawed out continuously. The rumbling sound was unceasing, and Mu Ju's miserable scream was also heard, causing many people to shiver. After a dozen consecutive moves, Mu Ju finally couldn't resist anymore. His bloodline collapsed, and he reverted to his original form. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was vomiting blood. His body was covered in injuries and looked extremely miserable. In the crowd, Mu Feng's face was pale without a trace of blood. Mu Ju, who had reached the peak of the 6th-level spirit god realm, was defeated. He never dreamed that he would be defeated so miserably. He originally thought that he could borrow Mu Ju's hand to cripple Lu Ming and take revenge for the day he was beaten up by Lu Ming. He never thought that such a powerful Mu Ju would follow in his footsteps. "Bastard, you dare to hit me? You're dead." Mu Ju roared furiously. He hated Lu Ming to the bone. After today, Mu Ju, would definitely become the laughing stock of the Southern Divine Palace. The 9 dragons shrunk, and Lu Ming reverted to his human form. His eyes were cold as he kicked Mu Ju's face. Mu Ju screamed as his head heavily hit the wall. His face was deformed. "How dare you threaten me? Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" The killing intent on Lu Ming's body was so intense that it chilled Mu Ju's heart. Damn it! Damn it! Mu Ju roared furiously in his heart, but he didn't dare to say another word. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered and his eyes were blood-red. That killing intent was too intense and cold. He really suspected that Lu Ming would kill him if he said another word. He reached out and sucked. His vital essence swirled, and the storage ring in Mu Ju's hand flew toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed it. "Take this storage ring as your punishment. It's compensation for my mental trauma." Lu Ming slowly kept Mu Ju's storage ring. "You can't do this." Mu Ju wailed. Mu Ju wailed. That storage ring was all of his savings. Also, what mental damage compensation? Speaking of compensation, shouldn't he be the one who should be compensated? Why was he beaten so badly? "Do you want to die?" Lu Ming's blood-red eyes narrowed. Mu Ju didn't dare to utter a word. However, his body was trembling slightly due to anger. "Get lost," Lu Ming said faintly as he turned around and left. If this happened in the Divine Desolate Continent, he would have been slapped to death by Lu Ming. However, this was the Divine Ruins Continent after all. Lu Ming had just arrived here, so he was merciful. Mu Ju glared at Lu Ming with hatred. He staggered to his feet and walked towards the portal. "Cousin, wait for me." Mu Feng's legs were trembling in fear. He quickly followed Mu Ju and left this place. "Brother Pang, here's the sword-shaped stone you wanted." Lu Ming walked towards Pang Yuan and passed the sword-shaped stone to him. "Ha ha, Brother Lu's combat strength is really admirable." Mu Ju, that arrogant and despotic fellow, finally kicked an iron plate today. Pang Yuan laughed and passed the fire spiritual root to Lu Ming. "Brother Pang, you're too polite," Lu Ming said. Both of them were happy with their gains. Interesting. Chapter 12:08. The auction continued. Following this, the others went up and took out their treasures. "I have 2 ancient mines of the godly ruins, too. I'm not sure if anyone needs them." A while later, another young man went up and took out 2 yellow ancient mines of the godly ruins. Xianxia raised his eyebrows when the young man took out the 2 ancient mines of the godly ruins. "Lu Ming, I can sense something in one of the mines." Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. "Xiaoqing, you can sense it?" Lu Ming was surprised. "Lu Ming, there is indeed something in one of the mines that is suitable for the girl. That's why she sensed it. However, it's not too valuable." Dandin transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded and decided to buy it. Just like before, buying the ancient mines of the godly ruins was like a gamble. Almost no one bid. I'm quite curious about the ancient mines of the godly ruins since it's my first time here. I'll buy these 2 ancient mines for 100,000 primal stones and study them. Lu Ming said casually. It seemed like he had bought the 2 ancient mines purely out of curiosity. After Lu Ming spoke, no one else spoke. The young man was slightly depressed. The previous 3 ancient mines of the godly ruins had been sold for 5 million primal stones, but his 2 ancient mines were only sold for 100,000 primal stones. After waiting for a while, seeing that no one else was bidding, he had no choice but to sell them to Lu Ming for 100,000 primal stones. Lu Ming handed the primal stones to the young man and kept the 2 ancient mines, but he did not go down. Instead, he scanned the crowd and said, Lu Ming would like to buy the Royal Bloodstone, 9-leaf Gynoderma, Earth Emperor Essence, and Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass. If you have these materials, feel free to state your conditions. Lu Ming will try his best to fulfill them. Royal Bloodstone, Earth Emperor Essence, the others were startled. These 4 materials are extremely valuable. Their value is comparable to the fire spiritual root. In fact, the Star Anise Mysterious Ice Grass is even more valuable. That's right, I've only heard of these 4 herbs and materials, but I've never seen them before. The others discussed among themselves. Almost all of them shook their heads, indicating that they did not. Royal Bloodstone, I have one. Right at this moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he looked towards the source of the sound. The one who spoke was the stunning woman in the fiery red dress. It's Xianxia, someone whispered. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This woman was indeed Xianxia. Each one had mentioned one of the 3 strongest prodigies of a younger generation of Southern God Palace. Miss Ji, you have the Royal Bloodstone? Lu Ming looked expectant. Xianxia's palm glowed, and a dark red stone appeared. This stone looked like a blood-red jade, but strangely, there was a pleasant fragrance coming from it. It really is the Royal Bloodstone. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Miss Ji, what treasure do you need to exchange Royal Bloodstones for? See if I have it on me. If I don't, I'll definitely think of a way to get it. Lu Ming said, Brother Lu, this is your first time in the ruins of God. Since you're a guest, I don't need to exchange for any treasure. Brother Lu can buy it with origin stones. 30 million origin stones it is. Xianxia said. 30 million? Lu Ming was slightly taken aback. It was not because it was too expensive, but because it was too cheap. A rare treasure like the Royal Bloodstone belonged to the top of level 9. It was rare in the world, and its real price was definitely more than 30 million. Miss G, 30 million origin stones is a great bargain for me. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, you're a guest. Just treat it as a friend. Xianxia smiled and was very forthright. Everyone knew that Xianxia's attitude was because of Lu Ming's strength. If Lu Ming's battle strength was weak, Xianxia would not have bothered with him. However, Lu Ming's strength had attracted Xianxia's attention, which was why he wanted to befriend him. Thank you, Miss Ji. Lu Ming was not a shy person. He took out a storage ring, put 30 million origin stones in it, and handed it to Xianxia. Xianxia handed the Royal Bloodstone to Lu Ming. After putting away the Royal Bloodstone, Lu Ming returned to his seat in a good mood. Today's harvest was not bad. Next, more people took out treasures to exchange, but Xianxia and Lu Ming were not interested. After looking for a while, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood up and left. They went to the 5th floor and said goodbye to Yichuan. They left the treasure exchange building and returned to their residence in the General Peak. In the room, Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain river diagram and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. An ancient mine of the ruins of God floated between the 2 of them. This was the one that Xianxia could sense. Lu Ming's true essence condensed into a true essence blade and slashed at the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The ancient mine of the ruins of God was very hard, even harder than many metals. However, it was easily cut open by Lu Ming's true essence blade. Suddenly, a wisp of black demonic chi spread out. There's really something. Lu Ming's expression changed. This ancient mine of the ruins of God was really mysterious. There was something sealed in it. Crack. In the end, the ancient mine of the ruins of God cracked open, and a drop of dark red blood appeared. A dense demonic light soared into the sky. This is the blood of an expert that was sealed in the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Lu Ming was inwardly shocked. Legend had it that the ancient mine of the ruins of God did not come from the ruins of God. Some people guessed that it came from beyond the heavens. There was a great battle between experts, and treasures, blood, and essence blood splashed onto the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Due to various reasons, some treasures and blood were sealed in the ancient mine of the ruins of God and preserved after a long period of time. The owner of this drop of blood is an expert who cultivates the demonic path. Although many years have passed and the power of this drop of blood is not much, it is still very useful to me. If I refine it, my cultivation will definitely increase. Xianxia said, "Well, little Qing, then hurry up and refine it, lest the energy dissipates." Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded, and a bloodline appeared on his head. He formed a seal with both hands, attracting a drop of blood to his hand, and began to refine it. Lu Ming estimated that it would take at least a few days for Xianxia to refine a drop of demonic blood. Lu Ming came to a nearby mountain and took out the remaining ancient mines of the ruins of God. 3 of them were bought by Mu Ju, but his storage ring was taken by Lu Ming, so the 3 ancient mines of the ruins of God naturally fell into Lu Ming's hands. One of them was the one that Dandan sensed had a treasure. Lu Ming put it aside and cut the other 3 ancient mines of the ruins of God one by one. There was indeed nothing inside, just 3 pieces of, or they were useless. Lu Ming looked at the last ancient mine and cut it with the blade of true origin. Suddenly, a blazing aura spread out from the ancient mine of the ruins of God. Lu Ming was overjoyed and cut open the ancient mine completely. This is a weapon fragment. Chapter 1209. This weapon fragment was only the size of a fingernail, but it was filled with a blazing aura like a ball of raging flames. This must be the weapon fragment of a supreme powerhouse. It contains a strong fire energy. If I extract it and refine it, my fire concept will definitely improve greatly. Lu Ming pondered and was a little tempted. He then circulated his true yuan and wrapped it around the weapon fragment, beginning to extract it. As Lu Ming continued to condense, a flame was extracted from the weapon fragment and jumped on Lu Ming's fingertip. Refine. His true yuan wrapped around the flame and began to refine it. On the other hand, Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully sensed the power of fire in it, improving his fire concept. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. In more than 10 days, Lu Ming had completely refined the ball of flame. Fire concept, peak 4th level, greater mastery. Lu Ming opened his eyes, and a ball of flame flashed through his eyes. The pinnacle of level 4 greater mastery was only a step away from level 4 perfection. Boom! A demonic aura surged from a nearby mountain, and a demonic aura soared into the sky. Peak of the 4th level of the spirit god realm. Little Qing's cultivation has improved greatly as well. Lu Ming revealed a smile on his face. When he first met Xianxia in the 9 underworlds, Xianxia had just broken through to the 3rd level spirit god. Later on, after receiving Xianxia's inheritance and cultivating for a period of time, Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the 4th level spirit god. However, he was only at the early 4th level spirit god. Obviously, Xianxia had refined that drop of demonic blood in this half a month, and his cultivation had directly reached the peak 4th level spirit god. However, although the energy of that drop of demonic blood had been completely refined, Xianxia was still cultivating. Lu Ming felt that the heavenly demon concept was restless in Xianxia's body. Little Qing wants to take this opportunity to break through the heavenly demon concept in one go. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He knew Xianxia's plan. That drop of demon blood also contained a strong demonic intent realm, which had greatly affected Xianxia. It was normal for him to have a breakthrough in his intent realm. Lu Ming didn't disturb Xianxia. A section of heavenly thunder would appear in his hand. Lu Ming planned to use the heavenly thunder wood to continue cultivating and comprehend the concept of thunder. Similar to refining the weapon fragment earlier, Lu Ming first extracted a strand of lightning from the heavenly thunder wood, then refined this strand of lightning to improve his lightning concept. In the blink of an eye, another dozen days passed. In total, Lu Ming had been in seclusion for a month. Lu Ming had also completely refined a wisp of thunder. His thunder concept had also reached the peak of the 4th level in one fell swoop. The heavenly thunder wood that he bought for 5 million origin stones could allow his concept of thunder to reach the peak of the 4th level of large success. Swoosh! A figure stepped on the air and appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was Xianxia. Little Qing, your intent realm has broken through? Lu Ming asked. Yes, the heavenly demon intent has reached the peak of the 4th level of large success. Unfortunately, I'm only one step away from reaching the peak of the 4th level. Xianxia said. This time, she had gained a lot. Her cultivation was only one step away from breaking through to the 5th level of Spirit God. That ancient mind of God is really amazing. I reckon that there must be a supreme expert who cultivated the demonic Tao who was killed. Their flesh and blood scattered, and some of them were sealed in the ancient mind of God. Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about the ancient mind of God. Woo woo woo. At this moment, a cry sounded in the sky. The cry sounded very sad and mournful. This made Lu Ming's expression change drastically. This cry definitely did not come from a mountain and river diagram, but from the outside world. However, the mountain and river diagram was a heavenly abode treasure. It formed a world of its own and was isolated from the outside world. Sound could not be transmitted in at all. But how did this sound come in? Obviously, Xianxia also thought of this, and his expression changed. Swoosh! Dandan flew over from afar and appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder. He said, "What's the crying sound? It's so unpleasant to hear. And it even came here? It's coming from outside. Let's go out and take a look," Lu Ming said. With a thought, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Dandan came out of the mountain and river diagram together. As soon as they came out of the mountain and river diagram, the crying sound became even clearer. It came from the east. The two of them went out of the room and came to the courtyard. That's Lu Ming and Xianxia looked to the east, and their eyes widened in shock. At this time it was night. The world was dark, and the moon and stars could not be seen. But in the east, the sky was blood red. It was like the sunset, but it was not sunset. The light rushed out from the ground and dyed the sky red, and the mournful crying sound came from that direction. Lu Ming and Xianxia flew out of the courtyard and into the sky. They could see more clearly. At this moment, the sky above the southern divine palace was full of people, all looking to the east. Tuoba Shur, do you know what's going on? Tuoba Shur was beside the two of them. Lu Ming asked. General Lu. Tuoba Shur cupped his fists and said, "During this period of time, I specially asked around. As far as I know, that direction is the direction of the ruins of God. I heard that there will be such a phenomenon every year in the ruins of God. The sky will be dyed red, and there will be cries. Ruins of God." Lu Ming and Xianxia were slightly surprised. They did not expect such a phenomenon to come from the ruins of God. The ruins of God is very mysterious. It contains treasures like the ancient mine of the ruins of God, but it is also very dangerous. There is no danger outside the ruins of God, but it is very dangerous inside, especially in the core area. There have been emperors who have entered, but they have never come out, Tuoba Shur said. This made Lu Ming and Xianxia even more surprised. It was indeed shocking that even emperors could not come out. At this time, the crying sound suddenly disappeared, but it was followed by a kind of sacrificial sound. It was very grand and solemn. Listening carefully, it was like a war song. Cultivate my battle spear, kill the 9 heavens, slaughter the foreign races, return my mountains and rivers. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to have heard these words. They were filled with grief and emotions of facing death with equanimity. Roar. Vaguely, Lu Ming seemed to hear the sound of a dragon's roar, shaking heaven and earth. Lu Ming was shocked. What was in the ruins of God? Lu Ming was incomparably curious. This strange phenomenon lasted for an entire night. It was only when the sun rose the next day that the strange phenomenon disappeared. At this time, Lu Ming saw many people flying towards the east. Are they going to the ruins of God? Lu Ming was a little surprised. Yes, they are indeed going to the ruins of God. It is said that there will be a phenomenon in the ruins of God every year, but after a period of time, the ruins of God will be the safest. The ruins of God are divided into the outer area, the inner area, and the core area by the people of Southern God Palace. Usually, the outer area is not dangerous, but the inner area is full of danger. If you're not careful, even supremes will fall, and the core area, even emperors will not be able to come out. But after a period of time, the inner area will become much safer. As long as your luck is not too bad, you will not be in great danger. You can go in to look for treasures and ancient mines of the ruins of God. Chapter 12:10. General Liu, why don't we go to the ruins of God to take a look? Tuobashir said, All right, the ruins of God is the most famous wonder in the continent of God. Since we're here, how can we not go? Let's go. Lu Ming said with a smile. Immediately, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Tuobashir flew towards the east. Along the way, they saw many people flying towards the east. For example, Longchun, an underworld child of the divine wilderness continent, were also flying towards the east. On the continent of God, there were several ruins of God, and they were all very famous. There was only one near the South God Palace, which was more than 50,000 miles east of the South God Palace. More than 50,000 miles was soon reached. How wonderful and spectacular! Lu Ming and the others stood in the air and looked into the distance, full of amazement. What entered their eyes was an endless stretch of ruins. Yes, it was really ruins. Endless rocks, endless broken palaces, broken mountains, and broken pavilions were scattered on the boundless land in front of them. It was as if there was a rich country in the sky that fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, forming a stretch of ruins. Some people speculate that the ruins of God is another world. There was a fierce battle, and the space cracked open and fell here. Tuobashir said, Another world? Could it be the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had once been to a small island in the heavenly realm and learned some unknown secrets. The heavenly realm and the primordial realm were twin worlds. Other than these two worlds, there were no other worlds. Moreover, it seemed that there was a fierce battle in the heavenly realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another rushed into the vast ruins of God. Let's go in and take a look too. Lu Ming said. The three of them also flew into the ruins of God. The ruins of God was vast and boundless, covering an extremely large area. Right now, they were at the periphery of the ruins of God. Looking up, Lu Ming saw a huge palace that had fallen to the ground in ruins, filled with the aura of ancient times. He also saw an enormous ancient city, which was also extremely dilapidated and deformed. It is said that a long time ago, there were many ancient mines in the outer regions of the ruins of God. However, after so many years, the ancient mines in the outer regions of the ruins of God have long been excavated. Only the inner regions still have ancient mines. Tuobashir said. Lu Ming and Xianxia nodded. The three of them did not stop and continued to fly forward. After a while, the three of them arrived at the interior of the ruins of God. At this point, the three of them landed and did not fly in the sky. That was because the inner region was filled with danger, especially when flying in the air. The speed was too fast, and once one encountered danger, it would be too late to dodge. Furthermore, Lu Ming also wanted to look around and see if he could find the ruins of God Ancient Mine. Why do I feel so familiar with this place? It's like I've seen it before. Danden's eyes darted around as she mumbled, "You've really seen it?" Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he transmitted a message to Danden. "I think I've seen it before, but I can't remember it clearly. Strange. It seems that the more important something is, the more I can't remember it." Danden muttered, as if he was recalling carefully. Lu Ming was speechless. Danden, this guy, always dropped the ball at the crucial moment. The three of them slowed down and carefully sensed the ruins to see if they could find the ruins of God Ancient Mine. What a huge palace! Xianxia looked ahead and revealed a look of surprise. In front of them, there was a huge, dilapidated palace that smashed onto the ground. It was dilapidated, but it could be seen that the original palace must be extremely tall and majestic. "Lu Ming, I seem to have a feeling that there seems to be an ancient mine of the ruins of God here," Xianxia said. "Let's go and take a look," Lu Ming said. The three of them carefully rushed into the ruins of the palace and carefully examined it. Finally, they came to a remote corner. Xianxia sensed that there seemed to be something under the ground in this corner that was resonating with her. "Let me dig it out." A big axe condensed by chi appeared in Tuoba Shi's hand, and he began to hack at the ground. The soil of the ruins was very hard, and it was very difficult for Tuoba Shi to dig. Lu Ming and Xianxia also joined in the excavation. The three of them worked together to clear out the ruins and dug a big pit that was dozens of meters deep. Sure enough, they found a few pieces of the ruins of God Ancient Mine in the big pit. Haha, there are a few pieces of the ruins of God Ancient Mine here. It's really easy to find them without any effort. At this moment, there was a loud laugh. Figures flashed, and 3 figures appeared, looking down at Lu Ming and the other 2 in the deep pit. The 3 of them were all young men with strong auras and a faint arrogance on their faces. "Now this place belongs to us. The 3 of you can go," one of the bald young men said. His tone was full of a commanding tone. "The 3 of you, we found this place first, and we also worked hard to dig it out. Don't you think it's too much to ask us to leave as soon as you come?" Tuoba said. The 3 of them clearly wanted to rob them halfway. "Too much. I don't think it's already a great mercy for us to let you go and keep your lives. Why aren't you scramming? We don't have so much time to waste here. After digging out these pieces of the ruins of God Ancient Mine, we still have to go to other places." The bald young man berated coldly. Tuoba Shi's face was gloomy and ugly, and he said, "You want us to leave with just 1 sentence? What a joke. Kid, you talk too much nonsense. You don't have to leave now." Bang! As soon as the bald young man finished speaking, he took a step forward and pounced towards Tuoba Shi like an eagle pouncing on its prey. At the same time, he threw a punch at Tuoba Shi. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" A mace appeared in Tuoba Shi's hand, and he shouted loudly. His aura surged out violently, and the mace whistled towards the bald young man. 4th level Spirit God. In the past month, Tuoba Shi's cultivation had finally broken through and reached the 4th level of the Spirit God realm. Bang! The bald young man's fist and Tuoba Shi's mace collided heavily. A loud bang resounded, and Tuoba Shi's expression changed drastically. Even with his cultivation at the 4th level of the Spirit God realm, it was difficult for him to resist. He retreated with a bang and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Die!" A ruthless expression flashed in the bald young man's eyes, and he threw a punch at Tuoba Shi's heart. Heavenly Demon Force Field. A delicate shout resounded, and a force field formed and enveloped the bald young man, causing his speed to decrease greatly. At the same time, Xianxing's figure charged out and slapped out with his palm, and it collided with the bald young man's fist. With a bang, Xianxia and the bald young man retreated at the same time. "Little Qing, are you all right?" Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. He could tell that the bald young man's cultivation was at the early stage of the 5th level of the Spirit God realm, and he was slightly stronger than Xianxia. However, Xianxia's combat strength was extremely strong. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he should be able to fight the bald young man. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head and said, Lu Ming, leave this person to me. You have to be careful of those two. Chapter 12:11. Don't worry, it's just 2 early-stage, 6th-level spirit gods. Lu Ming said. The remaining 2 had reached the 6th-level spirit god realm. Little girl, you dare to stop me? You're courting death. The bald youth shouted as his true essence surged and pounced at Xianxia. Black lotuses appear beside Xianxia and formed sharp lotus swords. Together with the heavenly demon force field, Xianxia fought with the bald youth. The 2 of them were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. This little girl's combat strength is not bad. She has such combat strength at the peak of the 4th-level spirit god realm. It's really rare. One of the 2 remaining youths said. Indeed, but her cultivation is too weak. There's still a 5th-level spirit god kid. Leave him to me. After speaking, one of the youth's figure flashed and pounced at Lu Ming. He was as fast as lightning, and his palm was like a blade as he slashed at Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming didn't move at all. He didn't even look at him and similarly slashed at the other party with his palm. Bang! The 2 palms collided. Lu Ming didn't move, but the other party's figure flew back. You have some combat strength. Looks like I won't be able to take you down if I don't use my full strength. The youth's eyes turned cold and serious. A spear appeared in his hand and flickered with a sharp aura. Whoosh! He and the spear became one and stabbed at Lu Ming. Dragon power erupted from Lu Ming's body as Lu Ming continued to strike with his palm. Clang! Lu Ming attacked later, but arrived first. His palm was like lightning and slashed at the spear. Wham! The spear vibrated continuously. The other party's expression changed drastically as his body trembled and flew back again. This time, not only him, but the other youth's expression also turned serious. Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 5th-level spirit god realm, but the combat strength he erupted with was shocking. He actually easily repelled existences at the 6th-level spirit god realm again and again. They weren't ordinary spirit gods, but top geniuses. Treasures are obtained by those with strength. Since you have the strength, then these few ancient mines of the ruins of God will be yours. Jean Luo, let's go. One of the young men spoke, and in the end, he was speaking to the bald young man. Lu Ming's battle prowess made them feel that it was unfathomable. It was not worthwhile to fight with Lu Ming for a few pieces of the ruins of God, ancient mines. Bang! After exchanging a blow with Xianxia, the bald youth flew backwards. As soon as you arrived, you injured my friend. Now, you want to leave after saying those words? Haha, who do you think we are? Lu Ming sneered. His aura rose, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Brat, we've already taken the initiative to retreat. What else do you want? Do you really think that we're afraid of you just because we've defeated the entire continent? The bald youth shouted. You are from Zhanping continent? Tuoba sure let out a cry of surprise. Fighting the continent to a draw? Lu Ming's heart stirred. There were a total of 42 continents in the ruins of God Continent Group. Of course, there were strong and weak continents. Although the Divine Wilderness Continent was not at the bottom of the ruins of God Continent Group, it was still in the bottom 10. And the Divine Wilderness Continent was truly number 1. Other than the Divine Wilderness Continent, the Zhanping Continent was also very strong and ranked in the top 10. It was also the only 2 continents in the Southern God Palace's 9 continents that were in the top 10, and the 3 young men in front of him were from the Zhanping continent. No wonder they were full of arrogance. No wonder they were so strong. 2 of them had reached the 6th-level spirit god realm. Seeing Tuoba Shu's surprised expression, the bald youth and the other 2 revealed a smug look. I don't care which continent you are from. If you don't leave something behind today, don't even think about leaving. Lu Ming continued to speak as he walked forward. The bald youth and the other two had ugly expressions as they approached. You want to do this the hard way? Let's see what you're capable of. The young man who attacked Lu Ming earlier had a cold look in his eyes. A long spear appeared above his head. He used bloodline fusion and turned into a long spear. A terrifying sharp force spread out and pierced holes in the void. Whoosh! The long spear slashed down and pierced towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's third bloodline appeared, and a wisp of energy poured in. Lu Ming roared as killing intent surged out like a tide. He punched out. Clang! The fist hit the long spear, causing it to vibrate and fly back. This shocked the other young men from the Xianping continent. Let's attack together. Another young man at the 6th level spirit god realm shouted as a battle sword appeared above his head. He turned into a battle sword and slashed towards Lu Ming. Needless to say, their bloodlines were all at the 9th level of the divine realm. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming threw out 2 consecutive punches, hitting the long spear and the battle sword. The long spear and the battle sword were both sent flying and kept vibrating. How can he be so strong? The bald man's expression changed drastically. He was shocked. Lu Ming and he were both at the 5th level of the spirit god realm. However, he felt that if he fought with Lu Ming, he wouldn't even be able to block one of Lu Ming's moves. Lu Ming was too strong. Lu Ming strolled out and attacked continuously. Both of his fists were swinging out continuously. Terrifying power erupted and bombarded the combat sword and the long spear continuously. Clang! Clang! The sound of iron being struck rang out. The battle sword and the long spear were vibrating nonstop. So strong. Is this General Lu's battle strength? He's too strong. Tuoba sure widened his eyes in shock. Back then, Lu Ming defeated him in one move when they were at the same level. He was already convinced. Now that he saw Lu Ming going all out, he admired him even more. Lu Ming didn't use bloodline fusion. He kept punching with both fists. Each of his punches contained the powerful power of the suppressing Hell Heaven art. Since he got the suppressing Hell Steel fragment, his suppressing Hell Heaven art had become stronger and stronger. Even if he used the same amount of Zhen Yuan, the power was much stronger than before. However, he felt that the power of the suppressing Hell Heaven art could be even stronger. There was still a lot of potential that hadn't been discovered. Lu Ming was comprehending as he fought. The speed of his punches became slower and slower. However, each of his punches seemed to suppress and confine everything in the world. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. He forced his opponent to meet him head-on. Clang! 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 Explosions rang out continuously. The battle sword and the long spear vibrated more and more violently. In the end, they exploded with 2 bangs and turned back into their human forms. Their faces were pale, and they spat out blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Both of them were at the early 6th level of the spirit god realm. Their cultivation was higher than Lu Ming's. However, they were completely suppressed by Lu Ming and were seriously injured. How is this possible? Who are you? Are you a peerless genius of the Southern Divine Palace? One of the young men asked. They suspected that Lu Ming was a peerless genius cultivated by the Southern Divine Palace. Only an overlord of the godly ruins continent like the Southern Divine Palace could cultivate such a powerful genius. You want to know who I am? You're not qualified. You, leave your storage ring and get lost. Chapter 1212. The faces of the 3 youths from Xianping mainland were ugly, especially the bald youth. Lu Ming actually wanted him to leave behind his storage ring. Friend, don't go too far. We have stronger geniuses from Xianping mainland. Going too far won't do anyone any good. The bald man said. The storage ring was all he had. Nonsense, I'm not handing it over. Leave him behind. Lu Ming scolded and walked towards Xianping mainland. A cold, murderous intent covered Zhang Ping's body, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Zhang Luo, leave the ring. Another youth from Xianping mainland said. In the end, Zhanping had no choice but to take off his storage ring and throw it to Lu Ming. Let's wait and see. One of Zhanping Mainland's youths left a ruthless sentence, and then the three of them left dejectedly. Tuoba Sure, this ring is for you. Lu Ming threw the bald youth's storage ring to Tuoba Sure. I can't take this. Tuoba Sure waved his hand repeatedly. Why are you being so polite with me? Take this as compensation for your injuries. Lu Ming said with a smile. Tuoba Sure finally kept it, and there was a trace of emotion in his eyes. Then they dug out a few pieces of ancient Minds of God. There were a total of 5 pieces of ancient Minds of God, and they all looked the same. They were yellow like gold, but the material was not gold. They were hundreds of times more valuable than gold. Of course, for them, even if it was tens of thousands of times more valuable than gold, it was useless to them, unless it was a precious refining material. However, this kind of yellow seemed to have no other use except for its special sealing ability. Xiaoqing, you can sense this ancient mind of God, which means that it contains something useful to you. You can keep it, Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and kept the 5 pieces of ancient Minds of God. Then, the few of them searched carefully and found nothing else, so they left the place. Next, the 3 of them searched many places, but unfortunately, they did not find any other ancient Minds of God. Follow me. There might be an ancient mind of God ahead. Dandan sprinted forward. In front of him was a huge stone forest. At a glance, there were stone pillars. Some of the stone pillars were as thick as mountains, while others were as thin as sticks. Lu Ming and the other 2 followed Dandan into the stone forest and carefully sensed their surroundings. Dandan's eyes spun around, and in the end, he sensed something in a certain place. The few of them dug out a large pit, and sure enough, they found a few more ruins of God ancient minds. This place is very magical. Let's take a look again, Lu Ming said. The group continued to venture deeper into the stone forest. Suddenly, a booming sound rang out, and the 3 of them saw the stone pillars before them explode one by one. Rubble flew everywhere as a figure flew over. That figure had clearly been knocked flying by someone and crashed into the stone pillars one after another. That was why those stone pillars had exploded. Bang! In the end, the figure crashed into a stone pillar as large as a mountain not far from Lu Ming and the others. It only came to a stop after smashing half of the stone pillar. That's Long Chun. The 3 of them narrowed their eyes and were shocked. That figure was actually Long Chun. At this moment, Long Chun spat out a mouthful of blood and also saw Lu Ming and the others. Let's go, Long Chun roared. Swoosh! Swoosh! Silhouettes flickered and appeared one after another. Powerful auras shrouded the entire stone forest. Among these people, there were middle-aged people and also white-haired old men. The auras released from their bodies were very shocking. The weakest were at the 8th level of the spirit god realm. There were also 9th level spirit gods, and there were even perfected spirit gods. Long Chun, let's see how you'll die today. An arrogant voice sounded. 2 young men stepped out. Mu Feng Mu Ju. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. One of the 2 young men was Mu Feng, and the other was Mu Ju. The one who spoke just now was Mu Feng. At this moment, Mu Feng and Mu Ju turned their eyes and also saw Lu Ming and the others. Ha, Lu Ming, it's you guys. What a coincidence. I originally planned to kill Long Chun before looking for you guys. I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Then I'll kill you guys together and save myself the trouble of looking for you guys. Mu Ju saw Lu Ming and let out a crazy laugh. Lu Ming's mind turned, and he could roughly guess what had happened. It seemed like Mu Feng and Mu Ju were harboring hatred in their hearts and led experts to kill them in the ruins of God. The first person they encountered was Long Chun. They planned to kill Long Chun before going to kill Lu Ming and the others. However, they didn't expect that Lu Ming and the others would also come here. Kill them, Mu Ju roared. Boom! An old man appeared above Lu Ming and the others. A vast aura erupted, and a huge fireball appeared in his palm. No, it wasn't a fireball, but a huge meteorite. Great circle, spiritual god. Not good, retreat. Lu Ming's pupils shrank. The old man's aura was too shocking. He was a great circle spiritual god. Without any hesitation, they frantically retreated. Boom! The moment they retreated, the meteorite came crashing down at an incredible speed. Get out of my way! At this moment, the 8 dragon energies in Lu Ming's body erupted and his third bloodline appeared. In an instant, Lu Ming threw out dozens of punches. Each punch was powerful, and he hoped to weaken the meteorite's power. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia used the Heavenly Demon Force Field to weaken the meteorite's power. Boom! The meteor exploded, and a violent energy spread out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated thousands of meters at high speed. They crashed into more than 10 huge stone pillars before they managed to stop themselves. Little Qing, are you all right? Lu Ming asked with concern. I'm fine. Xianxia shook her head. Her body was surrounded by the Heavenly Demon Force Field, which weakened the meteorite's power. She was fine. Oh no, Tuoba sure. Lu Ming's expression changed. He did not see Tuoba sure beside him. Soon, the smoke and dust dissipated and the scene in front of them became clear. Tuoba sure also managed to block the attack. However, he was sent flying in another direction. That direction was closer to Mu Ju and the others. Bam! Tuoba sure stood up from the rubble and blood flowed out of his mouth. Although he blocked the force, he was obviously injured. Tuoba sure run. Lu Ming shouted. Haha, you can't run away. Mu Ju laughed. His figure flashed, and he pounced on Tuoba sure at lightning speed. Tuoba sure's cultivation was originally 2 realms lower than Mu Ju's. Coupled with the fact that he was injured at the moment, Mu Ju was able to grab his throat without any resistance. Lu Ming, kneel down and beg me. Otherwise, I'll kill your friend immediately. Mu Ju laughed and looked at Lu Ming proudly. Lu Ming, run. Don't worry about me. Chapter 12:13. Shut up. Mu Ju's eyes turned cold as he cut off Tuoba sure's arm like a knife. Tuoba sure let out a beast-like roar. Mu Ju! At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were incomparably cold and filled with killing intent. He stared at Mu Ju and said, I'll kill you and make you die a miserable death. Haha, Lu Ming, are you joking? Kill me? Today, I've mobilized so many experts of the Mu clan. Do you think you can escape? All of you will die. Mu Ju laughed out loud, extremely arrogant. Kill them. In the end, Mu Ju waved his hand and gave the order. Kill. Die, brat. Cold shouts could be heard, and terrifying auras erupted. Their vital essence boiled, and terrifying murderous intents shrouded Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Long Chun. Roar! The archaic dragon-esque elephant appeared on Long Chen's body, and he turned into a giant elephant as big as a mountain. The archaic dragon-esque elephant let out a long roar and took a step forward. An 8th-level spirit god expert's expression changed drastically as he screamed miserably and his body was torn apart. Then, the elephant swung its trunk and a 9th-level spirit god expert spat out blood and was sent flying in horror. Previously, one of their perfected spirit god experts suddenly attacked Long Chun and sent him flying. They thought that Long Chun was only SOSO. They didn't expect Long Chun to be so terrifying when he exploded. Xiao Qing, help me! Lu Ming shouted as the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared above his head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. He stepped on the void and dashed toward Mu Ju. Mu Ju's expression changed drastically as he carried Tuoba sure and retreated. He shouted, kill him for me! Swoosh! Swoosh! In an instant, 5 or 6 experts rushed towards Lu Ming. The weakest among them was at the 8th-level spirit god realm. Heavenly Demon Force Field. Xianxia also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a peerless heavenly demon. He pressed his jade-like hands and a powerful heavenly demon force field erupted. This is the expressions of those 8th and even ninth-level spirit god experts changed one after another. This was because they were all obstructed by the heavenly demon force field, especially those at the 8th level of the spirit god realm. Devour! The 9 dragons roared, and the power of devouring erupted, enveloping the 5 or 6 experts, weakening their battle prowess once again. Bang! 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 Then the 9 dragons stepped out. Oh no! A few shrill cries resounded out successively as a few 8th-level spirit god realm experts were split into pieces under the 9 dragons' claws, and they perished on the spot. Bang! Bang! The 2 9th-level spirit god realm experts retreated madly as well, and they spat out large mouthfuls of blood while their countenances were ghastly pale. Kill! The 9 dragons roared as they took a few steps forward. Their 2 dragon claws clawed at the 2 9th-layer spirit god realm experts. The might of the hell-suppressing heaven art erupted, making it impossible for them to dodge. Help! The 2 experts at the 9th level of the spirit god realm roared loudly with terror, and then they executed their bloodline fusion techniques and erupted with all their strength to resist. However, it was useless. Under the 9 dragons' dragon claw, his bloodline collapsed. When he returned to his human form, he was torn apart by the dragon claw. Roar! The power of devouring erupted and completely devoured the blood essence energy of the spirit god realm experts. Muju and Mu Feng were almost scared out of their wits, and they retreated madly. This was too terrifying and too shocking. Long Chun and Lu Ming had erupted with power, and they could kill 8th-level spirit god realm experts like they were slaughtering chickens. Even 9th-level spirit god realm experts were dead. They were only at the 5th level of the spirit god realm. So how could they be so terrifying? Bastard, you're courting death. An explosive shout resounded as a white-haired old man stepped out and struck out with his palm. Surging lava roiled in his palm, and it condensed into a meteorite that blasted towards Lu Ming. Perfect spirit god realm. The perfect spirit god realm expert attacked again. Bang! A perfect spirit god realm expert was too powerful, and his battle prowess was several times stronger than a 9th-level spirit god realm expert. His true essence erupted, and with a shake, it shattered Xianxia's heavenly demon force field. Xianxia's delicate body trembled, and she retreated repeatedly with a pale face. Bang! 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 The 9 dragon claws stepped out continuously, bombarding the meteorite, and 9 explosions resounded. With each explosion, Lu Ming retreated a few steps. After 9 explosions, Lu Ming retreated repeatedly, and his dragon body trembled. Lu Ming was suppressed by a perfect spirit god realm expert in the end. Roar! On the other side, the primordial dragon-esque elephant let out a long roar. Its power was incomparably powerful, and it killed several experts in succession. Even a 9th-level spirit god realm expert died in Long Chen's hands. But this time, a perfect spirit god realm expert also attacked and suppressed Long Chen. Lu Ming, retreat quickly, don't worry about me. Tuoba sure roared. With Lu Ming's battle prowess, if they wanted to break out of the encirclement, they might be able to break out. Lu Ming, if you break out of the encirclement, I'll kill him immediately. Mu Ju shouted. Lu Ming and Long Chen's battle prowess really scared him. If he let such powerful figures escape, he wouldn't be able to live in peace in the future. Don't even think about using me to threaten them. Even if I die, I won't die in such a cowardly manner. Tuoba sure roared furiously. A terrifying fluctuation erupted from his body, emitting a dazzling radiance. You lunatic! Mu Ju's expression changed drastically. He suddenly shook off Tuoba Sure and retreated frantically. Haha, let's die together. Tuoba Sure laughed and rushed towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Bang! Then, Tuoba Sure's entire body exploded, and violent energy swept towards Mu Feng and Mu Ju. Self-explosion, Tuoba Sure self-exploded, and there was nothing left of him. two figures flew out. They were Mu Feng and Mu Ju. At this time, Mu Feng was incomparably miserable. Both of his arms were gone, and half of his body was blown up. His eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. However, his vitality was quickly dissipating, and even a deity couldn't save him. Mu Ju's cultivation was strong, and he was much better off. He only spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young lord, are you all right?" Two experts appeared beside Mu Ju. "I'm fine. Attack, kill them. Attack together and kill them all," Mu Ju roared. The remaining experts rushed towards Long Chun, Lu Ming, and Xianxia. There were as many as 4 people in the Great Perfection Spirit God Realm. The remaining people were all in the 9th level Spirit God Realm. Tooba. At this moment, Lu Ming calmed down. However, the extremely cold, killing intent in his eyes was unimaginably dense. "Shao Qing, enter the mountain river diagram," Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. She knew that Lu Ming would be able to perform better if he was alone. With a roll of light, Xianxia's figure was sucked into the mountain river diagram. "Kill!" With a loud shout, a huge stone tablet appeared, suppressing prison steel bloodline. The 9 dragons turned into a ray of light and entered the suppressing prison steel bloodline. Buzz! The suppressing prison steel bloodline vibrated and became 10,000 feet tall, emitting a terrifying fluctuation. Especially the word steel at the bottom, it had a shocking energy. Bang! The suppressing prison steel suppressed a Great Perfection Spirit God Realm expert. Break! Chapter 12:14. The hell-suppressing steel collided with a meteor like 2 stars colliding, and a terrifying energy fluctuation swept out in all directions. Countless stone pillars were turned into powder by the energy fluctuation. Bang! Amidst the flaming radiance that filled the sky, the enormous meteor was blasted back violently and fiercely collided with the ground, creating a huge hole. The Perfection Stage Spiritual God Expert was no match for Lu Ming and fell into a disadvantageous position. Not far away, Mu Ju was almost scared to death. This is too terrifying. Even a Perfection Stage Spiritual God Expert is no match for him. What combat strength is this? Suppress. A cold and indifferent voice sounded out from the hell, suppressing steel, and continued to suppress the enormous meteor. Swoosh! At this moment, an enormous palm blasted out from the side and blasted onto the hell, suppressing steel, blocking it for a moment. It was another Perfection Stage Spiritual God Expert. Bang! Seizing this opportunity, the enormous meteor flew out of the ground and converged with the other Perfection Stage Spiritual God Expert. "Let's attack together. This person is too monstrous." An aged voice sounded out from the enormous meteor, and it was filled with dense astonishment. "Attack!" The other Perfection Stage Spiritual God shouted loudly. The 2 Perfection Stage Spiritual Gods joined forces and charged towards Lu Ming. A Perfection Stage Spiritual God was several times stronger than a 9th level Spiritual God and was extremely terrifying. In a sense, a Perfection Stage Spiritual God was already at the peak of the Spiritual God Realm and stood at the peak of the Spiritual God Realm. On the other hand, a Perfection Stage Spiritual God was actually just a transitional stage on the way to becoming an emperor. An emperor needed to transform one's intent into a domain, whereas a sovereign had already comprehended the embryonic form of a domain but hadn't completely transformed it into a domain. Kill! Even when facing 2 Perfection Stage Spiritual Gods, Lu Ming's killing intent still soared into the sky. The hell-suppressing steel emitted a dazzling radiance and madly pressed down on the 2. Bang! Bang! The 2 Perfection Stage Spiritual Gods joined forces to resist and erupted with terrifying attacks. But the result was that they were suppressed by Lu Ming and were constantly bombarded by the steel, causing them to retreat repeatedly. The 2 of them joined forces but were still at a disadvantage. Heaven battling Dracophant. On the other side, The archaic dragonesque elephant went berserk. Its body swelled up, and dense scales covered its body. It was 30,000 meters tall and had a terrifying might that could trample mountains and rivers. Long Chun was facing two perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods as well. At this moment, the terrifying combat strength of the primordial dragonesque mammoth was vividly displayed. He wasn't at a disadvantage at all when fighting two perfection stage domain enlightened spirit gods by himself, and he was even in an advantageous position. Perfect bloodline of one of the top 10 beasts, its power is indeed terrifying. Lu Ming sensed the situation over there and was secretly shocked. At the same time, Lu Ming was also looking forward to the Nine Dragons bloodline. Right now, the Nine Dragons bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine realm and had yet to reach perfection. However, once the Nine Dragons bloodline reached perfection, it would definitely become even stronger and give birth to the Ninth Dragon Force. Its power would definitely be even more terrifying. At that time, with just the Nine Dragons bloodline, his power would not be weaker than Long Chen's. When the two of them joined forces, they'd actually forcefully suppressed 4 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. How could this be? How could this be? Mu Ju muttered to himself as his eyes widened in fear. They were too strong. The strength of Lu Ming and Long Chun had far exceeded his expectations. He'd already overestimated Lu Ming enough. He brought 4 perfection stage spirit god realm experts along with more than 10 8th level and 9th level spirit god realm experts. With such terrifying combat strength, not only had they failed to kill Lu Ming and Long Chun, but they'd also fallen into a disadvantageous position. He'd never dreamt of this. Buzz. The prison-suppressing steel shook and repelled the 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. Then it moved horizontally and killed a 9th level spirit god realm expert. Then the prison-suppressing steel directly pressed down on a perfection stage spirit god realm expert who was fighting with Long Chun. That expert had never expected that Lu Ming would suddenly attack him. At this moment, he was fighting with Long Chun with all his strength. He was caught off guard and was hit by the prison-suppressing steel. He let out a miserable cry as half of his body exploded. He only had half a breath left as he fell to the ground. "Join forces," Lu Ming said. "All right," Long Chun replied without the slightest hesitation. He let out a long roar and stomped out with his elephant leg that was like a heavenly pillar. The other perfection stage spirit god realm expert spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Buzz. Then Lu Ming pressed down and killed the perfection stage spirit god realm expert. Not good. Young master, retreat. The 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts who were fighting with Lu Ming earlier had a drastic change in expression. Lu Ming suddenly shifted his opponent and joined forces with Long Chun to kill the 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts. It was already too late for them to help. At this moment, all they could think of was to escape. Run, run, run. Mu Ju roared in his heart as he turned around and fled madly. The 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts followed closely behind him. There were also a few 9th level spirit god realm experts. Kill. How could Lu Ming let Mu Ju escape so easily? The huge prison-suppressing steel broke through space and charged towards Mu Ju. Bang! Bang! The primordial dragonesque elephant stepped on the void, causing space to explode as he chased after Mu Ju. The distance between both sides was constantly closing. Run! Run! You guys take me and run quickly. You guys go and block them. Mu Ju ordered the 2 perfection stage spirit god realm experts to take him and escape. He also ordered a few 9th level spirit god realm experts to block Lu Ming's group. The faces of the few 9th level spirit god realm experts turned red. Asking them to block Lu Ming's group? Wasn't that just courting death? They naturally didn't want to go. If you guys don't go, I'll go back and report to my father. You guys will also die. Mu Ju roared in anger. He was the young master of the Mu family. Moreover, He was extremely talented and would definitely step into the Emperor realm in the future. Therefore, he had a lot of authority. The few ninth-level spirit god realm experts looked at each other and suddenly flew to both sides. They actually fled directly. They would die if they went to block Lu Ming's group. They would also die if they went back. They might as well run away directly. Damn traitor! Mu Ju roared and almost wet himself. The two perfection stage spirit god realm experts took Mu Ju and ran at top speed. However, Lu Ming and Long Chun were getting closer and closer. Not good. Lu Ming, a supreme being expert, is approaching. It might be the Mu family's supreme being. Dandan suddenly shouted. Supreme being. Lu Ming's face changed. With his current cultivation, he would definitely die if he went against a supreme being. A supreme being was already half a step into the Emperor realm. Once the embryonic form of the domain was released, who could compete with him? Killing a perfection stage spirit god was as easy as eating and drinking. Lu Ming's group was no match for him. Lu Ming, retreat quickly. Otherwise, it will be too late. A supreme being can tear space apart and travel. Dandan anxiously shouted. Lu Ming's face changed. He then shouted, Long Chun go. After saying that, Lu Ming turned around and flew away. There would be plenty of opportunities to kill Xianxia in the future. However, he couldn't bring Xianxia along to face a supreme being with him now. Although Long Chun didn't know why. Seeing Lu Ming acting like this, he must have discovered something. Without hesitation, he turned around and followed Lu Ming, running wildly to the rear. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were far away. Chapter 12:15. Huff. Mu Ju heaved a long sigh of relief after escaping with his life. His body was drenched in cold sweat. Lu Ming, Long Chun. Mu Ju gritted his teeth. This time, their losses were too great. They had lost more than a dozen 8th and 9th level spirit god realm experts and 2 great perfection spirit god realm experts. They were all high-level spirit god realm experts. Even if the Divine Ruins continent was filled with experts, he would still be punished by his father for losing so many of them. Rip! Suddenly, the space cracked, and a middle-aged man stepped out. Elder Mu Yu, it's you? Mu Ju's eyes lit up when he saw the middle-aged man. He was excited. Supreme, the Mu family Supreme, is here. He finally knew why Lu Ming and the others were in such a hurry to escape. They must have sensed the arrival of a Supreme. Young Lord, what's going on? Mu Yu frowned when she saw Mu Ju and the others in a sorry state. Someone killed the Mu family's people. Elder Mu Yu, they are in front of us. Quickly chase after them and kill them. Mu Ju shouted. Who dares to kill my Mu family's people? Courting death. Young Lord, I'll bring you with me. Let's chase after them. Mu Yu's true essence wrapped around Mu Ju and tore the space apart. She brought Mu Ju into the space and chased after Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, what's going on? Lu Ming and Long Chun were running at full speed. A Supreme is coming, Lu Ming said. Long Chun's face changed. Although he didn't know how Lu Ming could sense the Supreme, they would die if they were to face a Supreme with their current strength. Both of them were extremely fast. They were like 2 streaks of lightning that pierced through the void. At this moment, Lu Ming had already transformed into 9 dragons. The 9 dragons stepped on the void, and their speed was shocking. Long Chen's ancient dragon-esque elephant might have a huge body and boundless strength, but its speed was terrifyingly fast. Every step it took caused the void to explode. It covered 1,000 li in a single step. The two of them were heading towards the core of the Divine Ruins. Not good. Hurry up. The Supreme is coming. Dandan urged anxiously. Quick, Lu Ming shouted. He and Long Chun erupted with all their strength and rushed forward. When Lu Ming heard that the Ji Zun was coming, he did not hesitate to fly towards the core of the Ruins of God. If they had headed in any other direction, they definitely wouldn't have been able to escape. A Ji Zun could tear through space, and no matter how fast they wouldn't be able to outrun a Ji Zun. They would definitely be caught. The only way to survive was the core of the Ruins of God. Although the core of the ruins of God was rumored to be very dangerous, he could only take a gamble. Almost there, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The area ahead was filled with blood-red mist. Looking from afar, it looked hazy. That was the core area of the ruins of God, the legendary Forbidden Area. Anyone who entered would die. However, Lu Ming and Long Chun had no choice but to enter and hide temporarily. Whoosh, whoosh. Both of them were decisive people. Without any hesitation, they charged into the blood-colored area and disappeared. Rip! Just as the two of them charged into the core area, the space outside the core area cracked open. Mu Yu and Mu Ju stepped out of the crack. Young master, they've entered the core area. Mu Yu frowned. The core area is a place where even emperors will die. They're dead for sure. It's a pity that they're going to die just like that. Mu Ju's face was hideous as he gritted his teeth. He originally wanted to take down Lu Ming and Long Chun and make them wish they were dead. Also, Xianxia was such a beauty. He wanted to take her down and enjoy her, but now he could only let them die for free. They naturally did not dare to enter the core area of the ruins of God because even emperors would die if they entered. It was too strange and dangerous. However, Mu Ju was still worried and said, "Elder Mu Yu, please stay here for half a month. No one has been able to survive for more than half a month in the core area. If they don't come out after half a month, it means that they're dead for sure." "All right, young master, please rest assured." Mu Yu nodded. Then, Mu Ju waited for a day. After a day, Lu Ming and the rest did not come out, so Mu Ju went back alone, leaving Mu Yu to wait for them. As soon as Lu Ming and Long Chun rushed into the core area of the ruins of God, the environment behind them changed abruptly, as though the stars had changed. What's going on? The two of them stopped at the same time and looked behind them. There was a blood mist behind them, and they could not see the situation clearly. Logically speaking, although there was blood mist, they should be able to see some things with their eyesight. But now, everything was blurry. This place, could it be that we're in a formation? Lu Ming guessed. Phew, we're safe. I can't sense that prime anymore. Dandan patted its chest with its claws and let out a long breath. The 9 dragons shrunk their bodies. Lu Ming and Long Chun turned into their human forms. Prime did not chase after us. Let's recover first. With that, Lu Ming landed. This area was still in ruins. Below them was the remains of an ancient palace. Lu Ming landed and sat cross-legged on a huge rock. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of ores appeared. Lu Ming swallowed them and began to refine them. After a series of battles, his true essence was severely depleted and needed to recover. Long Chun did the same. He took out a pile of ores and began to recover. Half an hour later, their true essence had recovered to its peak. Whoosh, whoosh, the cold wind whistled, and it was the only sound in this silent land. The blood mist seemed to have thickened. Lu Ming, we have to leave this place as soon as possible. I feel that this place is very strange. If we stay here for too long, it will be very dangerous. Dandan's eyes darted around as she said. Lu Ming nodded. His glabella shone, and Xianxing's figure appeared. This is... Xianxia looked around and was slightly stunned. Xiaoqing, this is the core of the ruins of God. Lu Ming gave a brief account of what had happened. Then, they chose the direction they came from and walked in that direction. However, after walking for a while, they found that they couldn't get out at all. It was as if they didn't come from this direction at all. Is it really a formation? Lu Ming frowned. No, this is more advanced than a formation. There is an inexplicable force that changed the field of the area, making it impossible to tell the direction in this place. Right now, we seem to be walking out, but it is possible that we are walking in. Dandan frowned and analyzed. Dandan, can you see the flaws and find a way out? Lu Ming asked. If I was at my peak, this would be nothing. But now, I can only try my best. Dandan smiled awkwardly. Buzz. At this moment, not far from Lu Ming, a huge bluestone suddenly emitted a bright light. Endless inscriptions shone, forming chains that were filled with flames. In the light was Long Chun. Chapter 12:16. There was an array hidden in the green stone. Dandan was careless and did not notice it. Whoosh, whoosh. The flaming chains wrapped around Long Chun. Break! Long Chun shouted angrily and threw out both his fists. Boom, boom. The two fists were powerful and they pierced through the space. However, the flaming chains were very sturdy. Long Chun's fists only shook the flaming chains, but did not break them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The green stone glowed, and more flaming chains appeared. Long Chun shouted angrily. His body glowed, and his arms became thicker. A layer of scales appeared on his arms, and he threw out a punch. Clang! One of the flaming chains was finally broken. Following, there were even more chains. Two of the chains had already wrapped themselves around Long Chun's body. Whoosh, whoosh. The chains wrapped around Long Chun's body, and there was green smoke coming out of his body. The flaming chains were extremely terrifying. They ignored Long Chun's protective true origin and acted directly on his body. A layer of scales appeared on Long Chun's skin. It was exactly the same as the scales on the immemorial dragon-esque elephant. Whoosh! The chains acted on the scales, making them sizzle. It looked like it would not last long. Break! Long Chun's muscles bulged, and he grabbed the two chains. He struggled with all his might and finally broke the two chains. However, more chains appeared in the surroundings and enveloped Long Chun. The flaming chains are terrifying. They can break objects. I don't think Long Chun can last long. Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Ming stared at the green stone and the runes without blinking. He was looking for a way to break it. Whoosh, whoosh. As time passed, the green stone glowed brighter and more flaming chains appeared. Long Chun was having a harder time. There were already a few marks on his body, and he was almost cut in half by the flaming chains. Long Chun, take 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. Long Chun was stunned and did as he was told without hesitation. He took 2 steps to the right and 3 steps back. A few chains swept past Long Chun's body. 4 steps to the right, 2 steps forward, 5 steps to the left. Lu Ming's eyes were fixed on Xianxia as he constantly gave out instructions. Now, Ming Lian's second body had already obtained the inheritance of the heavenly profound saint in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. He had been cultivating diligently in the Saint Mansion's secret realm, and his progress in the Tao of Inscription had been terrifying. Lu Ming's main body and second body were connected. As the second body's Tao of Inscription improved, Lu Ming's eyesight also improved greatly. Although he didn't have the spiritual fire and couldn't inscribe inscriptions, he could still see the flaws in the formation. Long Chun followed Lu Ming's instructions. Sometimes right, sometimes left, sometimes behind, sometimes in front. He avoided all of the chains and slowly left the range of the blue stone. Dandan, I need your help, Lu Ming said to Dandan when he saw that Long Chun had reached the edge of the blue stone. Don't worry, watch me. Dandan flew out and waved his claws. Inscriptions appeared, forming a large formation and rushed into the blue stone. Long Chun, you're out, Lu Ming shouted. Long Chun didn't hesitate and rushed out. The formation formed by Dandan shone and temporarily imprisoned the flame chains. However, in the next moment, it collapsed one by one. Long Chun took this short opportunity to rush out of the range of the blue stone and let out a long breath. Brother Lu, thank you for saving me. Long Chun cupped his fists at Lu Ming. You're welcome. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled. Long Chun, clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. Long Chun will remember you saving my life this time. Long Chun said solemnly. Lu Ming smiled and didn't say much. You have to be careful in this place. It looks dilapidated, but there are some places with broken formations. Even after countless years, they're still very powerful. Dandan reminded. Dandan, do you know how to get out? Lu Ming asked. I can only try my best. Follow me and don't wander around. Dandan flew out and circled around the area, carefully sizing it up. This way. After a while, Dandan pointed in a direction. This way? Aren't we heading towards the core of the ruins of God? Lu Ming was puzzled. Xianxia and Long Chun also looked at Dandan in confusion. What are you looking at? If you don't believe me, then look for it yourself. Dandan curled his lips and scampered forward. Lu Ming was speechless and could only believe this guy. The three of them followed Dandan and moved forward carefully. Dandan observed carefully, and Lu Ming also observed carefully. Along the way, they avoided many broken formations and moved forward. There's an ancient mine of the ruins of God. Xianxing's eyes lit up as he looked not far away. There were a few ancient mines of the ruins of God that were exposed to the outside world. No one had ever entered the core of the ruins of God to excavate it. It was definitely a huge treasure trove. There are no formations there. We can take them. Lu Ming circulated his vital essence and took the few ancient mines of the ruins of God. You have to remember that some of the broken formations are very powerful. If you enter, even an Emperor Realm expert will die. Even if you see the ancient mines of the ruins of God, don't take them. Don't be blinded by greed. Dandan had a mature look on her face as she patiently and kindly warned everyone. But in the next moment, Dandan's eyes lit up as he stared to the right and shouted, "Level 9 spiritual medicine." Then he ran over, grabbed a sparkling and resplendent spiritual medicine, and stuffed it into his mouth. Buzz! In that place, inscriptions flickered, forming terrifying beams of light that shot towards Dandan. Dandan jumped up and down in a panic. In the end, it relied on its strong defensive power and profound inscription path to escape. Lu Ming and the others were speechless. This fellow had just warned them, but when he saw the spiritual medicine, he immediately rushed over. However, they were also secretly shocked. The spiritual medicine that Dandan had obtained just now was indeed extremely shocking. It was a level 9 spiritual medicine. This area was truly a treasure trove. The group moved forward carefully. Along the way, they had indeed encountered many treasures, mainly the ancient mines of the ruins of God and spiritual medicines. Most of the spiritual medicines went into Dandan's mouth, while the ancient mines of the ruins of God were divided equally between Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Long Chun. Of course, in some dangerous places, even if they saw spiritual medicines and ancient mines of the ruins of God, they did not take them and directly gave up. This is a 9-leaf Ganoderma. Not long after, they saw a spiritual medicine with 9 leaves. It was crystal clear and had a medicinal fragrance. It was actually a 9-leaf Ganoderma, one of the main ingredients for refining the Nirvana pill. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He did not expect to encounter a 9-leaf Ganoderma here. However, the place where the 9-leaf Ganoderma grew had an incomplete formation. In the end, Lu Ming and Dandan worked together and spent a lot of effort to successfully pluck the 9-leaf Ganoderma. For this, Dandan vomited a few mouthfuls of blood and cried out that he had suffered a loss. Chapter 12:17. Whoosh whoosh, the cold wind whistled and the blood mist rolled. They did not know how long they had been walking, but they still could not get out. The blood mist around them was getting thicker and thicker. Dandan, can we get out or not? Lu Ming asked. Cough, cough. Don't be impatient. Trust me. Dandan coughed a few times and said. Hearing Dandan's dry coughing, Lu Ming felt even more uncertain. This guy's dry coughing was definitely not a good thing. Sure enough, after walking for a while, there were no signs of getting out at all. Instead, there were more and more broken formations around them, and Lu Ming judged that the formations were getting stronger and stronger. They walked even more carefully. There's a palace in front. Suddenly, Xianxia exclaimed. Lu Ming and Long Chun looked over, their eyes revealing shock. A palace appeared in front of them. It was a complete black palace that was incomparably huge. It was thousands of meters tall, magnificent, and full of the traces of time. Ever since they entered the ruins of God, they had not found a complete building, let alone a complete palace. But in front of them, there was a complete palace. A complete palace. There must be treasures inside. Dandan's eyes lit up. If there are treasures, it means more danger. Lu Ming said. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to explore. Since they were already here, it would be a pity if they did not explore. The three people and one tortoise carefully approached the huge palace. They could see that there was a huge door in the middle of the palace. The door was open, but it was dark inside, and they could not see the situation clearly. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of rumbling sounds came from the palace, as if a huge monster was walking. It seems like something is coming. Lu Ming whispered, his eyes solemn. Let's retreat first. Dandan swallowed his saliva, feeling a little scared. They retreated for a while, before finding a huge rock to hide behind. Dandan inscribed an array formation to restrain their auras. After concealing their auras, they began to observe the battle quietly. Bang! 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 The sounds became louder and louder, one after another, very rhythmic, as if a huge monster was walking. It's out. That's a dragon. Xianxia exclaimed softly. His voice was filled with shock. A decapitated dragon, and Long Chun spoke. This peerless genius, who had always been very calm and expressionless, suddenly changed his expression. His voice was very shocked and very hoarse. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly contracted. At the entrance of the palace, a huge monster finally revealed its true body. It was a dragon with 5 claws under its belly. It was a true dragon, a 5-clawed true dragon. However, the most shocking thing was that this true dragon did not have a head. Its head seemed to have been chopped off. Its entire body was covered in black scales and emitted a terrifying aura. The most shocking thing was that there was a knight sitting on the back of the dragon. A knight in black armor was holding a dragon spear that was several meters long. Like the true dragon, this black-armored knight did not have a head. A headless knight riding a headless true dragon walked out of the palace, giving off a terrifying aura. Lu Ming and the others felt their scalps go numb. Roar! The headless true dragon actually let out an earth-shaking dragon roar, causing Lu Ming and the others' eardrums to hurt. Then, the headless knight riding the headless true dragon actually walked in their direction. As the true dragon stepped, the earth rumbled. Oh no, they've discovered us. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. Run, run quickly, Dandan exclaimed and turned to run. However, Buzz, the headless true dragon knight, emitted a terrifying fluctuation. This fluctuation was stronger than any emperor that Lu Ming had encountered. The space around them seemed to have solidified. Their bodies were suppressed by the space and could not move at all. It was as if they were fixed in place. Lu Ming exerted all his strength, but it was still useless. He could not even activate his bloodline. Too strong. This headless true dragon knight was too strong. Its combat strength was terrifying. Dandan, you're in big trouble this time. Lu Ming shouted. I don't know either. Dandan maintained his running posture and was fixed in the air. Its mouth was crooked. Bang! Bang! The headless true dragon knight stepped closer and closer to them. Its powerful aura caused the boulders in front of them to shatter. They were directly exposed to the headless knight. Trespassers die. A cold and emotionless voice came from the headless knight. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. This time they were most likely doomed. Lu Ming, as long as I'm with you. So what if I die? Xianxia transmitted his voice to Lu Ming, his eyes full of affection. No way. I didn't die in that earth-shattering battle back then, but I'm going to die here? No way, no. Dandan shouted, his voice full of unwillingness. Bang! The headless knight stood in front of them and pointed the dragon spear in his hand. A cold, murderous intent enveloped them. Kill! Nobody knew where the headless knight's cold voice came from. But at this moment, Lu Ming's body glowed. A purple gold token floated out from Lu Ming's body. Hunyuan token. This was the Hunyuan token that Lu Ming had obtained in the Battle of Providence. Lu Ming didn't know how to use it, but now it floated out on its own. At the same time, on the other side, a purple gold token appeared on Long Chen's body. It was also a Hunyuan token. Long Shun had also obtained a Hunyuan token when he participated in the Battle of Providence. 2 Hunyuan tokens flew out, emitting a dazzling light. The headless true Dragon Knight stopped moving instantly, as if it was looking at the 2 Hunyuan tokens. Hunyuan tokens. You are disciples of the Hunyuan sect. It's been countless years. I didn't expect to see disciples of the Hunyuan sect again. Since you are disciples of the Hunyuan sect, you are one of us. Come in. A cold and dry voice came from the headless, true Dragon Knight. The pressure on Lu Ming and the others also disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming and the others immediately regained their freedom. Xiaoqing. Lu Ming held Xianxia's small hand and looked at the headless true Dragon Knight cautiously. How many years has it been? I finally see disciples of the Hunyuan sect again. How is the Hunyuan sect now? Is it still resisting, or has it been destroyed? A leisurely voice came from the headless true Dragon Knight. Then, the headless true Dragon Knight turned and left. Step by step, it walked into the dark palace and disappeared without a trace. Come in. What opportunities you can get will depend on your luck. The headless true Dragon Knight's voice came from the palace. Then, it was completely silent. This, Lu Ming, Xianxia, and Long Shun were a little stunned and confused. Chapter 1218. Strange, too strange. Obviously, the headless true Dragon Knight recognized the primordial chaos token. Also, the primordial chaos sect? What was that? A sect? Could it be the controller behind the War of Providence? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things, but he also had more questions. However, one thing was certain. The headless true Dragon Knight seemed to be on the same side as the primordial chaos sect. At least, they were not enemies, which was why they were let go. This is a supreme powerhouse. After death, his battle soul did not dissipate and turned into a headless true Dragon Knight to protect this territory. Also, the primordial chaos sect? Dandan said slowly, as if trying to recall something, frowning. Suddenly, Dandan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes lit up. Dandan, what did you remember? Lu Ming asked. The primordial chaos sect, the #1 sect in the world, the most powerful force. Dandan said, the #1 sect in the world? You mean the primordial realm? Lu Ming asked. The world is very big, and it's not just the primordial realm. Dandan said, you mean the heavenly realm? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was very shocked. Of course, the conversation between the two was in the form of voice transmission. No one else could hear it. Xianxia did not mind if he heard it. He was not familiar with Long Shun, and there were some things that he did not want Long Shun to know. Yes, the primordial chaos sect is the #1 sect in the world. Unfortunately, it was destroyed back then. Moreover, this place is most likely related to the primordial chaos sect. Therefore, you have the primordial chaos token, so the headless true Dragon Knight will not kill you. Dandan said. Dandan, what happened to the heavenly realm? Lu Ming stared at Dandan and asked. Lu Ming was really curious. He found that many things in the primordial realm were related to the heavenly realm. Legend had it that in ancient times, corpses fell from the sky and formed the 100 Gods slope in the Tianxian domain. There was also the ancient desolate city, which was also an object of the heavenly realm. In the end, it broke through the void and arrived on a small island in the heavenly realm. There is also the Gate of Heaven, which was connected to the heavenly realm. Dandan came out of the Gate of Heaven. Now, the Battle of Providence was also suspected to be controlled by the primordial chaos sect of the heaven realm. In the current ruins of God, the primordial realm seemed to be inextricably linked to the heaven realm. Dandan would often mutter about the battle back then. What was that battle referring to? Since the Hunyuan sect was the #1 sect in the world, why was it destroyed? Was it because of the three-eyed divine race? I can't tell you. Firstly, my memory is fuzzy and I can't remember it clearly. Secondly, your cultivation is too weak. Telling you won't do you any good. There are some things that you will naturally know when your cultivation reaches a certain level. Dandin said in a deep voice. It was rare for him to be so serious. Lu Ming pursed his lips, but since Dandin didn't say anything, he didn't bother to ask. Indeed, that kind of thing was too far away from him. His current goal was to improve his cultivation and deal with DE. Lu Ming, are we going in? Xianxia asked as he looked at the palace in front of him. Let's go in. Since the headless true dragon rider isn't hostile to us, let's go in and explore, Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Indeed, there might be some opportunities inside. If there are treasures, I'll be rich. Dandin's eyes lit up again. Immediately, the three of them and the tortoise walked into the palace gate. After walking through the gate, their vision widened and they could vaguely see the main hall. The main hall was very spacious. In the middle, there was a huge aisle. On both sides of the aisle, there were stone rooms. The few of them checked several stone rooms in a row, but found nothing. Suddenly, Longchen's expression changed as if he had sensed something. He strode forward and came to a sealed stone room. When he arrived, Longchen's body glowed. The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline automatically appeared above his head. Roar! The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline howled and slammed into the stone door of the stone room. Crack! The stone door opened and a domineering aura emanated from inside. This is Lu Ming and Xianxia were shocked to see a statue in the stone room. The statue was obviously a huge elephant. The elephant was covered in scales, and its aura was domineering. It was obviously an Archean dragonesque elephant. There was actually an Archean dragonesque elephant statue here. It was lifelike and looked exactly the same as Longchen's bloodline. However, its aura was stronger, more shocking, and more domineering. Longchen's eyes lit up. He strode in and sat under the Archean dragonesque elephant statue. The Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline above his head resonated with the statue. The statue flashed with light. This kid is pretty lucky to have obtained a great opportunity, Dandin said. Lu Ming nodded. Longchen had indeed obtained a great opportunity. The Archean dragonesque elephant statue was definitely left behind by a supreme expert. It contained the charm of the Archean dragonesque elephant. Longchen will probably be cultivating here for a short period of time. Let's go, Lu Ming said. Then, he left with Xianxia and Dandin. They walked forward and looked at every secret room on both sides of the passage. Unfortunately, they found nothing. Soon, they passed through the passage. Behind them was a ruin. Suddenly, Xianxia's glabella flickered. There seems to be something underground, Xianxia said. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He began to dig under the ruins. Soon, he dug dozens of meters deep. Below, a huge ancient mine of the ruins of God appeared. Yes, the ancient mine of the ruins of God was the size of a water tank. It was dozens of times bigger than the other ancient mines of God. It's so heavy. Lu Ming mentioned it, but he didn't manage to lift it. Get up. Lu Ming unleashed 8 streams of dragon force to lift the ancient mine of the ruins of God and fly it out of the deep pit. Xianxing's true yuan boiled and demonic qi shone on his body. Above his head, the heavenly demon bloodline appeared. I have a strong reaction to this ancient mine of the ruins of God. It seems that there is a devil inside. Xianxing's eyes revealed curiosity and nervousness. Rich, this girl is rich. There is indeed something extraordinary sealed in this ancient mine of the ruins of God. Dandin circled around the ancient mine of the ruins of God, his eyes shining as he muttered nonstop. Break it and take a look, Lu Ming said. Wait a minute. Let me set up a formation, just in case. Dandin called out to Lu Ming, and then set up a dense array around the ancient mine of the ruins of God. That's enough, Dandin said. Lu Ming nodded. His true yuan condensed into a blade and began to cut the ancient mine of the ruins of God. The yellow ore was cut off layer by layer. Slowly, the ancient mine of the ruins of God became smaller and smaller. In the end, it was only the size of a fist. It's so small, what could be inside? Lu Ming was curious. His true yuan shook. Crack. The ancient mind of the ruins of God cracked open. Immediately, a powerful demonic qi spread out from the crack. This demonic qi was extremely terrifying. Although it didn't feel strong, that kind of aura was high and mighty, like an emperor looking down on all living things. Bang! Chapter 12:19. The black bead was the size of a longan, but it contained a shocking demonic aura and a vast demonic aura. Lu Ming felt as if he was facing a supreme being of the demonic path. The feeling was many times stronger than when he faced Xielwan. This is a sacred heart? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming was shocked. At first, he felt that it was a sacred heart left behind by a sage. Lu Ming had seen a sacred heart left behind by a heavenly profound sage before, but after taking a closer look, it didn't seem like it. Buzz. Whoosh. The black bead let out a buzzing sound and then shot into the sky as if it had a mind of its own. I knew it, Dandan said. Inscriptions appeared around them, and a large array was formed, forming countless dense ribbons that blocked the black bead like an inescapable net. The black bead didn't rush out and immediately changed its direction, but it was still blocked by the array. The black bead rushed left and right with a monstrous demonic aura, but unfortunately, it didn't rush out. Dandan was already prepared and set up the array just in case. Naturally, it wasn't that simple. At this time, the demonic aura on Xianxia's body became denser. Her bloodline was glowing as if it was resonating with the black bead. Buzz. In the end, the black bead seemed to have no choice but to turn around and fly directly towards Xianxia. Oh no! Lu Ming's face changed, and he wanted to stop it. Lu Ming, you're confused because you're too concerned. This is a great opportunity for this girl. Danny shouted. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. He also knew that he was confused because he was too concerned. Whoosh! The black bead flew into Xianxia's glabella and disappeared. Lu Ming, I want to cultivate here for a while. Xianxia said. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Xianxia sat down cross-legged. A layer of demonic light shrouded Xianxia like a cocoon formed by demonic aura. Dandan, could that be the sacred heart left behind by the saints? Lu Ming asked curiously. Not the sacred heart. Dandan shook his head. His small eyes glowed as he said, that's a core left behind by an existence more powerful than a saint. It's 100 times more precious than a saint's heart. That's why I said that this chick had obtained a great opportunity. Fortunately, the owner of this thing had died in battle a long time ago. The killing intent and murderous intent on it had long dissipated, and there wasn't much energy left. Otherwise, if we were all dead, this chick wouldn't have been able to obtain the inheritance. Stronger than a sage? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. At the moment, a ruler was an insurmountable mountain for him, and a saint was much more powerful than a ruler. Moreover, there were existences stronger than a saint. Lu Ming, let's continue forward. No one else can come in here. Your little lover will be fine here. I feel that there's a lucky chance waiting for us ahead. Dandan's eyes lit up as he looked ahead. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then, the man and the tortoise continued forward. There were still ruins in front of them, but they could still see the outline. It should also be a palace, but it had been smashed and fallen here. It had long been ruined. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a behemoth lying in front of them. It was the headless true dragon knight. The black headless true dragon was lying on the ground, and the headless knight was sitting quietly on the true dragon, holding a dragon spear, motionless. Next to the headless true dragon knight, there was an area where various weapons were stuck upside down. However, they seemed to have been corroded and were in tatters. He could even see various kinds of armor, which were also rotten like those weapons. Taking a closer look, there were skeletons under those weapons and armor. Could it be that these were the burial places of the powerhouses who died in battle? Was the headless true dragon knight guarding this place? Lu Ming secretly guessed. 10,000 spirit crystals? I'm rich. I'm rich. Danden's eyes suddenly lit up. She sprinted forward and rushed into the area filled with bones. Then, she dug out a multicolored crystal the size of a human head from the center of the area. It hugged the crystal and began to chew on it. Crunch, 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 it ate with relish. During the process, the headless true dragon knight did not move and did not stop it. Lu Ming smiled and strode forward. When he walked into the place of skeletons, his face changed drastically. Kill, kill, kill. Countless roars that were filled with murderous intent suddenly exploded in Lu Ming's mind. Those were extremely powerful killing intent. The killing intent of those powerhouses who were unwilling to die. They were too powerful. If it were anyone else, they would have been drowned by the endless killing intent in an instant and become an idiot. However, Lu Ming was different. In his third bloodline, the murderous intent and murderous intent were many times stronger than the murderous intent here. Lu Ming was often under the influence of such murderous intent, and he had long learned how to resist it and maintain a clear mind amidst the endless murderous intent. What a strong killing intent, but it's useless against me. But Danden is too unreliable. He didn't even warn me. If it were someone else, it would be dangerous. Lu Ming thought. Danden was still gnawing on the crystal, squinting and enjoying it very much. Kill, kill, kill. Those killing intents were full of strong unwillingness and unyielding fighting intent, as if they were going to kill all enemies in the world. Huh? What's this? Lu Ming's expression changed, and he closed his eyes. In the next moment, the surrounding environment seemed to change. Lu Ming came to a vast land, where countless light pillars shot up into the sky. Those light pillars were all auras, the auras of various essences of heaven and earth. No, in essence, they were countless times stronger than the essences of heaven and earth. Are they left by those powerhouses? Are they related to the essences, or are they more powerful than the essences? Lu Ming's heart jumped, and then he was overjoyed, because Lu Ming felt that in those light pillars, there were auras similar to the essences of fire and thunder. Lu Ming could find all 5 essences that he had comprehended. If I can comprehend them here, the essences of heaven and earth will definitely improve rapidly. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. For him, this was a great opportunity. Immediately, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and started to comprehend quietly. Danden quickly finished eating the 10,000 spirit crystal, and then he lay there motionlessly, glowing all over. Fire essence. The first thing Lu Ming comprehended was the concept of fire. Now, his fire essence and thunder essence had reached the peak of greater success of level 4, and he was only one step away from level 4 perfection. At this time, Lu Ming's fire essence was rapidly improving again. In this way, time passed day by day. After 7 days, Lu Ming made a breakthrough in his fire essence, making it the first to reach level 4 perfection. Level 4 perfection of concept was already the highest level. The next step would be domain. Boom! A layer of flame jumped on Lu Ming's body, and then it burned through the space. Level 4 perfection, so powerful. Chapter 1220. Perfected level 4 meant that one's comprehension of the concept had reached the peak. Once one's control of the heaven and earth concept reached the perfected realm, the power of the concept would increase greatly. In 7 days, I was able to raise my fire concept from greater success level 4 to perfected level 4. This place is a great opportunity for me. Lu Ming thought to himself. Although there was only one step between greater success level 4 and perfected level 4, the difference was like heaven and earth. Many geniuses would need at least half a year or even a few years to break through. Some people might even spend their entire lives without being able to break through. With Lu Ming's cultivation speed, he would need at least half a year to break through if there were no opportunities. But now, he had broken through in 7 days. Next, Thunder Concept. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he began to comprehend Thunder Concept. Similarly, in 7 days, Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through and reached perfected level 4. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand, and the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning surrounded Lu Ming's body. Suddenly, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Just as his thunder concept had broken through to perfected level 4, the thunder cauldron in his sea of consciousness that had been silent for a few years suddenly moved and vibrated slightly. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that he had made a connection with the thunder cauldron. Lu Ming had obtained this thunder cauldron from the 100 Gods slope. When he first saw it, the thunder cauldron was undergoing a heavenly tribulation, so Lu Ming had put it away. Lu Ming had used it a few times. Although it would absorb Lu Ming's life essence, it had helped Lu Ming overcome difficulties several times. Unfortunately, after being hit by DE in the Battle of 9 Dragons, it had flown back to Lu Ming's sea of consciousness and remained silent. No matter how Lu Ming tried to sense or call it, he could not get a connection. Now, when Lu Ming's thunder concept had broken through to perfected level 4, he had made a connection with the thunder cauldron again. Immediately, Lu Ming activated thunder concept and carefully sensed with the thunder cauldron. Wong. The lightning cauldron vibrated even more intensely. In the end, it flew out from between Lu Ming's eyebrows and floated above Lu Ming's head. It emitted a supreme lightning might from above. This pressure is so strong. Lu Ming sensed the lightning cauldron and his eyes revealed shock. The pressure emitted by the thunder cauldron was even stronger than that of a ruler. Move! Lu Ming tried to control the lightning cauldron. To his surprise, he was able to control it. The lightning cauldron flew up and down according to Lu Ming's will. It was many times stronger than before. In the past, he would only be able to activate the lightning cauldron when he was fighting for his life. The lightning would absorb his true essence and his life essence. Only then would he be able to activate the lightning cauldron. How could he control it as he wished now? However, I still feel that this lightning cauldron is unfathomable. I don't know how much power I can unleash from it. However, even if I can unleash a little bit of its power, it will still be of great help to me. Let's find a chance to test it out. Lu Ming smiled and put the thunder cauldron back into his sea of consciousness. Then, Lu Ming continued to comprehend other concepts. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming's heaven and earth concept also improved very quickly. Chirp chirp. On this day, Lu Ming was cultivating when he suddenly heard a sound not far away from him. Lu Ming was shocked and hurriedly opened his eyes. There were actually other living beings here. If they wanted to harm them, the consequences would be unimaginable. When he opened his eyes, he saw a ball of white hair squirming not far away. No, upon closer inspection, it was actually a living being that looked very similar to a squirrel. Its entire body was chubby and round, and it was very fleshy. Moreover, its entire body was covered with white hair. The white hair was crystal clear without any impurities. Coupled with its chubby body, it was very cute. It was not big. It was only the size of 2 fists. At this moment, it was blinking its big black eyes and looking at Lu Ming curiously. It was making chirping sounds from its mouth. There's actually such a living being here? Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Wasn't this place filled with mortal enemies and no living beings? Lu Ming and the others had not encountered any living beings along the way except for the headless true dragon rider. Strictly speaking, the headless true dragon rider was not a living being. Could it be a spirit mouse? Strange, why would it appear here? Moreover, isn't it afraid of the endless killing intent here? Chirp chirp. The white spirit mouse looked at Lu Ming curiously while chirping. It wriggled its chubby body and wandered around Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that the white spirit mouse looked very ordinary. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse was shocked and ran away quickly. After running for a while, it stopped and turned around to look at Lu Ming curiously. "Little guy, what's your name?" Lu Ming asked. When a demonic beast reached the king realm, it would be able to speak. Chirp chirp. However, the white spirit mouse only chirped and did not speak. "You haven't reached the king realm?" But if you haven't reached the king realm, how can you resist the endless killing intent here? Lu Ming's curiosity was aroused, and he chased after the white spirit mouse. The white spirit mouse turned around and ran at an incredible speed. In a flash, it disappeared without a trace. This is the space essence. Lu Ming stood rooted to the ground, dumbstruck. A white spirit mouse could actually use the space essence. Moreover, it seemed to be more mysterious than the space essence that Lu Ming had seen Yang Patian and Dishin use. What kind of spirit mouse was this? What kind of demonic beast was it? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Forget it. In the end, Lu Ming shook his head and continued to sit cross-legged to comprehend the space essence. But not long after, the chirping sound was heard again. Lu Ming opened his eyes and saw the white spirit mouse again. It was lying not far away and looking at Lu Ming. "This guy," Lu Ming muttered. Suddenly, he moved and pounced on the white spirit rat. Chirp, chirp, the white spirit mouse was startled and turned around to run. In a flash of white light, it was far away. Lu Ming did not even see how it left. Its use of space is too strong, isn't it? Lu Ming was really stunned. After a while, Lu Ming continued to sit cross-legged. But this time, Lu Ming just closed his eyes and did not cultivate. Instead, he spread out his soul consciousness and paid attention to the situation around him. As expected, not long after, with a flash of white light, the white spirit mouse appeared not far away from Lu Ming and looked at Lu Ming curiously. "Let's see where you can run to this time." The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a faint smile. The vital essence in his body suddenly erupted, forming a vital essence light shield that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters. Even the space was sealed by Lu Ming. At the same time, Lu Ming suddenly moved and pounced on the white spirit mouse like a ray of light. Chirp, chirp, the white spirit mouse made a sound, but there was no trace of panic in its big eyes. It spat out a bubble from its mouth. Yes, it was a bubble. The bubble expanded rapidly and enveloped Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.